And we are live. Good morning, everybody. 6 awesome people out there watching already. Yes, as you can see, this is not the water behind me. I am just got up this morning and not moving very well. So it's still raining here. For those that didn't see, well, nobody saw yesterday, but I did a little slide down the bank yesterday. I don't know if that's affecting my movement or not, but up to 10 awesome people already. Let's start saying hello to everybody. We got downtown Ernie Brown out there. Good morning, J Fox Hunter. Thank you very much. Epic Catfish, my good friend. Epic's link is in the description. He just dropped the new Scary River adventure. So y'all check out Epic's newest video that he dropped out just the other day. Y'all will definitely enjoy it. Got up 4:30 and made coffee. Mike Irvin, good morning. 3+1 is out there. David Char. Stephen Corley, how's it going? Michael Murillo. Oh yeah, Sir Fins, thank you. So 12 people watching. Darla, there he is. Hope you're feeling better this morning. A for effort on that A for effort on that hot dog eating contest yesterday. I know that couldn't have been easy trying to choke them down raw like that. So I give you credit on the effort for there, my friend. And there's Stan3 is out there. He's out of town this weekend, so not sure if he's going to jump in or not at all. Art from One Ton. Good morning. So, and Michael Marullo. Yes, but I tell you, I've been using the Cast King reels lately. Thank you, Michael Murillo, and I am really enjoying them. They are for the price point, it's hard. I'm having a hard time beating that right now because they are super smooth. The way they reel, it's just they're really impressing me, and you know, it's definitely something if you're into. I haven't tried any of the Cast King bait casters, but the Cast King Megatron, yeah, that's what I have, Darla. That's what was sent to me, and they are just amazing. The Megatrons, just awesome. And then a Sharky 3. So what we're gonna do is something a little different today. 16 awesome people watching. So like I said, obviously it's not the water behind me. I figured I would come in and we'll just talk about fishing. If anybody's live fishing out there, you want to check that out, go ahead. But what I'm gonna do is a Chaos KY Crazy Cappy Cat Angler ordered a Rover 50 and a Chaos. A lot of people say good things about the Rover too. So point being, you don't have to spend a ton of money to upgrade a little bit even. The Sharky 3 and the Megatron, yeah, that's the two that I have, and it's been just awesome. Realistic fishing in the house. Alex, congratulations on I know it was a couple weeks ago, but getting back the rod and reel. I know it's happened to all of us where we've left it and never to be found again, but to actually leave it there, have somebody pick it up, and to actually be able to get it back from them, that's awesome. So glad that happened for you. Mo Creek in the house. So what we're going to do, comment. I dropped the StreamYard link out there. If weather goes right, you'll be going live from your kayak in new waters. Yeah, I fished new waters yesterday. Went to the Appomattox River. A decent spot. I think we just had that. I was there at the exact wrong time. It was like 70 degrees when I got there in the morning, and you literally could feel the temperature. It dropped about 20 degrees in like minutes. So whenever you're having, especially to a cold front, when that cold front rolls in that quick and there's that big of a change in pressure and temperatures and everything, obviously it's going to make the fish uncomfortable and the bite is not going to be that great. So, but that does look like I'm really interested in checking out the Appomattox. For those that don't know, that's one of the feeder rivers into the James River here in Virginia. Yeah, that'll give them lockjaw, and you know that's why we fish. You know, because if we went out and no matter how many years you've been fishing, no matter how much experience you have, if the fish aren't hungry, you know, you may get one or two, but that's just what you're gonna get. So, but that's why we keep going back out there. We keep going back out there to drive to catch that next one, or even just to enjoy the outdoors and get away for a little bit and relax. And yesterday's tournament, the Glizzy Masters, it was just a lot of fun. It was to help out some newer channels. CCCB, hello, good morning. And it was a lot of fun. Catfish was what it was all about, helping the channels grow. So great job. No real loss up in fishing the DC area. That place just seems to always have an influx of cats coming in, and they seem to be there and ready to go. Now you still got to know the spots, you know, like DMV and you see Has and No Real Loss did a great job, and Chunky. You still got to get on those spots where they're going to be at, but that does seem to be a very productive waterway up there. Yeah, chat listening. All right. Definitely safe travels for everybody there. Hey, there's my friend Fins and Fines. Bob, I don't know what you're doing. If I dropped the link out there a little bit, if anybody wants to come up and we can talk about whatever. But it definitely was a lot of fun. Fins and Fines. He went to he drove his wife out of state. She had some a soccer tournament, and he ended up fishing brand new waters. And you know, those are the things that sometimes you happen to get in the right spot, and when you've got new waters and bad conditions, that's really super tough. And he did a great job. He went out there, like I said, it was about having fun. When you got people fishing with glizzies, hot dogs, and all kinds of other stuff, and fishing in hot dog costumes, and you know, it was more about that than it was more about that and just having a good time, and just putting a group of such a diverse group together from across the country and different backgrounds, and everybody. We were having made a lot of really good friends out of that. It was awesome. And there's George Ray in the house. Good morning. Valerie Erman, good morning. Y'all make sure you check out oh my gosh, help me out with his Valerie or George, help me out with his name. UK Fishing UK Glasgow, I think. He does a lot of lives. Let's see, we got a guest out there. Let's see who showed up. There he is. Hey, Bob, how's it going?
Good. How you doing? Can you hear me all
I'm doing
right?
all right. Doing all right. Hanging in there.
Good. Just here for
Yeah.
sitting in the truck while she's at the soccer fields for another game. So, just see how it's going.
I remember all that stuff with Stan 3 going to all different kinds
Mm-hmm.
of events and here and there. And
Right.
we got Fish and Chip. Good morning. Good morning. Mad Catters out there. James Alwell. James, how's it going? Yeah, James, I got up this morning and my body was not working with my will to go fishing. So sometimes you got to just know when to call it. It's raining out there again. So how did you you put forth the effort yesterday, and what kind of steps did you take? Like I know you said that you were looking, first of all, just to find a place to fish.
Right.
In a
Of
place.
course, a lot of people around here are going to fish the two big rivers. I got the Missouri. I'm literally a half a mile from the Missouri River where I'm at right now. And then not too far, I get the Mississippi. But I've never bank fished either one of those rivers, and they're both high right now from all the spring rains and all the rains Midwest has been having. And it's pretty intimidating. And I don't even have, weights big enough to keep the bait down. So I knew I had to find just a small local lake, where hopefully wholesome fish. And knowing that's also Memorial Day weekend, it's going to be crowded. I couldn't have just people on me, covering me up on each side when I'm trying to stream live for this whole tournament.
Yeah.
So I was trying to find something off the beaten path a little bit that I knew would hopefully hold some fish.
Well,
and
first of all, fishing the glizzy, man. It's one thing if you were regular fishing, but
right.
that close to, and you're talking about, glizzies and this and that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a whole nother dimension to it.
It was hard. So there's a lot of things going against me, but and then also fishing with glizzies. It just so what I did in the tournament is I had a couple rods out with the glizzies, and I put one out with night crawlers and redworms. That was kind of like litmus test. So if you're a lake with channel cats, especially, they're going to bite the worms. So if I was going to get a bunch of bites of worms and nothing on the glizzies, I knew that the glizzies weren't going to work. But
yes,
I actually had I had some taps. I had one takedown. Most of the action was actually on the glizzies, not the worms. Crazy enough.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the glizzies. It was just the spot, the situation, the cold front that came through here, and it just happens sometimes that way. I've got no excuse for not performing, but it wasn't about performing. It was just about having fun. It was just, I guess, the spot that I chose for this event was wrong.
Yeah,
but I had a blast, and that's all that matters. I had a blast, and got to meet a lot of great other anglers in this whole thing, and it was just, I wouldn't change it for the world. What I did. I just would caught more fish just for the fun of it. I like putting fish on the bank.
Yeah, I think you and I in Mid-South, I think we ended up the bottom of the pile there. Although Mid-South did catch a few, I think we managed to catch a couple. I caught another striper on chicken, so
that might bring chicken. I haven't seen that before on chicken. I mean, I thought cut bait. Yeah, I could see that happening, but not on chicken though. It's amazing.
This is twice now that I've caught striper. I was targeting that small channel catfish. I had a piece of chicken, tiny piece of chicken, and a striper. The same thing happened in Iron Cat. I was targeting the small catfish with little hooks and little piece of chicken and a striper there. Although that striper was about 20 inches, the one I caught in Iron Cat. Yesterday it was a foot. But I love multi-species, and I had the ultralight. When I was doing that, I had an ultralight pole. I actually made that pole from a blank and put the reel seats together, and it was a 7 foot, but the tip had actually come off, so it's like a 6.5 foot ultralight pole, and just going for those. I caught one on it. I caught the one channel cat that was a pound and a half or so.
Yeah.
And man, I didn't know what I had. I was fighting that thing with the light line, and that's just
those stripers fight so good.
Oh, it's crazy. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
And I love multi-species fishing. I don't, call myself a catfisherman at all, because at any given day, I might be out there trying to catch bluegill, catfish,
Hmm.
stripers. One of the best trips I had is, got a lot of people who watched the tournament yesterday saw Fishing with Michelob. That's my cousin, in the chat a lot. And we had a trip on Beaver Lake a year or so ago, and one of the goals we had to see how many different species we could catch. I think we ended up catching 12 over a 3-day period, and that was
That's
just
awesome.
one of the most fun trips we had in a long time.
I think you can learn so much about the waters,
Hmm.
fishing in general,
Yeah,
that it will help no matter what species you're going after.
right.
It's no secret. I talk to Epic Catfish a lot, and when we first started talking, here I am talking to, he's caught multiple hundreds. He's, Epic Catfish.
Yeah,
Tim Scott. He's had,
right.
published things. So I'm like, well, yeah, we fished mostly upstate New York, and I was just multi-species, and he's like, stop right there. Like, don't say just a multi-species. If you're
Right.
going out there and you're catching, I know I'm going to say targeting. I use that word a lot because that's what it is. Fishing and hunting are pretty much the same.
Right.
You're hunting, you're targeting a certain thing, and but he says it takes the same skill no matter what fish you're after. You got to study the waters. You got to know where they're
Hmm.
at, what they're feeding on. And we caught. We were basically catching the biggest fish in that species that was
Yeah.
available in our areas. So he says don't say just, because it's all we're here in the catfish world now,
Right.
but it all, we're going out there enjoying what we like to do. And it does, you can see where things kind of tie together, but then there
Hmm.
is the differences too. But
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah. I mean, any given day, if I start going fishing, don't assume it's catfishing, because
yeah,
I might be going, chasing largemouth bass. I mean, I'm not against doing anything. I
yeah.
like it all.
Let's see. We had Straight to the Point Outdoors come in. Good morning. Good morning. And I think a lot of that, like if you look at, there's a lot of people from UK that's been in the community over here,
Right.
and I love watching their shows because it's there's so many different techniques and there's so many things you can kind of piece together from different
Yep.
techniques, I guess you could say, and kind of come up with some things. Because what works for one, a lot of times will work for other ones.
Right. Yeah. The fish don't
Uh,
know what country they're in.
yeah.
They all have the same creator, and they all have the same instincts. It's just the way it is.
That's right. And they don't care if you're using a $400 St. Croix rod or a
That's right.
$20 Walmart rod. They
Yeah.
don't know. Hey,
But
there they are.
the UK and Ireland, I've done a lot of those live streams. They're fun to watch. I enjoy it.
Yeah, Glass UK fishing UK Glasgow.
Yeah.
I get the names mixed up, but he caught a pike the other day that was an awesome pike. I just love watching that. There they are. For those that didn't get to see the glizzy yesterday, no real loss. They just crushed it. They were catching. I think that they were doing so well yesterday. They could have thrown out the bare hook and caught fish. They were just. Every time I looked up, I hear fish on. And there's Bex with the hot dog.
And they were the most entertaining also. I mean, they really made that show. I got to give them credit.
They took exactly what you were supposed to do, exactly what the rules were.
Yep.
And bam, she had the hot dog costume on, had the right bait out. And then they even switched over to chicken on some of them. And so great job. This awesome event yesterday. Much loves. Yeah, that's Steven there. Yeah, and just the excitement, and like I said, we had that Facebook group behind the scenes for past couple of weeks, and yeah, we were what do you say, busting bananas or whatever you want to say
Yeah.
it. We were joking around, but it was just to take such a diverse group from
Hmm.
everywhere, and really made some really great friends there.
Oh yeah. And you can tell,
and just,
we like I said, we were busting each other, but you can tell everybody was rooting for everybody.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
that's what I said, when it was over, I typed in that chat. I'm like, man, I wish this wasn't over. Because I enjoyed every, checking that chat group every day, multiple times a day, always something popping up in there.
Well,
And it was really great experience.
I don't know if you caught it. I put in there, okay. Hey, and there's P City. Speaking of, but I put in there, okay. Now that the practice one is over, the real one starts in. But there's
we want to use glizzies though, right? I threw all mine in the water.
Yeah, no, I threw mine too. Although like they did work and they will work in some waters. Yeah. Even like the chicken. There's been times where I've had fresh cut shad, bluegill, and chicken out there, and the chicken outproduced, and I caught.
Oh yeah.
Every bite came on chicken. But then on other times, I still say though, even with all this and all the success for those baits, if you're going after that to consistently catch the biggest fish that's coming out there, their diet is predominantly, they've learned after so much time that this is what they eat. Their diet is predominantly the fish of that body of water. Does that mean that you can't catch? No, you're going to catch every once in a while on something else, but predominantly,
if they come across it, they're going to eat it, But yeah, but I think for me, it's just maybe the concoction that I made, just the smell. It just like I was sitting in the hotel room last night, and I'm like, what is that smell? And I'm looking around, and it's my pocket knife, because I was using it to cut them while I was there in smaller pieces, trying to downsize. My pocket knife still smell like it.
The garlic and
yeah. I had that anise shad, spray that I soaked it into, and besides the Jello, and then I also had chicken bouillon stuff. I mean, I tried every little thing to make it stink more, but yeah, it's just like I just go around there, I'm like, where's that coming from? It was great.
Let's see if we got some more great people that jumped in. There was PC Smitty, the glizzy eating master yesterday. He pulled that out. When I do get a chance to talk to him, I'm going to talk to him about that.
It was all technique.
Yeah, he played that perfectly. I didn't see him eating just the hot dog. I was, if you watched, and you were doing the same thing.
I know.
I was just taking my time. I'm a big guy, so I take big bites anyhow. So like a half a hot dog is a normal bite. And I'm watching, and you see Darla down there just shoving them in. And I see P City, and I can't really see him eating, but I just see the whole plate full of hot dog buns there. I thought he had that many so I finished number 4, and I look, and he's still P City. You see everything down there, and I'm thinking, oh, all right. Oh, speaking of that, let's bring him in. What is up? How are you doing today?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good morning. Good morning.
Let me get my coordination here and get the phone heading in the right direction.
Well, as you can see, here's 3 of us that fished yesterday and didn't have the greatest fishing success, and we're all smiling and laughing. So that should tell you how much fun the event was.
Yep.
We got Catfish and Pappy in the house. Good morning. My wife D. Smithy is watching. I think I said George Ray before. Okay, Mad Catter. Hey, Mad Catter, how you doing? Glad that everybody's here. Where did that go? Leroy is here. Welcome. Our normal cast of crew on STANday morning. Leroy Honeycutt. So
I should have got to get Leroy, since Leroy's in the St. Louis area, and really, figure out where I should have went to fish.
Yeah, you should have contacted Leroy.
Yeah.
There's so like I said, I put the link out there. Anybody wants to come up, they're more than welcome. But P City, you killed that contest yesterday.
Well, Well, I didn't do so much with the fishing, so I had to concentrate my efforts on something I'm good at. As you can see, I know how to eat.
Boy, you got me with that one because I don't know if you were pretty intent on what you were doing. I'm
Well,
up there, I'm
you
taking
know,
bites and I'm looking and I'm like, okay. P City's got a whole tray full of stuff there. I'm doing good. I see Bob up there. I'm like, all right.
We were
Darla's
neck and
over
neck,
there.
Stan.
What's that?
So me and you were neck and neck. We were about the exact same spot in that contest.
Yeah, we were
And
going.
I thought it was going to come down to me or you, you know? And then
Yeah,
all of a sudden, I hear like P City's done. I was like, what?
he was.
Well, so
yeah.
it was
right when it ended, I called
was,
Fish with Michelob, my cousin. I'm like, how did he win that one? Because I know he was watching it. He's like, dude, his technique was awesome. Here's how he did it. And I was like, why didn't I think of that?
Yep.
So
Yeah,
tell us your technique there, Smitty.
Well, I just want to tell you, like, I kind of struggled all day because I had my phone in the front of the boat and I couldn't hear it with that, my phone volume. So I had my iPad playing by the console, but it was like a 10-second lag. So I couldn't like communicate with everybody all day. It was kind of a screwed up day for me on the live. But same thing with the fish eating contest. I had my iPad there, but it had such a lag on it, so I couldn't really communicate that well. But anyway, I just happened to watch a show one time of that. They do that hot dog eating stuff. Yeah. There's like a little 100-pound girl that can eat like 90 hot dogs or something. But the one thing she eats the hot dogs first, and then they actually dunk their rolls in water. Yep. And let me tell you, that was the secret. And I don't think anybody knew that I ate all the hot dogs first.
No.
Yeah, I didn't know.
So when you were looking on the video, you saw my 8 rolls laying there. You thought I was still munching on the first one.
Yes. Yes. I don't know if you're watching me. I'm taking my time. I'm taking bites and I'm looking.
Well, I couldn't watch either, so I really had no idea. But then I heard Haz say one time, like, Stan's done 3 or something. And I'm like, oh shoot, I'm way ahead. I think I'm way ahead. And he's done the 4, and I'm thinking I had all my hot dogs already ate. I'm like, I'm gold. Yep. But I didn't have water, of course. I had my iced tea, so I just started pouring the iced tea on the rolls. But once you wet them, you can eat them so easy. It's amazing.
I'm on 5, and I look, and what I see is a whole tray of what I think is hot dog and bun.
Right.
So I'm like, oh yeah. I'm like, my competition is Darla right now. Because Bob was doing the same thing, and his were kind of off to the side. Right. So I really couldn't see how many he left, but I didn't, but Bob and I we were going pretty close to one another. So,
right.
Yeah. But just a lot of, you nailed it. It was perfect. A lot of fun.
I was actually kind of doing it blind, other than what I could hear Haz say. So I was trying to eat as fast as I could, but there was a couple times where I had to kind of stop, where it's like, this might change directions on me here real quick.
I just wish you would have won faster, so I would have ate that last, 5th hot dog.
Yeah,
I could have stopped at 3 or 3.5, but no, you should have went faster.
Yeah, it was funny, and I was literally pulled over off the side of the street by the truck stop. I couldn't get signal at the ramp, so I signed back in with Haz, and it was going in and out. So I took my boat and I just drove all the way back towards 95 by the truck stop. I'm thinking they got to have signal here. And I pulled out a little closed place across the street. The people going by in cars must have thought I was nuts sitting there with a hot dog hat on in my boat. 5 miles from the river, like, what is this clown doing?
Yep.
So anybody wondering what we're talking about, check out the Glizzy Masters yesterday on Haz Life channel. There was there was the 5-hour tournament, which no real loss from the DC area. They killed it. Brian B. Catfishing, he killed it. I mean, I think between the two of them, they ended up catching, without the points, bonuses, and stuff, they ended up catching over 30 fish, probably close to 40 fish between the two of them, I think, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think they were both approaching the high teens or 20s. They were just killing the fish coming in.
Yeah, they kicked butt. That was amazing too. That Brian caught his reel rod and reel back.
Oh, I know. At the end there.
Yeah.
Brian B. catfishing earlier in the competition had he needs to invest in some bank rod holders for sure. He had that. He was using a little plastic Y stick in the ground.
Well, I think
But
he usually fishes in the boat, but because of the weather, he went to the bank, which I contemplated doing too. And that's what I thought. I said, man, I don't have pole holders. I didn't have a battery to run my phone. I said, it's going to be a disaster.
Well, I'm me with bank, but I wasn't going to lose another phone being fried and fishing in a rain in a tournament. So I ended up fishing under a bridge. So I couldn't hear most of the day what was going on either.
Right.
And then I forgot my tripod. So it was just, it was not a good STANday yesterday. We'll just put it that way.
Yes. Stan City, neither of us, we did very good.
But of course, I was pulling for my Smitty brother out there. And,
right. But yeah, I wound up, I chatted with a guy on Facebook. Everybody knows him, Susquehanna Stan. He fishes down there, and we talked about the wind direction and yada yada. He caught some channels. I said it doesn't matter. Channels will be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But, I kind of got on the side of the island on the southwest side to try to block the wind, and there's a bridge over top of me, but it's like 100 feet in the air, so it doesn't really block rain. You know what I mean? With the 12-mile-an-hour winds, but it really didn't rain that bad. I really should have went further upriver and fished where I caught blue cats before. I wanted to try to catch a bigger one, but I headed over closer to the dock because I said, if it starts raining, I'm just going to pack it in. But then over there, the signal was sketchy, and it just, the wheels fall off. They fall off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's another thing I had was trying to find a lake that also going to have a good cell signal too. And that was another part of my, because I didn't know what to expect. A lot of areas I was looking at the map. But then, going back to the contest, my Costello catching those 2 small fish on a 5/0 hook. I mean, that was amazing too.
Yeah.
I was using 3/0 hooks, and even that was small, but I was thinking,
that's what's so real. Just so y'all know, anybody out there, I just put the link up again. If anybody else wants to jump up in, no real loss, Steven. If you want to come up, feel free. We're just having a little open chat kind of today. My body was not working with the desire to go fishing today, so
you deserve a day off.
Hey, but thank you very much, Smitty. I appreciate that. I do try to. I try to work really hard with this, and
you do great, Stan. You really do. You guys all know how much I'm struggling with all these electronics and. Anyway, while we're chatting, I'll get out of your way or whatever. But I finally did hit my 400. So I think tonight I'm trying to figure. I got to video it somehow and do that randomizer, and I'm going to give away my prize that I was described, and then I won that poll for winning the hot dog contest. So I'm going to give that to somebody.
Awesome.
Too. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up too, but we'll get to that in just a second. But I put that out there. There's the StreamYard link out there. If anybody y'all want to come up, and anybody else wants, like I said, Stephen Field, you're more than welcome to. We got Chad in the house. Well, we got a couple Chads in the house, but the Chad from Fishing with the Chad and operator of the Bait Shop. Chad's awesome. He's in here. We also got Polar Bear, who is apparently now I've heard he is the Chad, not the Chad, but he's the Chad. So.
Yeah, I'm the one that came up with that, and I think I made the Chad a little upset about it. But the Chad's gonna have to get over it. So.
Oh wow.
We have room for more Chads. It's okay.
That's right. Hey, if we've got this many Smitties in here, right?
That's right. And we got about 42 mics.
yeah, the mics are still. We got Kelly Bullock in the house.
Am I the only Bob still? Maybe so.
Yeah,
it'd be hard to imagine, but it may be.
Yeah, you would think that there would be more, but we got Want to Be Outdoors in the house. That's that's Matt, right? Want to Be Outdoors, Matt.
Yeah, that's Matt. He's down in Arkansas.
I think we said Mad Catter.
Open
chat is awesome.
You guys are amazing remembering all these names. I struggle so hard with names, and I feel bad sometimes.
Yeah, it's 48 degrees right here this morning and raining again. So what everybody didn't see yesterday, which I don't know if it's lucky or not, because it could have been another one of my entries into the Golden Whiskers Blooper Award. Yeah, I took a slide right down the bank.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it was off camera. Like I said, I don't know if that was lucky or not that it was off camera, but yeah, I was all mudded and wet, and it was just. But it was still fun. It's still a fun day.
Funny you say 48 degrees. It was 48 degrees yesterday when I launched my boat, and it was raining, and I was thinking I must need my head examined.
Yeah.
12-mile-an-hour winds. I'm like, what am I doing? I said, well, I told him I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it. So.
Yeah, and you're kind of like I am. If you make the commitment that you're going to do it, it's like, you know what? I'm going to do the best I can to get out there and make it happen somehow.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, it was fun. I actually enjoyed. I hadn't really, I've been chasing big fish, and I hadn't really kind of targeted channel cats for a while, and I got all my spinning gear out that I used to use, and it was actually kind of cool. I wish I could have fished my spot up here right by my house, because I can catch 8, 10, 12-pound channels pretty consistently, and if I'd have got one on glizzy, I would have been able to get the heavy fish. I don't know if I'd have got the numbers, unless they were actually blatant hot dogs. I might have been able to keep up with Bex and Stebbin, but I don't know about that. But I guarantee I would have caught something bigger than 7 pounds. But
if we ever do a flathead tournament, I know I'm putting my money on though.
Oh, good, yeah. My luck, I'll probably get skunked.
It's just what happens. Like I've been in, I've done a few of these things now, and it's like usually ends up the big fish is like normally you would catch a bigger fish on just a regular day.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But when there's a contest, for some reason, that Murphy's Law kicks in, and it is just not a regular day. Like at any particular point, what did big fish end up being yesterday? Does anybody remember?
It was 7 pounds, but it was on a glizzy, so it was 14, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it was under 20, like in the teens.
Yeah.
And that's like, oh, we got another one. Here we go. And that's, that's the normal in the James River. It's, that's just a fun size fish. And
yeah, well, that spot where I was at, it's you can catch 14, 18, 20-pound blues there, somewhat consistently. But of course, I couldn't catch one.
Yeah. Well, like you said, you were in the 40s into May, and you're in the 40 degrees. We started yesterday out here in Virginia. We started out at about the 70-degree mark, and trying to remember what time it was, because we ended up having traffic due to an accident, and we ended up an hour late almost to the tournament. But somewhere around the 10:30, 11 o'clock hour, just all of a sudden the wind changed direction, and the temperature dropped from like 70 to 50 in like 15 minutes. You could literally feel the temperature drop that quick. It was just
we had that exact scenario the other day. I fished that night. I don't know what night it was, but exact scenario. I went out and I was trying to do a live, and this thunderstorm came, and it went from 71 down to like 54 or something in like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And it monsooned too. And I had this bridge. I was under the bridge, and then I couldn't get reception under the bridge. My live went black, and the same old.
Yeah. But that's almost the excitement of this, and especially doing live streaming and things, because that's not in your control. And it seems like that always, there's always that, just like doing STANday on Sunday mornings. Probably from this year, from January till like April, out of like the 16 or 17 Sundays that had happened this year, like 13 or 14 of them had rain, sleet, snow. There was 2 or 3 that had, the sun was out and this and that, but it was just like every week, bam, bam, bam.
Yeah. You were getting killed for a while there. It was.
Oh yeah, it was just. I'm like, well, thank God I'm on the bank, because if I was doing boat, I mean, we did take the boat out a couple times in the snow and stuff, but Man, it was a brutal year so far. But I love it. That's why we keep doing it. And
Oh yeah.
But we look forward to it. I love watching these on Sunday morning.
well, thank you. Yeah, a lot of people. That's what I get from a lot of people. So that's why I even came on this morning. I'm like, well, if I don't, if we don't have STANday, and I at least, if I did nothing at all, people would be like, oh man, I hope he's all right. I hope.
Yeah, everybody be texting you and stuff.
Hey,
but I figured. Go ahead.
I got another funny story that maybe some people didn't know about. I guess you don't mind, right? If I tell you.
Oh, go ahead.
I guess 2 weeks ago, some people are going. I finally made myself a Facebook, so I'm trying to use that a little bit. Yeah, I got you, Stan, and all.
Yeah, we've talked about this. Yeah,
me and another friend of mine, a YouTube guy that I hooked up with, we became pretty friendly. But we fished a tournament out in Susquehanna River. It was a 12-hour tournament, Saturday night till Sunday morning. Him or I both hadn't fished there too often, so we didn't expect a lot or anything. But anyway, we fished all night, and we wound up catching a couple good fish. So we had a 42-pounder, a 30-pounder, and a 24-pounder, which adds up, in your brain about 96 pounds or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it usually takes more than 100 to win. And we were saying, man, if we got 100 pounds, it don't matter if we're in 10th place. We'll feel respectable and
right
all that. So we had a good night. We caught some good fish. So we talked, and we said at 6:25 we're going to stop fishing no matter what, because we were upriver from the dock. You had to be at the dock by 7 and weigh in. And so anyway, we had a fish on at 6:20, and it was hooked up in a rock, and we were like, we had kind of fantasized about this. What if we get a big one right at 6:20? And but anyway, so we reeled all in, and we went up with the boat and got it untangled from the rock, but it wasn't big enough to help us. But so we pack up and we fly into the scales. And it's Bedlam. There was 63 boats. There's boats all over the place. And so we pull up, you kind of pull up to the bank. It's like a concrete embankment, and you throw your anchor up in the grass, and it's kind of a little bit of a pain, but so we go up to the scales, and you have to wait for a black tub. That's how you weigh your fish. So we finally wait our turn. A black tub comes available, so I grab the tub, I take it back to the boat, and I'm standing up there in front of the boat, and my buddy hands me the first fish. We had them in decoy bags to keep them alive on the side of the boat. Mm-hmm. So he hands me the first fish, and I bring it up to the tote, and they're stuck in the decoy bag, and their fins, they're hard to get out of the decoy bag. So I give the bag a shake like this, and this fish makes a big flop and goes out of the side of the tub and goes right into the river.
Oh man.
Our 30-pound fish goes right in the river. And it's like, I look at my buddy, he starts dying laughing. I'm like, I can't believe you're laughing. I'm like, I'm ready to like commit Harry Carey here. And there was a lady sitting there next to us, and she was going, oh my God, that was a giant. I can't believe that happened. So we only weighed in 2 fish. But it's like you talk about those golden bloopers. I mean, that had to be.
Yeah.
I knew we didn't have enough weight to make the money, but we still wanted to weigh in and get our name up there with a good bag.
Yeah.
I think we would have been 6th or 7th. But it's like, I find ways to mess up, I swear.
I mean, stuff happens. All you can do is laugh. I mean, it's all you can do. Like when I fell in the river a month ago, it just, hey, all you can do is laugh about it.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, like I said, if we would have been in the money and then lost the fish, I don't know what I would have did.
I gotta admit, I did hear a little preview of it, because I'm friends with a couple of people up there that fish the tournaments you do.
Really? Okay.
You already mentioned, you know how Smitties stick together. Well, Stans stick together too. So Susquehanna and I, we talk quite a bit, and he's actually.
He's
invited me to come up there maybe sometime in the future fish with him one of the tournaments. So I would love to do that. We're trying to work it out, but I was like,
Stan,
go ahead.
He's actually the one that I chatted about with my strategy yesterday, and told me he caught some channels, and I was like, he kind of gave me the incentive just to go down there, and I should be able to catch some fish, so.
Him and his wife are awesome, and they catch some. He sends me the pictures of the channels they catch, and and the flatheads. Not taking anything away from the flatheads.
No, right.
But the channels that they catch are just like I'm like, wow. And he's like, yeah, we caught a few channel cats, and it's like 20-pound channel. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yep.
uh, let's see. We had some more people come in. There's my fishing sister from another Mr. Fishing Chick is in the house. I know we had some more people come in. I get talking and I talking and reading, and then I'll start and then I forget that after even as much as I've done this, you still kind of get when you get in a good conversation and talking with friends.
Yep.
You know, you're trying to read and trying to do that, and I still miss a bunch every single time. But what are you gonna do?
I do the same thing when I do my lives. You know, I get to quacking and I kind of forget to read the chat. Then the next day I'll go back there and kind of breeze through it and maybe mark the fish or whatever. And I say, oh, I didn't know he was in there. You know, I didn't say hi to him. I guess everybody.
Yeah, it's until you do it, it's hard. Like, you know, I did my first live last week. And of course, I didn't have a ton of people. I think my peak was 32 people. But even trying to keep up with chat and watch the rods and, you know, just try to talk enough to keep things going, it was hard. It was really hard.
It is hard. It is hard. Yeah, I really enjoy doing the lives, but I swear it takes me off my fishing game some. You know, I feel like maybe I don't move as much as I should, and I'm not watching my polls because I like to watch my polls. I do. But
oh yeah,
that is where I have the benefit of STAN3. You know, he still is concentrating on the fish and stuff, and you know, and I noticed it on days like yesterday where he was out of town, and I had to get everything ready and then load it in the truck and do all this stuff ahead of time. That you know, it's small stuff, but it adds up, especially when it takes me a little bit longer to do those things.
Yep.
You know, he'll have the stuff in the vehicle already, and we get there, and then. But I got to thank. I don't know if he's out there in chat or not, but I took Austin, which is a sub from here. He subbed to the channel, a local guy in the area, and that's how we found the spot. I called him, and that was one of his spots that we went to. Like I said, under a bridge, trying to stay out of the rain a little bit, which it didn't work because the wind was blowing. So, of course, the rain was coming sideways. But it was better than being out in the full rain. But, yeah, you know, you take for granted those when you get used to fishing with somebody like that all the time, kind of take for granted the stuff that they take care of. So it's definitely noticed when.
Well, it'd be nice to have somebody monitor chat. Like the other day, I was watching, you know, Fish Magician. He has had his birthday live, and his wife was monitoring chat and all that stuff. I looked at my wife. I said, "Look, you know, you could do this for me." And she just laughed at me. She's like, "No way." But I mean, it would be nice to have a chat monitor.
Yeah, my wife has actually kind of offered to do that a couple times. She don't like to be out in the sun too much though, so I don't think she'll last. But she might do that. It would actually be very helpful for somebody to just read the iPad while I'm fishing, you know. But
it definitely does. It definitely does help when you're doing the lives because then one focuses on one focuses on the other, and even if they're just reading the comments back and forth to you.
Yeah, because that's what the people like. I mean, that's the key to the lives. You guys like Magician, Chunky. I mean, when they're actually looking at the phone, chatting, and fishing is almost secondary. But that's what the people in the chat like. The interaction, the real interaction. Somebody asks a question and they answer it like almost immediately. That's
right.
I try to.
You do good. And those guys too, like they actually watch the polls in the phone. It's amazing to me. My eyesight just ain't that good.
Yeah.
But
when I'm by myself, I still keep doing this because, like you said, I can't. I don't see them as well in my in the screen.
Okay.
And I keep looking back over, but they are good at it. Like you said, the Magicians and and Chunky, and they just do a great job with the lives with that. And that is important.
It's like all the DC guys, all those guys, DMV, they got it down, man. They got it down.
Yeah. No real loss. They're just starting out, and they're going to be. You know, more people are definitely going to be getting over to them, and.
Yeah. Bex kind of sits there and watches the phone, and Steven fishes, and it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah. Well, I've done what you did, Smitty. I went and got the iPad so I could, look at chat while instead of keep putting my face up to the phone, you know, but you got to learn to have the volume off an iPad because that delay in between the two, it's hard. And so I started out yesterday morning at the tournament. I had my iPad with my earbuds so I could listen to what's going on, but I could still hear the phone going, you know, what's going on, and I hear the delay, and it was too distracting. So I just, you know, put that down and just turned my phone up. I'm like, if I bother people around me, who cares? You know, I was here first.
But that was me yesterday. Like I said, I had the iPad playing. I could hear the iPad, but I couldn't talk because it was like, I mean, it's a big lag, like 10 seconds. It seems like.
Yeah, it was big for me too. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of felt like I didn't participate yesterday in the chat so much, you know. But what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I was off with that yesterday too. Like I said, under the bridge, and a couple of times I had to reset the phone because with StreamYard, I'm sure y'all have experienced this too if you've done it enough. If you start getting notifications and messages and stuff, it will affect your StreamYard.
Yep.
So you'll have to go out and come back in because the volume will just drop down to nothing.
Yep.
So I had to go out and come back in. But Valerie brings up a good point. That's why it's very important to have great moderators. If you have moderators that are with your channel all the time, they can actually answer questions for you that you might miss while you're focusing on fishing. And also, you know, most of us try to keep it as a family show. And, you know, I'm very big on that, even though I've had my hot mic moments. I'm not perfect. That is going to happen occasionally. But for the most part, if somebody comes in that's out of place, your moderators, they just, bam, they get it right back on track and keep it kind of in the guidelines of stuff that you want to talk about. So she is
I like having the moderators that drop links for other people too to help them grow. You know, I kept encouraging my one live. I'm like, drop people's links. You know, they like it. If it helps somebody get a few subs watching my show, then it's a win-win. Then,
we all grow together.
P-City and I have talked about, you know, we've talked about this, and that's one of the things that I really love doing. That's why I do the show on Friday nights. I love bringing like P-City, when you had that great live when you were first going and you came on the show and we talked. And I know it got you a few. It didn't get you a lot, but it got your name out a little more.
Yeah.
This past week, somebody just went, I think Hilljack just went over 200 subs on last week's STANday. Yeah, so in my opinion, the moderators, number one, they're there to keep the person out that's going to cause trouble with the, you know, things you don't want. Also answer questions for you, but yes, to share out the other links and you know, share out the other links, and also maybe share when you go live, to share it out on Facebook, and so more people come in.
Right.
That's you know, so if you see somebody that's just, oh, why ain't I blue? Well, you know, it's more than just getting your name in blue. The moderators technically do have stuff that they're supposed to do. So
Right.
It you know, they are very important in live. If your main thing, if you're trying to do lives, and you know, the moderators do have an important role with that. And here was what we were talking about before. Now I just lost it. I had it there. Fishing Chick says, true. I love it when they answer the 300 questions. She's learned so much from all of us. You know, and that's why a lot of us do this. Is I love helping people, and if I can help one person catch more fish, or like in my case, you know, it's obvious that I don't move very well. So if I can struggle through that, and I can motivate one person to, you know, go outside, or maybe go fishing again where they wouldn't have before, or even if they just to get enjoyment out of watching me fish, you know, that's worth it all.
If you ever make your way in the Midwest, you always got a spot on my pontoon boat.
Oh, well, yes, I can't. That would be awesome. That's the boat that I need to get, because being a bigger person.
Those look like they're fun to fish off of.
Yeah, I got 26 foot, and it's just rock steady. I mean, I love it fishing on that boat. Yeah, it's, you know, the angler quest, they make it for fishing. Not many pontoon boats are really, you know, designed for fishing, but this one is, and that's why I bought it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's Steven switched to his personal account from no real loss. Give you one more like, much respect. Well,
There you
much
go.
respect right back at you. Y'all are doing a great job. Keep doing what you're doing, Steven. That's awesome. Palmetto Cat's in the house. We got John Fisher Frustrations from across the pond. Fisher Frustrations does a great job trying to come into people's
Yes, he does.
live stuff
Yeah.
and shipping over
He's
stickers.
everywhere.
Yep, and shipping over stickers for us over here,
Yep.
which you know, I know it's just lightweight, but that does take up quite a bit, and you know, international mailing isn't as easy, so he does a great job with that.
Regular mailing isn't easy anymore.
All right, tell me about it.
No, it's not.
Skins and Scales is in here. Welcome, welcome. Who else? And then that's another thing. I'll catch it and I'll want to bring something back up, and by the time I get to talk about whatever I saw, I've already lost it. And then you try to go back and
Yeah,
find
it's
it.
hard.
Where you watch already?
I'm on Stan's Sunday show.
You're watching.
My wife just woke up. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Go
Yeah,
on.
She says, "Good morning."
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, but like right there, there's Skins and Scales putting the links out there. You know, I think that's great that we all.
That is great. And you know what's funny? Every once in a while, I check them. And the other day, somebody, I forget who it was, but somebody that I chat with all the time and just assumed that I was subscribed to, I wasn't. I'm like,
Yep.
oh, geez.
Yeah, well, that
It's great.
that's another thing. You may have subbed to them already,
Yes.
and YouTube will take it away for some reason. It's
Perfect.
like
Well, that's
Perfect example. Yesterday, at one point, I had 404 subscribers, and this morning I got 398.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
a lot of people
something
lost
with
them
YouTube
recently. I think they did another purge recently, and then right now the app, the back office app, and then the YouTube page are not in sync. So
Oh,
if I look
really?
at my app, it says I got 780, but if I go to actual YouTube, it shows I got 790. There's a 10 sub difference.
Wow. Yeah.
So and it was at 792. So like getting close to 800. I'm getting excited about that.
Yeah, you are.
But the thing is, when people sub, like you say, they click on the link and they sub the person, really need to go watch some of their content. Because if you don't sit there and
comment.
watch, I heard it's like 3 minutes. If you don't go at least watch at least 3 minutes of the content, then yeah, they will take them away from you. So every time I sub somebody, I make it a point, and if I don't have time to watch the whole video, I'm gonna at least bookmark one, watch at least 3 minutes, so that I'm gonna be basically linked to their thing, as good as I can, and it helps them out. Then
I think when you comment on it too, that also helps out. So
yeah, I
even
always
if
try
it's
to
just
comment
something
too.
dumb, I try to watch some and comment.
Right.
As many as I can.
Yeah.
I can't watch them all, of course.
Because if not, YouTube just assumes it's a sub for sub thing, and then
Right.
they definitely don't like that at all.
They don't get nothing out of it.
That's what they tried to do away with. That's why they're getting strict
Right.
with these, and because there was I had no idea, but there was a lot of channels out there or separate things where they would do it like on Facebook, and then they would do, like you said, the sub for sub thing.
Yeah.
And you would have people that would have nothing to do with fishing at all, never watch the channel, but you've have people at like 1,500 subs just to get monetized or whatever, and
Yep.
yet they've got they only have 3 people watching their channel.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
But there, speaking of what we're talking about, there's the Bullock Experience. If somebody could drop their link out there, he only needs 4 to hit 200. So if we could get him at 200, that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
That's what he do. Is like when people get close to these milestones, that's help them. Like when Mark or Catfish and Crappie, he was the mid 900s, and I started just posting on my personal Facebook page.
Yep.
I'm like, hey, check this guy's stuff out, because I've got 1,000 friends on Facebook that have nothing to do with fishing, but they like to fish. They probably crappie fish, but they're not in the YouTube community. But they would like his stuff, So if I could sit there and get him 20 subs from my group, and somebody else does it, then I mean, really, that kind of started, and within a few days he was at 1,000 because other people were doing the same thing. It's just if we could lift everybody up, it just helps everybody then.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people that, yeah, like you said, they're not diehard fishermen, but they enjoy watching the fishing videos. So
Right.
it's actually a great thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So if
What
you
I
got
try
somebody
to
that's
do
getting
is-
close to something, post it on your personal Facebook page and whatever, and you know, it's going to help them out.
Yeah.
What I tried to
A
do
little while
is
ago, the same thing was with Flatty Daddies. I've been pretty friendly with him, and I've actually
Yeah.
fished with him a couple times. He was at 9 something, and I just every time I went into a chat, hey, everybody, hit this guy up, and he got to 1,000, and now in like no time he's at like 1,500. It's like
Yeah.
it boom, it just goes. It
Exactly.
grows. Yeah.
there you go, Peace. There you go, Peace City. There's Skin and Scales trying to get you those ones that they dropped off your channel. We'll try to get them back for you.
There you go.
Thank you.
The
man.
one and only Peace City Smitty. So
you know what? Yesterday when we did the hot dog thing, you know, I was kind of keeping up with chat then, and Painting Services by Steve is such an amazing guy for our community.
Oh, definitely.
But he gave a $10 thing, and he put something. He said, "P City Smitty is like a young guy in an old guy's body," and you know what? That was
Yeah.
I'm flattered by that he, you know, he thinks that
Yeah.
I'm you know, I'm just an old guy, but I'm trying to have fun, and that's exactly who
Mhm.
I am. And he's an amazing guy for all the catfish people. He really is.
Yeah.
yeah, you
He's always in chats, you know, and you know,
Yep.
doing donations and stuff, and
Yep.
just complimenting so many people. I mean, he just stands out as just a guy I like to meet one of these days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
him and Lee Reed, Uncle Lou.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just great for what they're doing, trying to you know, we can talk about it and do things and try to promote it, and they actually try to give people things that will help them get out there and do the things they need to do
Right.
to get out fishing.
Yep.
And
That's why I can't
you
wait
know,
to the Catfish conference in February. You know, I already looked at. I'm supposed to work that week. I'm taking vacation time because I just know a lot
Good
of
for you.
people, you know, that I've
Oh,
met in this past year just online are going to go, and I'd love to meet these people in person.
I can't wait for CatCon because I am
Yeah.
definitely going next year.
Yeah.
I will definitely be there, and you know, I'll be pretty easy to recognize. So.
Maybe I'll get some fishing. I mean, you know, some shirts made and stuff, some hats, because I've got no merch at all. I've seen these channels with the 100 or 200 subs got merch, and I'm like, I'm getting close to 1,000 here pretty soon. I haven't done anything like that yet. I finally just got a nice logo made, you know, that Kevin made for me.
We got a bunch of people coming in. We're up to 34 people. Feral
Awesome.
TV. He said he can't wait for CatCon. California Angling and Outdoors. Love you all. Thank you. We have Miss Rebecca Mudcramp 0715 is in. Fishing Frustrations, I said. There's Palmetto Cats. Let's see. Fishing with the Chad is still in here talking.
Is he talking some about me still?
No, that kind of dropped off a little bit.
Okay.
That dropped off.
Good.
He kind of let it go.
He forgave you.
I don't know about that far, buddy.
Well, no. Chad knows I love him.
Uh-oh. Guess he's not feeling well. Cold wind beat me to death. Slept for almost 12 hours last night. Woke up with throat swollen and sore and heads pounding. Yeah, that'll get you out there.
Well, it's another crappy day here in New Jersey. So
Well, I hope that Chad gets to feeling better, you know, because with all his misgivings, he's still a pretty nice guy.
Yeah, Chad is awesome, and that was the point I was going to bring up. And yeah, there's so many other ones that you got. The Fishing with the Chad does a lot of stuff out there behind the scenes and talking with people, and Michael Murillo, and even something like Mexicat got me a little mug here, and you know, there's just so many great people that, you know, you can't possibly thank everybody enough, but they that's what makes it so great. I dropped the link out there again to Stan's Fishing. There's the StreamYard link if you want to come up and talk. That's all we're doing here today. Obviously, it's not the water behind me, but I got some really good friends up on here with me, and
The
We're just
Glizzy
talking.
Masters.
That's right. That's right. We got
Yep.
we had no real loss who won the fishing part of the Glizzy Masters, and
Yeah.
we got the Glizzy eating master, PC Smitty over on the end. He just nailed it yesterday.
And
Yeah,
a
I can't
glizzy
fish,
skunk
but I can eat.
master in the house too.
I was starting to get a little nervous about that myself because I had the glizzies out
Yeah.
and nothing. I mean, I had a little bite, and I just think that on mine they were coming off before the fish could. I think just a little. They would come up and do a little peck and just ripping it right off
Yeah.
the hook.
I was surprised that my hot dog stayed on pretty good all day. I quit fishing with them when I went over and switched spots and went after big fish, but they stayed on. They actually stayed on pretty good, and I didn't do nothing to them. Oscar Myers with cheese or what I bought. I didn't know.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, let's see. We got a couple of people jumped up here. We got there's one that a lot of people are familiar with.
Hey,
There we go.
What's going on, fellas?
Oh.
hey.
Can you hear me good?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. Just on my way to work, I want to jump in and say thanks to everybody that has been supporting. We're getting there close. Hopefully, we'll get over that 200 mark here soon. Looking at maybe doing some good giveaways here soon.
So did you get to the 200? I know I saw
think
that.
right before I got on here, I was about 3 away, so I did get 1. So we're almost there.
All right, so book experience. If George or Skins or Rebecca, if anybody could drop bullock experience link in. He only needs 2 or 3 more to hit the 200. That's when you're getting going and you're trying to build that channel and you're like, man, it's going to be a channel, but I don't know if people are. And you hit those little milestones like the 200. It really does get you motivated and wanting you to keep doing more. So,
Yep, for sure.
And,
Yeah.
Right.
Kelly, you had some.
One thing just
Go ahead.
I was going to say one thing, just watch out for this Tuesday night. We've got a special guest on this Tuesday night. He's come out of the woods for a one-time only show. The Missing Link is going to be in chat.
Oh.
So this will be the first time anybody will get a real picture of the Missing Link. So,
well,
if you know who I'm talking about, then
I don't know if we know. But I don't know if we know. You've got suspense building up here now.
And I was already.
I got flashbacks of 1980s wrestling right now.
Yeah, I know. Filling for parts unknown.
Yeah, pretty much. He's been on people's cameras and videos, but nobody's got a real good picture of his face. So, but this Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Eastern time, I have the pleasure of having the Missing Link on my show, live in person, up to his face.
Looking forward to it.
Well, speaking of guests on the show, you've had some. Boom, there you go, Kelly. 201 now.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Sweet.
So I love it.
Appreciate it. That'll help me really push on.
Yep, I love that every week on STANday we seem to get somebody over a certain mark. That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's awesome.
And speaking of guests that you've had, Kelly, you've had some amazing guests on the show for a small channel. I think you started out with Lyle and Patriot James, and you've had you're right up to your most recent one. You've had Epic Catfish on there, which is awesome. Yeah. Right up until your recent one of Dieter Melhorn.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. The guests that you've been having on are just absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had some good ones. Deidre Melhorn, we've had Palmetto on there, Kevin. We've had Haz on there, P City, Smitty. I've had Epic on there. Bob, you came on there for a little bit on one of them, I think.
And
Yeah, it was just when you're just
we was
out
doing
there
a talk
testing
on
your
there.
equipment out and stuff, I jumped in. Yep.
Yeah. But I'll get you back on there. We'll do some
Okay.
talking. Definitely.
And
Hopefully to have Stan and Stan 3 do it one day.
that's right. One day you may see the two Stan on there making an appearance on the awesome
Heck
show.
yeah.
Yep.
But that's just awesome.
I know. I've got a couple more lined up. I know the week after next is the Catterman. I've got him coming on. A lot of you probably don't know who he is, but if you haven't seen him, The Adventures of Catterman is up in the DC area. He's really, really good. He does a lot of stuff with TBA and stuff like that. So I'm going to have him on. Then I've got Mr. James. I got Mr. James.
Yeah, he's
up in Sea City.
He's actually up from my area.
Yeah. I've got him. I've got Patriot James is coming on. I'll have him on after that. And I think we're going to do some work, and I've got to talk to him, but we're going to have No Real Loss on too.
Awesome.
So I'm going to have them on. We're going to have all three of them on, three of them on. So we're going to talk with them. So.
And then we had some more people come in. Catfish Hero, Sean, what's up? Good morning. Got my good friend Tim Scott, Epic Catfish is in the chat out there. Good morning, good morning.
He's got a great new video out.
Speaking of Epic, yes. Speaking of Epic Catfish, if you've not seen it, you need to go see his latest video he just dropped, the Scary River Adventures. It is a butt-puckering ride adventure.
Yeah.
And it ain't the last one. He's got more coming out here soon. But this
there's other ones already
really good.
And there's already other ones out there, but his link is out in the description. Epic Catfish link. He does he's been doing kind of a weekly segment with us on Friday nights on the Bank to Boat. Which unfortunately this past Friday was Creole's last night on Bank to Boat. So I'll still be doing the Friday night show, but Epic was good enough to do almost every week. He was coming on and talking with us almost every week, and just the things that you learn just from having.
I'll never get tired of listening to him speak. I'll never get
Yeah,
tired of listening to him.
Yeah. Stan,
You know,
Stan, I have an idea for you.
sure.
For Bank to Boat, I have an idea for you. Won't you have a special guest host every time you do it?
Well, that's funny you bring that up, because what my plan is for the rest of the summer, we got 38 awesome people. Bottom feeders is up in here. Snags and Drags, welcome, welcome. I try to catch people as they come in, and when we get up to, like I said, 40 people watching now. So if I do miss you when you come in, Donald Ware is here. Good morning, good morning. But what I'm doing for the rest of the summer is I'm trying to have a different person. Anybody that wants to come up, and I've been bringing it up a lot to Bob and P City, the ones that have been that we did the Glizzy Master with. But it's basically open to anybody. Every week I'm going to try to have a new co-host every week, just for people that maybe want to just come up and they want to just find out what it's like to do a panel or to do a live show like this, and or get their name out, where people can kind of put a name to their face.
Yep.
So for the rest of summer, I'm still doing a Friday night show. Come the fall, once the end of the summer comes up, because there's so many things. Palmetto Cats has a lot of the Iron Cats that start on Friday. So I don't, the nights that the Iron Cats are on, I don't want to take away from that and split up the audience and stuff. I want people to go focus on that awesome event for that night. And so that's kind of what the deal is for Friday nights. I'm going to have different people coming up every week. And, you know, some of the weeks it's just going to be like this, where we just do like an open mic. We'll have somebody up as like the co-host, and we'll just talk to people for the Friday night. But that's what the summer is going to be. And then we'll go back to a regular kind of co-host show. Creo might be back by the end of summer. He's starting a new job, and he just doesn't know what the new schedule is going to be.
Yep.
So rather than having to say, "Oh, I can't make it tonight," he decided to step back for a little bit. So that's what we're doing for the summer. That is a great idea.
Yep.
Yep. Like Fishing Chick is going to come up. She did a great job on Palmetto's live knot tying contest, the female knot tying contest that was a couple weeks back. Catfish Heroes. Yeah, let's see some new faces, for God's sake. But yeah, that's you know, that'll be a good chance for her to come up and just because you do get to know people a little bit better when they can actually talk, and you can put a name to their face to their name, and so that
I've got some new ideas. Yeah. And I've got some new ideas for my channel. I've been doing a lot of creek fishing lately, so I'm going to do a lot of live videos from the creek. I've got to try to figure out how to set up my my equipment, so that way we can do some live feeds from the creek.
I won't be able to give you any advice, Kelly.
Oh, I know. Hey, if you see some of my fish that I've picked up, I don't need a lot of help. I've got some nice 15-inch largemouths, some good 12, 13-inch smallmouths. So hey,
I just
I'm
on
good.
the electronics. The you don't want any advice from me on how to do
Oh,
that.
Yeah. Hey, I just know not to get underneath the bridge.
Yeah, the bridges will hurt you.
I just need not to get under the bridge. But I'm gonna get off here. I'm already at work. I'm in the parking lot, so I'm gonna get off and do some Little Debbie. So
there you go.
Props to Little Debbie. So
well, congrats.
All right, guys. Peace out.
See you,
Appreciate
Kelly.
it. Thanks for appreciate the 200. So
Always
we'll see you
glad
on
to help
Tuesday
out.
night.
We'll see you Tuesday.
See ya, Kelly.
Yep. Bye, Kelly.
All right, peace.
Hey, Stan.
Before this YouTube stuff, I always thought I had too much tackle to bring with me and stuff, and now I got all my tackle I normally bring. Now I've got the camera bag, I've got this other bag for electronics, these cords, I got cords everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm like, what have I got myself into?
Hey, just another little funny note with Tim and Sean being in here. He dropped that new video yesterday. Got my notification on my phone while we were messing with the glizzy on the way home. But anyway, as soon as I got home and sat down, put my feet up a little bit, I watched it. And of course, people were running around. I didn't give it 100% attention, but I watched it. I promise you. But there was actually, he dropped a little shout out to Smitty in there. I don't know if anybody else noticed it either. But I left a comment like I try to do after all the videos that I watch, And he said, "Hey, you didn't notice your shout out in there," and I was like, "Oh no." So later I went put my headphones on, and I'm sitting there listening. And I was like, "Damn, there it is."
There it is.
So that's like I say, that's flattering to me. Tim's the greatest, man, and for him to do that in one of his videos is flattering to me. And him and Sean both great people.
I love how he makes you think. Like, he doesn't necessarily give you the answer, but he'll give you the clue to the answer sometimes, and that's more important.
That's his fun.
And to me, that's more important because that makes you think about other situations. So it's we got some more awesome people in here. Mad Catter's been in here, and we got Kevin's Trophy Cat and Bassin is in. 42 awesome people watching us talk. Parker Pursuits, Brian B. Catfish in. What's up, Brian B?
Hey, Brian.
Brian B yesterday. I wish we saw it right at the end. Is when perfect timing. I wish we could have seen him reel it in, but he had it up there. Lost his pole early in the event, and then to catch it right at the end and the fish on it, and he got the fish too. So not only did he get the rod, he got the fish, and just that never happens. But just
Right.
that was just awesome.
Amazing.
I dropped
To do it on live stream is just pretty awesome.
it's epic.
Yeah.
I dropped the link out there again. Mad Catter just dropped Brian B's link out there. Thank you much. So the link's out there. If anybody else wants the StreamYard link, anybody else wants to jump up, you're more than able to. Just click that in, and we'll have you come in and talk for a little bit. We need to petition. We need to petition Webster to put Tim's picture next to the meaning of epic and a link to his last video.
Hey, Matt, I'll be the first one to sign that.
Yeah, every Catfish person, every time you use the word epic, thanks to Tim.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I've actually used that word less now because what I thought might have been epic before, well, it's not really epic anymore.
Really. By Tim's standards.
What's funny is that a lot of people know I'm a pharmacist. That's what I do for a living. There's actually a generic manufacturing company called Epic, and we carry a lot of other brands at Walgreens. And every time I pick a bottle with Epic on it, I think of Tim. All night long, I'm working. I'm thinking of Tim as I'm pouring stuff in these Epic bottles.
That's that got me chuckling there. That's a good one. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, there you go. P City had the best hat for sure. Yep. Glizzy. Yeah, that hat was killer. That was awesome.
Not just the tournament. Look at his lives. I mean, the guy styles them hats. He rocks them great.
Yeah. Well, I'll say it now.
With that, but man, he nails it.
Well,
I'll say it now. And, currently paracord wrapping my big game rods. Of course. Hey, I've learned that if you're doing something like that, the stuff that we do every day, all the time, and think it's just a menial task that we always do, there's people out there that have never done it before but want to. Somebody might have the handle all tore up and chunks out and want to do that same thing. And they will actually type into YouTube how to paracord my rod. So the things that we take for granted, there is a lot of people out there that have never done it before and are looking for that information. So
well here's a good example. Make videos of stuff you don't even think about, like the kayak I got and the fish finder I have, it's not the most common combination. And I had a little trouble getting the transducer mounted. So I made a video just basically for one of the YouTube groups for Old Town, just to show them, thinking a few people would watch it. I may help one or two people. And I think right now my channel is like my third most watched video. It's gotten thousands of views. And I expected it maybe get 30, 40 views for just a specific group of people. Yep. But you just don't know. You don't know what video is going to take off. So, I'd much rather make a video that does nothing, than to not make it and it could have taken off. So do it. Every watch and every minute is going to help your channel out. So if you think you should make a video on it, then make a video. It's just that simple.
Especially the stuff that we do all the time, tying rigs, the knots we do, reeling, putting line on a reel, the stuff that we learned or we were taught as kids, or there's people that have never fished before that are trying to learn that stuff. But you saw the thing out there from Skins and Scales. We were talking about P City. I love the scorecard. And P City, I've told you, as soon as you brought that out, you were wondering, I don't know. I said, no, that is, if there was a way to copyright it or whatever, what have I been calling it? The often imitated, never duplicated, one and only PC Smitty Catfish scorecard. I mean, you're going to have to shrink the name, of course, a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to fit on the box to sell it.
But that idea is just like genius, because it is the first two questions when somebody new comes into
Yep.
How many, and what's the biggest one?
What's the biggest?
Yep.
Yeah. Like I say, when I thought about that and gave it some thought, and like I said, I bought the first one, and it blew in the water that one day, and but then I put the I actually, when I bought my boat new, I told him I didn't want the windshield on there because sometimes I go up some creeks with some bridges, and the windshield I don't really need, but hell, now I done mounted the windshield in my boat after 10 years. I got the letters for it and all that. I mean, I think it's cool. I swear I do. And one of my lives a week or so ago, one of the guys watching it was like, "Hey, you should put a skunk on there, where instead of the zeros." And I don't know if you guys even got to see it yesterday, but I put a skunk on there. So when I start out, there's a skunk on there.
Oh, really? No, I didn't see that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't get, like I said, I was so out of touch yesterday because I couldn't communicate because of the lag with my iPad. But so I didn't really get to go over that. But it was Dan Wyatt as the guy. He was in my live and he suggested it. So like I said, I'm always open for more suggestions. And somebody else also said, "Hey, you need to have a flag on your boat." So I put I got a vinyl flag and put underneath the letters. I don't know if you guys saw that either.
Yep.
But yeah, like I said, I listen, and if it makes sense, we'll do it.
Here's Epic Catfish. Genius is solving a huge problem with a simple solution. Nice job, Smitty.
Yep.
Yeah, and I've said that to you day one, that was I loved it, and every feedback, I've seen feedback all the time from people.
Yeah.
Talk with people about your scorecard. So
Yeah,
genius. That was awesome.
Yeah,
Want to be outdoors.
Come up with that.
Want to be outdoors. That was hilarious, Smitty. The skunk is a good touch. So people did notice it yesterday.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Kevin's Trophy Cat and Bassin is at 147. So it'd be great if we could get him a couple. You had us sweating with that last fish. Because Brian was close. The competition, basically, Lizzie Masters yesterday, it was between Brian and no real loss after a very short period of time. They were just, if it was a fish on, it was going to one of them pretty much. So it was, but they did a great job. Want to be outdoors. I'm always on YouTube remembering how to tie a knot.
Yeah.
Because if my, I forget how to, or don't remember the name. Yeah, that's YouTube, basically you can look up how to do anything on there, and a lot of people that aren't like heavy into the fishing, and that's how they will. Those how-to ones are probably some of your highest watch, some of the highest watch videos. It's crazy. Oh, we got
I love how-to videos. Like the Snell knot that I used actually was the one that Doc Lang uses, and I couldn't find a YouTube video, but he did show it on Catfish Weekly one time. So I actually filmed it with my phone on the TV and saved the file on the phone. So if I ever forget how to do it, I go back and watch it. But I mean, I'd love for him to put that, on YouTube somewhere for everybody to have access to.
YouTube is so amazing. Like, I tell my kid, actually, he's grown up with it. The people think that this is how it's always been. 30 years ago, if you needed to put a water pump in a Mazda RX-7, you just went out to the garage and put it in there. Now you can watch 3 or 4 videos on exactly the same car, how to do this, what bolts you need. This bolt's going to be hard. Do this first. It's like,
or maybe you had to go to the library to get the Chilton book and try to try to do it by the diagram, and
you were smarter than me, because I used to just go out to the garage and start unbolting stuff and then bolt it back in somehow, figure it out. And then
I had an issue one time where my wife's door, the window got stuck in the down position because the motor, whatever's in there, broke. Dealer wanted $500 to fix it. Looked up on YouTube, ordered the parts for I think $68.
Yep.
1 hour worth of work and it was done, brand new.
Yep.
I mean, that's
it gives
saved me
you a little bit of
$400 right there.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of confidence seeing it done. Okay, this is gonna be hard, but if you tie this up first, and if you take the bolt off first, it just gives you a little confidence, and then just go knock it out. It's awesome.
I was trying to get back up. No Real Loss, who, like I said, just ran away with it yesterday between them and Brian B. They had put up there, well, first of all, they put there, we love, love, love the scorecard, P-City.
Well, they had one.
But,
They had one going in their live the other night, like a chalkboard. So that was cool.
Yeah.
There it is. YouTube taught me how to fish from gear to casting to knots.
Yep.
So that just, the stuff that we take as every day, well, everybody knows that. Well, some people don't, and they're trying to get into fishing, and what better way to help them out than to give them the right information on how to do it. We got Fish and Cooking with Mike Chavez has joined the group. 43 awesome people watching. That's amazing. That's awesome.
Are Mike's outnumbering the Smiths yet?
Yeah. Mike's have sort of dropped off a little bit.
It seems like they've done it. Yeah.
It wasn't a.
It seemed
it
like
wasn't,
you used to get them all at the same time, and now they're kind of scattered.
Scattered, yeah.
Well, as my cousin, starts building the Fishing with Michelob. His real name is Mike, but the Michelob was just a, nickname my dad gave him when he was little. So, but yeah, he's a Mike, and hopefully he'll start getting into some of these lives and stuff with me, and build his channel up.
I saw.
So we'll get another Mike in the mix.
When we were doing the hot dog thing, I saw that he noticed my my technique and he picked up on it. So yeah. I didn't know that.
I wish I would have seen it.
See, I watched on YouTube how to eat hot dogs fast.
Yeah, there you go. It helped.
Hey, there she is. There's Miss Catfish and Katie Collins.
Hey, Katie.
Always glad to see her around. Just always smiling. Always great to see her. Just makes your day better. J-Dog. What's up, J-Dog? J-Dog. In the house. Phone dead, done typing. Catfish Heroes is watching on the TV. There you go. Rebecca put Michelob's dirt fishing. And for those that don't know, Michelob's dirt fishing. Fins and fines, part of you got the fins, which we all know is the fishing, but the fines, for those that don't know, is a lot of the videos that he has on his channel. Awesome videos about metal detecting and finding old relics and things like that. So another name for that is dirt fishing. I believe that's correct, right?
Yeah. So now he's got two channels. That one there is his metal detecting channel, but then he does have one called Fishing with Michelob, and that's going to be his fishing channel. And he has like a little teaser, little video he made so far, but really no content up. But I mean, if anybody wants to subscribe to him and get it going, and this way when he does get his first video dropped, everybody get notified then.
And there it is. Fish with Michelob.
Fish with Michelob. That's it. Yep.
Great job, Rebecca. Yeah, we were talking about moderators before. Rebecca is awesome at that. We were just talking about it, and bam, there the link is. So that truly helps out. When you're doing lives.
Seemed like for the longest time, Mike Turner was the link master. I called him the link master, but now we've had other people really step up. Becca's one of them. Yeah. She's on it, man. She's good.
Oh, she's awesome. I've got something coming up. Stan knows about it. Something I'm trying to do in September, and I need to hit Beck up and see if she wants to be one of the master moderators for that event.
Yeah, that's gonna be an awesome event. I know details aren't nailed down yet, but if you wanna, Bob, if you wanna give just a basic shout out for something for them to look forward to, go ahead.
Well, basically, I do kind of like the Glizzy Masters. I'm gonna have 8 contestants in there, and what we're gonna do is basically not such a point, but the 8 fishermen, fisherwomen, whoever's gonna be in it, will be fishing catfish, and based on the weights they catch, money will be donated to Make-A-Wish Foundation. The term's going to be called Fish-A-Wish. And just how we've been doing it with a lot of stuff where people in chat will win prizes, anglers win some prizes. But the main thing is we're going to try to raise money for Make-A-Wish. So based on what the fish caught, that'll be donated by some donors I've got lined up. Then I'm also hoping people in chat will also be donating. We'll have links directly to the Make-A-Wish Foundation link that we set up for an account, so they could click on that and donate directly to that. And if we could sit there and help people's channel grow, help people in chat, give prizes away, and raise several $1,000s, if not more, to make a wish. It's going to be just a win-win situation for everybody. So right now, tentative date is going to be September 18th, and we're still working on all the details, but I think it's going to be a fun event to do.
It's definitely going to be a lot of fun.
So, as I get everything all more lined up and stuff, I'll put more official announcements out. But
yes, and you can definitely keep checking out my channel here, Two Stands Fishing. I'll have I'll definitely be posting out information about that and sharing information, and I'm sure we'll have Bob back on as it gets closer to that, so we can really get as big of a turnout. Because Make-A-Wish, what better what better thing? I mean, just a day. Who knows what that does for somebody in that situation where
exactly,
just to not think about things. Totally.
So
awesome.
the bigger turnout we can have, I think the more money we're going to raise, and of course the better fishermen we have in there going to do it. But if not, it just, I mean, whether we raise $1 or $10,000, I'm going to be happy with anything, just to help, knowing that we can help somebody, in any situation like that. So, I'm just going to hopefully, get a good turnout. I'll be probably targeting some of the larger channels because I know they could draw more people into chat. It just, good thing is that at this point, like, I'm not monetized because I don't want people doing these super chats at all. I want all the money donated, without YouTube taking their cut. Yeah. So we'll be posting the link that, again, we've already set up an account with Make-A-Wish. So if somebody clicks that link, the money goes directly to them. And that's going to be, posted on a regular basis, throughout the 5-hour tournament.
Definitely. Totally awesome.
I've been watching other people doing these other tournaments like that where, people just love because they're winning prizes in chat. The fisherman wins. And like I said, just going to be just another layer added to it with the fundraising, basically.
Yeah, well, we did that. Catfish Regulators he comes down. He's from North Carolina. He comes up to LG Bass and 1-ton area, Lake Kerr and Lake Gaston, and so he had been talking a while doing because he fished at like 7 o'clock at night, fished the whole overnight to like 7 in the morning. So we ended up doing that tournament a couple weeks ago, kind of like on a last minute thing without really. He had been talking about doing it, and it's one of those things where, okay, we're just going to have to do it because trying to get this and who works for that. And so with no plan at all, and it ended up getting like, I hosted it that night and there were 7 people fishing, I think. And it got over 1,200 views.
Yeah,
we had
awesome.
60 something people watching overnight, 7 in the morning, 7 at night, 7. And there's, 3 in the morning and there's 60 some people watching the fishing. So it's it's just totally awesome. Minda Harris is in the house. Yeah, Minda Harris. It was I did the Glizzy Masters yesterday, and it was not the best of weather.
No.
And the same weather here, and my body was just not matching my my mind wanted to go, but the body wasn't moving, so I did the next best thing. I came on here and talked with my friends. So, and it's been a great morning. I've had a great time doing this so far. If you can't fish, at least talk about it.
Right? Yeah. But going back to that event, the Fish Wish, that was, again, the thing yesterday. A lot of people saw Opinion Nation USA, in the chat, and that was kind of that's mine and my cousin Mike's other cousin Mike, and so that was kind of his idea he came up with, and asked me if some of that would work. I'm like, heck yeah, that'll work. So him, Fish with Michelob, and me are going to be basically running that event.
Awesome. Want to be outdoors said if we can raise money to watch people eat weird stuff, I think we're talking about the chunky with the worms and that one. We we should break the data bank with Make-A-Wish. That's
Right.
for sure. And we had brought up Memorial Day, and Memorial Day, it's more than just the veterans. That's Veterans Day.
Right.
I'll try to make it through it. I get emotional about that. It means a lot to me, but
Yeah.
like I fished in a tournament with Chris from Catfish Clothing, and it was a veterans tournament, and I was invited, Stan3 and I, as his guest, and Fallen Outdoors was the veterans organization that it was for. They bring veterans out fishing or hunting or just out into the field that can't get out there anymore. But for those that don't really know, Memorial Day is for the ones that gave everything.
Right. The ultimate sacrifice for us.
Ultimate. Yep. We wouldn't be here this morning doing what we're doing if it wasn't for them.
So tomorrow you want to take a moment of silence.
Yeah.
I knew I would get
It's okay. I mean,
It is okay.
it just shows how much you appreciate it, Stan, you know?
It's more than just a long weekend.
Right.
Okay. I got that out. But yeah, that's yep. Yeah, Matt's there's
Yeah.
and in this community there's a bunch of us veterans in here.
Yeah.
There's one, there's another one. I can go up and down through the chat and
Thank you all.
Thank you. Yeah.
okay. I got it back. We got Elston join us, Chunky Gats Fishing.
Hey, Chunky.
Everybody loves Chunky. I make reference to him all the time in my lives. He's in a lot of my lives too, and I really appreciate that. But it's so much fun. What a great guy! What a great guy!
I still remember our first live that we did. And it was during the day, so I'm take the glowing rods and all that out of it because that's part of his
Yeah.
that's part of his
Bling.
thing. But
Oh yeah.
his first live, my first live, he actually came on there and was talking, and it's like, holy crap, Elston's in here. This is great,
Yeah.
Chunky. And he's like, you gotta make sure all the poles are in. You're doing a great job of this. This is, just that little bit of on your first. That was just like, oh, this is awesome.
He showed up in my first live, and I tried to act cool. I didn't want to act like I was just this little junior high girl all excited about a boy or something like that. It just, but it was just to see him pop up in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a big
humbling.
excitement level that went up inside of me.
Yeah, it's humbling. Yeah.
Well, it's and I can say the same thing about a lot of them. Fish and Cooking with Mike Chavez. He was the first when we moved down here to Virginia. I'm trying to look up, James River and stuff. And really, he was the first on YouTube that I had really watched because he fishes the James River, and his channel was mostly focused on catching the catfish in the James River. And now to have his number in my phone and talk to him, it's like, oh my God, I can't believe this. But yeah, he was the first YouTuber that I actually even started watching with catfish. And so it's, and they're just, like I said, just amazing people. Everybody's willing to share things and help everybody out. It's just awesome.
Well, I was talking to, Michelob about our event we got going on. I said, I would love to get Haz, Chunky, and the Fish Magician, all as anglers in the, the Fish Wish tournament. even though they'd be competing against each other, but if we get them all fishing together at the same time and they're all feeding off each other, that energy they would bring, I mean, that would be great. I mean, I would just pure entertainment right there. So, like, I do want to talk to all three of those gentlemen about, being in that event, but I'd just love to see them fish together, you know, just like when Chunky and Hess did that one event together. They were sitting there.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people talked about that? I mean, that almost could have went viral right there.
It was like a comedy show.
It was awesome. I mean, I truly love that part of that event there, and I like to see something like that, in the Fish Wish tournament.
Yeah. And also the way Kevin's guys, like they were kind of provoking each other, chatting.
Yeah.
It was a great thing. It was a great event. It really was.
Right. But if you could, all those moments in between, the fishing, if you could make it, pure entertainment, what those guys can do, that's what draws a crowd. And the bigger crowd I could draw for, the more money we're going to raise. Besides, the fish that are caught. So that's what I'm, hoping those gentlemen would see the value of what we're doing when I talk to them, and maybe jump on board.
Yeah, I'm sure that you're going to have no issues. I'm sure you're going to have no issues filling that up with awesome fishermen.
Yeah.
And I don't see any issue with that. That's such a great cause and great organization.
Yeah.
There's my partner from yesterday, Austin DRVA. Want to thank him for all the help yesterday. He did a lot of
channel? Does he have a channel?
He's starting one up. If you have a channel, do you have a channel with videos yet, Austin? But we'll definitely start. He's definitely said he wanted to get into that.
Yeah.
There's J-Dog. I want to fish with Stan on STANday. Hey, stranger things have happened. That would be awesome. I will fish. I love, some of my best memories are fishing with, let me rewind that because I wasn't talking about J-Dog. That'd be great. I'd love to fish. I love fishing with new people, and I've had the pleasure of fishing with LG Bass and Aaron from Catfish Regulators and Art and Josh from One Ton, and you go and you meet the new people, and it's really awesome. And also, I like fishing with people that haven't really got out there before, and you can get somebody on their first fish, or they fished for a while. And Stan3 and I went. I think it was earlier this year, maybe the end of last year. It was wintertime anyhow. And we ended up going. I went in one boat, and Stan3 went in the other boat. And both boats, the people that we went with, they both caught their PBs that night. And actually,
awesome.
Broke it twice. So, to bring them on the river that they fished before but haven't been able to get, and we both put them on their PBs. That was just, that's awesome. Awesome.
Definitely awesome.
I love that, and I love fishing with everybody. So,
Heck yeah,
almost, if not more excited. Yeah, I'm to the age now where I get more enjoyment out of watching somebody else catch a big fish and just being a little part of it. I just love that part, and then to see that fish. I don't. If you want to take some fish home and eat, that's totally up to you. But to take that big fish and just actually let that thing go back in the water, and you see it give that splash and splash water up on, to see that go swim back away, like that's just that feeling is like none other. It's just amazing to know that, okay, I handled that fish properly, and there's a great chance that fish is gonna just go back to its normal life, and it's still gonna keep growing, and that to me is just a totally. And then especially if somebody else caught it on top of it, it's just, there's nothing better than that.
Yeah, I say it all the time when I take somebody fishing on my boat. I really, truly hope you catch all the fish, the biggest fish, You know, I'm the captain, and I get just as much pleasure out of it as they do.
Right.
Me, I guess, but you know, to see them light up with a big fish is awesome. Awesome.
All right, Katie. Hope you enjoyed church. Thank you for stopping in here this morning. Thank you. Ernie Brown, you are a hero. Thank you from the disabled vets. Yes, I wasn't.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can see I got a little emotional there. So if I did forget anybody's name out there, like I said, you can't love y'all enough. Thank you so much. And yeah, if y'all please try to remember tomorrow. Just take a moment of silence somewhere.
Yep.
And that means a lot. Get some of our first fish. Fins and Fowl is he started doing lives a couple of weeks ago. I think he's up to 48 now. So anybody that picks him up, that'll be greatly appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
Try to go back because I know I started missing some there. Has Life, trying to get all of us together soon. TFM, Chunky, and Has.
What's up, Has? Great job yesterday, man.
Well, September 18th would be a great day to get y'all three together. I'll talk to you about it, Has.
49. All right, Brian B just hooks at his page, so he's almost at 50.
Oh, he'll get there. He'll get there.
Well, thank you, Has. Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna try, but yeah, when I get up and if I know I have a hard time just walking to the boys' room. Most times I'll try to push it, but Stan 3 out of town today, so I decided I'm not gonna try to do it today. But this worked out great. I've had a great morning so far.
Man, I tell you what. Yesterday, it was cold.
Yeah.
And then I sat up on the side of the road there for I guess an hour, and I was cold. When I got home, I jumped in the shower and let that hot water run on me for probably 20 minutes. My feet were frozen. I was just cold, but just one of them days, damp and cold, and when your feet get wet, I should have wore boots. I never wear enough clothes, and my feet got wet right off the bat.
Yeah, it was cold here in St. Louis, and then I went up, afterwards, took a shower, felt better, and then once we left the hotel again, blue skies, temperature raised probably about 20 degrees from the tournament.
Yeah.
And I said, well, I was going to check out my Plan B spot, which is close to the soccer fields here, and there was just people everywhere. I'm glad I didn't go there. That would have been able to fish.
I remember seeing your Plan A and Plan B on Facebook. I think I commented on it, but on my way home, I crossed the Delaware Memorial Bridge, which goes over the Delaware River, which is where I wanted to fish. Yeah. And there was whitecaps on there, so my Plan A spot was not fishable.
Right.
At least I did get to fish.
Right.
And more importantly than that, you got to come back and whoop my bananas on that hot dog eating contest. You just flew through that. That was awesome.
Thanks, Mike Chavez.
Yes, that was it was a great day.
It was.
Boy. Yeah, Austin thought I was doing good, and like I said, I finished that. I was on 5. I finished 5, and I looked, and I still saw your whole plate. I'm like, oh, I got this. This is cake now.
I heard Had say that you were on 5, and I had all my hot dogs eaten, and I was on the rolls. I'm like, oh, I'm way ahead. I said, because it's not going to take me long to eat these rolls. And once I started,
all I see is I'm thinking they're all hot dog and bun. I didn't see you doing that. And then all of a sudden, I see the buns gone. I'm like,
yeah, I ate all the hot dogs first.
Did he knock some? Did he just do the where did they go?
Yeah, when he said you were only on 5, I said, oh, I'm gold. I'm gold. I got this.
I wasn't even really watching it all, and I heard Has say he's on 5. I'm like, I'm on 5 too. I'm like, okay, it's come down to me and Stan. If I can just outlast him, get that last bite in quicker, I got this. and then they're like, it's over. What? How's it over?
I should have tried to zoom my camera a little closer. Maybe I pointed it down so you could see my plate, but you couldn't see it that good. Me and the wife and my son watched it last night. It was funny.
He said, it was perfect. It was, no, you just did that perfectly.
Yeah.
I got Ernie's message.
Well, I did just a little bit of research on that, and wetting the buns was the key. I promise you. And
If I'm ever in a contest again, I'm taking your advice there.
Yeah, it'll be too hard now. I took advantage of you guys one time.
Fool me once, right?
Yep, only once. I know you're gonna be smarter next time.
All right, everybody's gonna laugh about this, but after I got home, I reheated my house. I finished them. I was hungry.
Mine are still in the cooler in the back of the truck right now.
I had hot dogs left from bait, and I gave them to my dog. And well, of course, I ate all 8 of mine.
Yeah, and the T-buns. People are calling them T-buns now. So
yeah,
that'll probably be a thing out there now.
Yeah,
T-bun, hot dog T-buns. Trish says that was amazing yesterday. Hand clap, had to watch later because I was at the lake. Well, I appreciate you watching, Trish. She's another one that's in the live showing a bunch of support.
Yes,
It's just everybody's great, and I put the link up there again. We have a bunch of.
I'll be able to jump off if more people want to jump in.
Yeah, I'm sure they're tired of looking at my mug too.
Let's see.
It's fun. I think I said, I'll just come in for 5 minutes and say hi, and here we are 2 hours later.
That never works out. Yeah,
this was.
But if not, I'd be sitting in the car for 2 hours while she's coaching right here, doing nothing or watching YouTube. But it's much more fun interacting with y'all.
Oh yeah, heck yeah.
This was my partner from yesterday, Austin.
Hey, Austin.
What's up,
Hey, how y'all doing, man? What's up?
We were. It was definitely a great spot. I think we just got caught up in that cold front coming through as we were fishing.
Yeah.
Because we weren't getting any glizzy hit. But then Austin caught some bluegills, and once he put that out there for cut bait, there was a couple of times there when we first did that, we were doubled up, right, Austin?
Oh yeah, for sure. You missed the biggest fish, man. We would have got that all day. I can't believe that.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. That sucker was on the medium heavy. I think it was on my the Muddy River flathead rod, or it might have even been the other one, but it was doubled over, and it was probably close to 30, right around that range, and I had it on for about 30 seconds, and poof, it was.
That's frustrating, ain't it?
It was gone, and like I said, when we switched over to the cut bait, we were getting bumped. We were doubled up a couple of times, and then all of a sudden it just when you could feel that temperature shift change, and you could feel the degrees just drop, and then like after that it was a little bitty peck here and there, but nothing after that. Central Valley is out there now. Welcome, welcome. We still got 45 awesome people watching. Hilljack came in. Yeah, Haslife said your rod was doubled over. That was definitely big fish. Yeah, that would have definitely. I was all excited when it was like that, and then you feel the rod come up, your heart just like it's like it just drops right at you, and you're like, oh. And then you try, then you're on live, so then you try to remember not to, to keep it family friendly.
Yeah. I have a hard time with that sometimes too.
I think that's just part of fishing that used to being out there, because you're fishing, you're out there away from everybody, so you really don't, you don't think of having to watch language or this or that, or because you're just not by anybody. But then when you're live, it's a whole different thing. So
yeah, it's funny. The guys I work with, a couple of them have actually, started following me and going in my lives and stuff. They're like, who is that guy on your live? He goes, that's not you. That is not you. You're so polite and pleasant.
That's funny.
And then we got I said Hilljack was out there. He's another one. We all know Hilljack, and I'm sure Hilljack, I know you've been in a bunch of our prayers, and it looks like the recovery is going well.
Yep.
And he's another one that's like me that
He did good yesterday in his tournament.
What's that?
So he did good yesterday in his tournament.
That's right. I saw that about. I didn't even know about the 3+1. But Hilljack is another one that may not necessarily always take doctor's orders. He went out and did some lives recently, and you know, it's tough. It's tough when you've had that. You know, that's your life, and then all of a sudden there's something that, you know, something that changed in it, and you gotta like get permission to go fishing. It's hard to admit that sometimes. So,
Right.
Yep.
but it worked out okay for him. So I hope he just keeps. I hope he's mending up well, and he's looking really good. So I hope that continues for him. We're all praying for that. Fishing with Big Mike is in the house. Michael Murillo, Brian B. That was such an awesome ending when you caught your lost rod and the fish. Yeah, that was just amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't believe the fish was still on there. That was awesome.
Yeah. And again, we were talking about the great moderators. Fishing Frustration does a great job out there.
Yep.
You know, you don't want to forget anybody, because Laura does it out there. Skins and Scales does it. There's a bunch of people dropping the links and doing that now. When I first started, Chad was the one fishing with the Chad, THA Chad. He was the link master, and he was, you know, so I kind of learned from him, and then Mike Turner came in, and then, you know, now it's point where there's a bunch of people every time. But
well, it's nice when it gets spread around too, instead of, you know, relying on having one person doing all that work. Because I know when you're trying to look up the links and then post them, you're missing stuff in chat, and if you had multiple people doing it, it just smooths, you know, goes smoother.
Yeah, I try to jump on there and do it sometimes, and after you do 8, 10, 12 of them, it's like I'm just wanting to watch the chat now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Stan.
So there we go. Austin, how you doing?
Doing good, man. I'm thinking about going fishing, honestly. I know it's as dumb as it sounds, but I'm not, like, you know, time pressed and trying to catch tiny fish or giant fish. I might just go catch some striper, man.
There you go. Yeah, there's definitely some there. If we can catch them on that little bitty piece of tiny chicken, I'm sure you'll get some there.
That's definitely. Yeah, that's been my problem lately. I can't even catch a catfish. It's all striper.
Yeah,
That's a good problem.
Yeah, I love striper fishing.
Right.
Me too. They're my favorite
spot.
fish,
It gets old though. When you want to target catfish, you're like, I'm going catfishing today. You're sure you're gonna catch catfish, and you go home with 15 striper. You don't go home with 15 striper, but that's all you caught. 15 striper. You're like, man. All right, cool. I'll switch over to chicken. You're catching them on chicken too. That's just not fair, man. You know what I mean?
Can you tell that Austin was fish with me? He's talking about targeting fish.
Yeah.
Hey, I do target fish. Honestly, I think it's a thing, man. If I want to catch flathead, I go up the James. If I want to catch big blues, I stay down where I'm at.
Yep.
Well, right now I can't catch anything. My last 2 fishing trips were both fishing live, and both, you know, got skunked both times. So I need to turn the cameras off and go catch me some fish.
Go regroup without the camera.
Yeah.
And then you'll probably catch 100.
Right.
Oh, that's the way that always goes. If you don't, you know, you'll go there and you'll hit a bunch of fish real quick. So you're like, oh, I gotta go live. You turn the camera on and cricket. You're like, wait a minute.
Bite shuts off.
Yeah, I wish I was live when I caught my PB, you know, a few weeks ago, but the part of the river we're at there is not a good signal. And then the guy I fish with, I don't think he even cares about me really filming, but I don't think he'd like me going live and doing stuff, and so it's more of just fun when me and him go out. And I'm on his boat and stuff, and I don't want to sit there and, be paying attention to chat and all that stuff, ignoring him on his boat.
And that's the thing with somebody that doesn't go live or even film videos. I know Austin yesterday was a couple times. We were under the bridge, so it was really noisy. So I kept I would mute it in between so that, it wasn't on the whole stream. And I know there was a couple times he was like, "Is that muted?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, hey, and he's hard. He doesn't hear good. So I'm like, hey, I'm muted. And then I accidentally cussed, and I was like, "Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. I hope this doesn't get like whatever's going on. I'm sorry. Why isn't it muted?" Y'all missed the highlight yesterday, though. Most honestly, like completely missed the highlight. I heard, and I was like, "Whoa, what was that?" Turned around, Stan was on the ground, all muddy. I was like, "Oh, are you all right?" You missed the highlight, man.
Oh man.
He definitely slid right down and there's nothing you can do. I put my foot down and it just started going. So,
but it happens so fast you can't stop it. Once it starts,
ride it out.
I would have been worse if I had tried to.
That's right. Just ride it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, you try to stop and you wind up hurting your arm too or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I heard it, but I didn't see it, and I mean, he was 5 foot behind me, and he did not want to help up either. So I guess it was fine.
Hey, that's the
male pride.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. To a fault. Definitely.
It was most definitely a challenge yesterday. I'll tell you that.
My fall in the river. I wish I had that on film better, but I was in front of the GoPro that was filming the back of the boat. And so, got a little bit on the chest cam. That's it. But I would love to have had that whole thing on film, because that'd have just been, that'd have been on, the blooper reel right there, maybe, I could have wanted Whiskers Award for that.
Well, it was like
I think Stan would have won yesterday.
Because I was muddy, then like I said, ride it out, and it was just the mud. I was mud the whole thing. I had to go. I was scraping the mud off. There was so much of it. It was just
like insult to injury with the mud.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we got speaking of glizzies, we got fishing Mid-South. Let me pop the link back up. He was in the fishing the glizzy yesterday, and he ended up catching a few of them.
And I'll never underestimate you again, P City. I will not do that. I'm looking at Stan, and I'm like, all right. I'm looking at Darla because Darla's like, and chewing. I wasn't even paying attention to you, what you were doing. I was like, man, he's had 3. You're on number 5. You're good. And I was like, you did not let this little tiny skinny man just beat you in a hot dog eating contest. This is not okay.
You must not have been looking at me. I'm not no little tiny skinny man.
Well, compared to me, you're a skinny guy.
I'm bigger than I look on the camera too, so that
Yeah, maybe. Well, you might have seen my chicken legs. All my guys in my lives laugh at my chicken legs. So, but yeah, I got chicken legs and I got a pig body.
Oh Lord, I'm at the gym.
Hilljack catfishing, freaking hot dogs.
That's what I said at the end of the tournament. I'm throwing them all in the lake there. Like, these hot dogs, I'm never using these again. I'm done with them.
You know what? You throw it out there, and then it's like they all come in.
I was waiting for that to happen. I'm like, oh man, I know. Yeah, well, I'm sure they'll still come up in the future, and I'll use them again for whatever reason. But at the end of yesterday, I didn't want to ever see them again.
just from watching you guys, I didn't want to eat one at all. He had a couple left over, and I was like, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were waiting for Judy and Darla. That was funny. They were struggling getting their signal.
Yeah. But I'd do it all over again. I would.
Oh yeah.
Just a different body of water.
It was that, yeah. At least in your own state, right?
Hey, I know Has kept saying that, but I am still in my state. I'm still in Missouri because I live in Springfield, Missouri. But St. Louis is way different than Springfield. It's like I feel like I'm in a different country at sometimes. So it's plenty different.
It is
Yeah,
funny how. Go ahead.
I was about to say I was definitely stumped yesterday, but like you said, that pressure, we got like a 16-degree drop within an hour or two. I mean, it was horrible. All of a sudden we looked at each other like, "Whoo, it's cold." It was 70 degrees when we got there. It was 57 when we looked. Like, what in the world?
Yeah, I didn't have that luxury. It was 48 when I dropped my boat in the water, and I'm just shaking my head. It was raining, 48.
Oh. I commend you, man. It was definitely a joy watching, too. I went back and watched the whole thing last night.
Yeah, cool.
That was awesome. Hey, guys, my wife's game just got over. I'm going to help her with her camera equipment and get all that stuff down and jump off here. But, Stan, thanks for letting me on. Good chat with everybody. And if I could get back
definitely.
in, chat here in a little bit when things settle down, I will. But y'all have a great Sunday. And I said, again, like Stan said, tomorrow, remember what it's all about. Love y'all.
Yes.
Bye.
All right. Thanks for coming in,
Later,
Bob.
man.
See you, Bob.
Yeah, that was Bob. Does a great job. So that was Fins and Finds. So y'all check his channel out. Like I said, not only does he do the fishing, but the finds. I love that.
Yeah, me too.
I have the cheaper metal detector, and we've done the thing and found everything from bottle caps to coins and this and that. But still hoping for that big find. But what he was saying, I think the other night when he was on Panfish Nation, that if you're into that, even as a part-time hobby, it's best to get better equipment because definitely, and you don't gotta break the bank. Buy a used good one for a few $100s, and but I've had fun just with the regular. It was under $100. I can't remember where I got it, and we've had fun with that. But yeah, definitely.
It's like everything with that, the more, more serious you get, the more you got to spend, and then it gets easier, but you have to decide whether you want to make that initial investment or not. But yeah, I actually have been watching some of his videos where they find stuff. Like I used to collect coins when I was a kid. So when he finds a coin, I always think that's cool, But,
Yeah.
That's interesting. Those guys, there was a TV show on for a while where those guys used to go do that. And, I got to watching that. It's pretty cool. It's very interesting.
Yeah, and when they found something, I can't remember the phrase they used, but they'd call over to the other one that they they found something. That was it was whatever the coin was, the phrase was, and then the other one get all excited and come running over.
That's the show.
Yeah.
I used
That
to
was
watch
awesome.
it,
My buddy actually does that metal detecting thing a lot. His metal detector, I think, was like $3,000.
Wow.
And he's made his money back already.
Probably.
One of his first finds was a button from the Civil War, and I think he got like $7,000 for it.
Oh.
And that was not from a collector or anything. That was just from a pawn shop or somewhere he took it.
Wow.
So I don't know. I might try to get into that, but what's really making me mad today is the weather and this. It's just right there, and it's so cold. Nobody wants to get in. You know what I mean?
Got the pool there and can't go in.
I can, but what's the point? It's freezing.
That's right, Ernie.
Nobody
I didn't
is.
fall. That was my new casting technique that I tried. Just once. I only tried that one once.
You should have jumped up and said, I meant to do that.
Yeah.
No,
Of course, that's the attitude you gotta have. Austin was like trying to give me. I'm like, nah, I got it. So I meant to
yeah,
do it like that.
nah, man, I was tempted to like grab the camera and turn it around like, no, but I was like, nah, let me not do that.
It was like a couple weeks ago when we were fishing. Dan from Grn Mchn came on STANday, and the week before that he had flipped his kayak, and with spawn happening and stuff in the James, he was just kind of, all right, let's just get away from the kayak, get away from the river for a week, and we took his boat out on Lake Chesden, which has it's got channels, and it's known for its bass and crappie and things like that. And we ended up doing some jugging for channel cats. But anyways, just to get out and relax and have kind of like a fun day of fishing. And then he ends up going out of the boat then. So
I'll tell you something about Lake Chesden, man, that I went and watched that video also. That drone view y'all got of the bottom of the dam and the water spilling over and whatnot.
yeah,
That's one of my favorite spots, man. There's a lot of walleye there. There's a lot of big pike. Yes, sir. My mom lived there she just moved about, I don't know, 6 months ago, but she lived there for about 14 years right there on the water. So that was like my favorite spot. So
that's awesome. Yeah, Dan's got the drone. He's going to help us get some drone footage and stuff together. So, the intro to the videos, I still don't have that at all. It's just
Me either, Stan. I gotta get something like that put together too. I've just been dragging my feet here lately. I don't know why. It's so hard.
It's good if you have somebody that does that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Help get it. Like his is awesome. It's got different footages and different that.
Yeah.
I just that's beyond me for right now still. But that's the next I never even thought this was gonna be a channel. I just thought I was gonna go out fishing with my son and my granddaughters, and it'd be a place to put some videos. And
yeah.
I might have some friends watch it. Some friends might check in there every now and then. But I never thought that we'd be sitting here at, 7 months later, we're sitting at 850 people, and just unbelievable.
Yep.
Hey, back to the drone though, man. Forget the drone for the footage. Have you seen the drones that like you can send out with your bait? It has this little clip on it, and you send it out with your bait, and it drops it in the middle of the water. That's awesome, man.
Guys are using them out in the ocean too.
Oh yeah.
Yep, carrying the bait out and dropping it, looking for fish.
I would like to pick one of those up.
Pretty soon, Amazon will be dropping off packages at your house with them. You watch.
So that's what they're saying.
I don't know. I don't know if I trust it or not. I have the 12 gauge next to me, so.
Okay, I had put the link out there again. If Bex, I think you're in here now, or anybody else, the link is out there. If anybody wants to jump up, we're just sitting here talking about fishing and the Glizzy Masters yesterday and Memorial Day and whatever comes up. But if you can't go fishing, the next best thing is talking with friends about fishing. So
That's right.
Hey, just by the way, Stan, you can always go fishing. I'm always right here. Just saying.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that was. I really do appreciate the help yesterday, Austin. That was great because he did a lot of it first. He was like, "Do you mind if I'm like, no, go ahead. You want to change that? No, go ahead, go do it. That's great."
All right, so I've been in like bass tournaments, and it's so much different than catfish tournaments to me. But I feel like I'm way more time pressed because that bait can sit there for 4 hours and not get hit. And then, like I was telling them, what if we get hit at 201 by a 70 pounder? You know what I mean? Like, this is gonna suck.
Yeah.
And you can't really, you're not on the boat, you're not really moving and just casting baits out. That's why I was like, hey, man, like every 20 minutes, do you mind if I go over there and change this bait out, cast it this way, try that channel? There was 3 channels where we were at. So I was trying to hit each channel, and we found the hot spot for a second, And then, like I said, when that temperature dropped, everything was just like, I'm not biting anything, just like close their mouths.
Yep.
Well, that's kind of like what we were talking about earlier, Peace City. We're having, you're watching the chat and somebody else is doing some of the fishing stuff and focusing on that. That's kind of how that works out. And then speaking of our friends across the pond, let's add somebody here making his STANday fishing debut. John, how you doing? Fishing frustrations. Great to have you in.
Yeah, I'm only about for 10 minutes. Well, I'm a bit nervous, as you know. I'm not very good at doing this.
Well, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. We appreciate everything that you do out there, the support in the chats, and do a great job of trying to bring us together and get people's channels shared out. And I think that's awesome.
Yeah, well, I've just found out today that everybody copies and puts them all in a big list. And I'm running around YouTube all the time finding everybody.
Yeah, the list thing would probably be great. A great idea.
Yeah, I have talked to George Ray about that, and my technical skills are very limited. But we were trying to come up with a list of like the UK channels and the US channels so that we could kind of get everybody to the different different channels that they're not on yet. So that was there you go, Laura the Explorer. Peace City, the hot dog hat wearing and glizzy and eating glizzy master.
I couldn't win the fishing part. I can surely eat the eating part.
And you know what's funny? You know what's funny about that comment? You said that in the very beginning of the whole thing. You said, hey, don't count me out. I want to be in that glizzy eating contest. That's the only thing I'm going to win.
That's right.
And you damn sure did.
I didn't come in there to come second. I didn't want to finish second.
There you go, John.
I think the smartest thing you did is when you poured the tea over all your buns.
Yeah. Yep.
Fins and Vines just said, hey, frustrations, glad to see you on here. And definitely glad to have you here.
Well, I've been busy as well, if you don't mind. I did a little video a while back regarding that.
Yes.
It's a lifting lead. Then I showed you that. Now, this isn't quite perfect yet, but that's the one I've cut out to turn into a kite for putting on your weight line.
All right.
But as I say, it's not perfect. I haven't made these for 20 odd yet. So I'm a little bit rough on it. So you put that on your line. You have a hole about you. So when you reel in, it comes up. Like
okay.
That, and takes your weight off the bottom.
Keep you from snagging up.
Yeah. Or you can use a little hook that they call a rotten bottom with a thinner line on. You hook your weight onto that, under this, and then when you hit the water, the hook comes off, the weight drops a bit, and then that stays. Like say your weight's on the bottom, and you've got a 6-inch thinner line. So if you get stuck, your thinner line will snap, and you won't lose the rest of your rig. If you don't get stuck, that'll still lift your weight. But you have
That's some of the things. That's some of the things right there that I think is awesome about checking out the other countries and how, like some of the techniques, John, that you guys use over there, really will work well with catfish and different species that we have over here.
The guy kept losing his weight or his full rig because he was over a big ledge. When you bend that a little bit and then put your hole about there, so your main line's coming up this way, and then your hooks below it or your hooks above it, whichever way you do with your rigs, which I've got a few ideas on for that as well, or in another video. But there's a hole there and a hole there. So your line goes in there, comes out. Oh, sorry, I'm not in shot. Hole there, hole there. So your line's coming out here. And what happens with the kite when the wind hits it? It goes up. Come on, sort of like that. On instead of just coming, your weight coming, if the fins weren't on this, instead of your weight just dragging along the bottom like that and hitting every snag going, you're lifting out of the snags. And that is something me and my brother used to make back in the, the late 80s, early 90s. Well, I thought it might be in the if you've got big leads that you need to try and get your lead out of.
That is definitely awesome, and I think, like I said, that's things that I think that we can pick up from each other. And we got a new person on the live now, Mr. Has Life. What's up, my friend? How you doing today?
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody's morning going?
My belly hurts.
I bet it does.
And Has, I don't know if you see the comment there. What's up, Has? You out searching for service now too?
Yeah, Judy Booty and Darla driving around New Mexico. Man, I commend them, man. They have a very hard time finding service, and Judy Booty has Verizon too, which is surprising. Like Verizon normally gets a very good service.
Yeah,
that's the service that I switched to when I started doing my live streams, because I started off with Sprint, and like I had a problem with like my first like 8 lives where it would lag and stuff like that, so we had to switch it up. But P City, man, he was at like 5 glizzies, and then he had like 5, then he had like 3 left, and man, he did that T trick right there, and then in the blink of an eye they were gone.
yeah. Like I said, I had 5. I was doing 5, and I kept looking over at Peace. I didn't see him doing the hot dog first, and then the buns. I just kept seeing all those on his plate, and I'm looking around, and I'm like, and you said that Darla was only on 3. And I'm finishing 5, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got this. I'm just taking my time, and all of a sudden, like within seconds, P City went with that whole tray because it was just the buns, and he went blam 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 blam.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
that's how he tricked everybody.
Yeah, he got us. That's for
hilarious.
Sure.
I thought he was still on 1 when he was down 5.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Darla was like shoving them down his throat, and Bob and Stan, they were eating them like they were at a picnic. You know, they were just taking their time, relaxing. And P City was like, he had time. He had an hour where he was sitting on the side of the road preparing mentally for that. He was working on the game plan. He was like, if I can't win the fish tournament, I'm gonna win the eat tournament.
Oh man, the people driving by me must have thought I was a mental patient with that hat on, sitting there in my boot.
Well, not only the hat, but the Glizzy Gang T-shirt. And if I had to lose to somebody, I'm glad that it was you, my Smitty brother, because you went all out on it. You had the hat, you had all the bling, you had the Glizzy Gang shirt. You were rocking it. So great job. Oh, and there's our good friend there, P City. There's our good friend Susquehanna Stan.
There's the other Stan the man. That's
right. Just like the Smitties, the Stans got to stick together. Him and I go back and forth on Facebook a lot. We were talking about you earlier, Stan, with the taking the flatheads away. You do great with that, but the channels that you catch and the pictures I've seen of you and your wife with the channels, awesome. So glad that you dropped in today. But yeah, but Has, what I thought was, yesterday was great for, we all had some sort of hiccups and bad weather, but that didn't take over the message of what yesterday was about. Yeah. You were involved with that whole couple of weeks of us going back and forth and joking on one another, and to have that diverse of a group together, but everybody was like long lost friends, and we've never talked. Most of us have never talked to the other one before. Yep. It was just amazing. I've made some great friends doing that. It was it was an awesome contest. The rules that were put in place were awesome, where Glizzy was the main thing. It still focused on that. Yeah. But you still had the opportunity to use the different baits with the rules that were set up.
Yeah.
So, great job on that. You and Mark did a fantastic job coming up with those, and we thank you for putting on that yesterday. That was just everybody. I've heard no negative about it whatsoever. It's all been a real positive vibe, and I think we did a great job yesterday. Everybody involved of showing that we are a catfish family, and
Absolutely. It was a blast, from the planning it, then to getting everybody involved, and like you said, making the group chat and all the chit chat back and forth, and it was just great, great sportsmanship, great class. It was just an absolute fun time just to do something different. And the thing is, like, this live stream YouTubing is bringing a lot of people together. And it feels like even though you're not there with them personally, you're still fishing with them, through the internet, So it's like you're out there 5 hours, you get to see how they're performing, and it's great, man. It was a great time. Obviously, one thing we can't control is the weather, and we got the whole East Coast got smacked with the cold front, and it was definitely difficult, the rain and everything like that. But everybody still persevered, and they stuck it out, and service, weather, and he had to change up his location, trying to fish from the boat. Brian had to, he just abandoned the boat altogether and was like, he's gonna fish from the bank. And then he had that rod going to the water. he hit me up right after the show. He was like, "Hey, what's Snake River's email? I need to get some rod holders."
I might be contacting Snake River too, because those are some amazing looking rod holders that he does.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And, they're definitely well made. Oh man.
But to the finale, I mean, the hot dog eating contest at the end, that was a great finale. But then right before that, Brian B catching the rod that he lost and then the fish with it.
Yeah.
I mean, that couldn't have been a better finale. It was like
amazing.
Yeah, unbelievable.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah, he was the big winner of the day.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that it still had the fish on 2 hours later. It was still down there with the fish on. Oh, that was definitely crazy. Oh man. And you guys have been live, so I know you guys didn't get to see the chat yet. But big shout out to Bex from No Real Loss. She purchased a surprise for each and every one of the contestants, so I'll be sending that out to you guys too as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about. No Real Loss, amongst other ones. Even Judy Booty and Darla and everybody. We just had such a great time talking to everybody, and it was just the rest of the chat and the people out there didn't get to see a lot of that. How much fun we had building up to it. But it was just couldn't have been a better group of people involved with it. I even got to, like I said, bring my friend Austin, who's up on panel now today.
Yep.
That was great having him. He helped me out. I can't thank him enough for how much he helped me out yesterday.
Oh man, it was awesome.
Yeah, it was a great time.
Definitely. I think y'all all just missed it, but as I'm standing out here and talking to you guys, I thought this cardinal wanted to be my friend, but I noticed that I was standing under his nest. I just got attacked by a cardinal, man. I was running around. I hope everybody missed that. I hope everybody missed it.
Yeah, definitely. Bex is out in chat, so Bex, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure getting to know you, and we're gonna have Bex and Steven up on my Friday night show coming up here one of these weeks. I'd love to sit there and talk to them. They killed it yesterday, not only in catching the fish, which was great, but the whole spirit of what the whole spirit of Glizzy Masters was about.
Yep.
Bex was wearing the Glizzy costume all day and casting in it, and
that was great.
Eating glizzies in it.
Yep. Fishing with glizzies, wearing glizzies. It was great, man. And then Steven, his happy spirit, dancing and all that stuff. They were just a great team. Great dynamic duo, man. It was a blast. I loved every minute of it. Everybody We had a great time. I know P City, he lost service there, and he was out for a while. I don't even think he knew it at one point.
I didn't. I was sitting there listening on my iPad, and then I heard you say, "Yeah, I don't know what happened to P City." I'm like, "Huh?" I'm like, I'm sitting there thinking, you guys are watching me, and I went up to my phone. It was black. I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" Jesus.
Yeah, it was a great time though. I had a blast. I just wanted to jump up on here.
One thing I do it.
Just congratulate everybody, and thanks again for all the support from everybody. I'm pulling up at Costco now, about to do some Memorial Day shopping. I get some more food for tomorrow's cookout. So
glizzies.
I got glizzies already. I need some chicken now. I got some hamburgers. I gotta get the buns and I gotta get some chicken and stuff. So
yeah, and if y'all could just tomorrow during your festivities there, just give a quick moment of silence.
Absolutely.
Great.
Definitely got to show respect for what we're celebrating. Just don't go out there and have drink and party and not give your respects to the veterans.
Yep.
Again, thank you so much. I know that's a lot of work getting something like that put together, and what you and Mark did, it was just amazing. It was a great job. The Catfish family is strong and well.
Yes, strong and well. And
I will tell you something though, Has.
What's that?
I said, I will tell you something. The reason I was running like that, I went back and watched the whole thing. I heard y'all laughing at me. I'm a big guy, but it's so slippery down there, man. And you're going down a hill. So I was kind of like, and I don't want to fall. So,
don't worry. We all look funny when we go back and watch ourselves run into the rides and all that stuff. It's hilarious. Well, I make fun of myself all the time when I go back and look at
my oldest son gave it to me last night for about 30 minutes straight. This is how you were running, Dad. This is how you were running, Dad.
The kids will definitely clown you. My son and my oldest son and daughter, they're 13 and 11, and I get it all the time from them.
Yeah,
all the time.
My oldest, he's about to turn 10, and he thinks it's the funniest thing in the world because he was like, "Look, even that guy's laughing at you," and I was like, gotcha.
and it's funny. The bigger you are, the funnier it is when you're running for those poles. It seems like it's just,
yeah, and I'm not a small guy.
Oh man.
Oh yes. Stan, we will be taking we got to get a date together and everything like that, and then we'll be taking people that want to be a part of it. But we are going to have finesse fishing, as Mark mentioned yesterday, where you're going to use light tackle, light line, light rods, and see how you guys can handle it with catching the big fish. So it's going to be 8-pound test and under. The smaller pound test you get is going to like double, triple, quadruple. He's going to get all the rules and stuff together.
It's kind of like the glizzies yesterday, where if you caught it on glizzy, you got it multiplied.
Yep.
The lighter line you use, it's going to multiply your catches out. So awesome idea. That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Put strategy into it. It's I think that's a great idea. There'll be a lot of interest in that, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, it's going to be fun, especially peel and drag. When you got a 20-pound fish on with some 6-pound test. Oh man, it's going to be a good fight. That's good.
Most definitely. Another thing I wanted to say too, I definitely want to come up there sometime and fish your neck of the river. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely. The Potomac River is. You guys see it day in and day out. You have like 6 or 7 different live streamers. The Potomac River is on fire. Like if you fit the stretches up, if you know where to go fishing at, you definitely catch them. So I mean, we're about to have the spawn here in the next couple of weeks, so it's going to slow down, but after that you're good to go. So just let me know, man. Hit me up.
Oh yes, sir.
Can I respond to Ernie's question he asked us earlier?
But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off of here so I can go up in here at Costco. I know it's probably crazy up in here, and lines are probably like 35 minutes long.
All right, as well. Again, great job on hosting that tournament. You and Mark did a great job. Look forward to obviously lots more stuff. Congratulations on all the success. You put a lot. I know you grind every day, putting work into your channel, and the results are speaking for themselves. So keep doing what you're doing. Keep being yourself. Appreciate you being out there. Thank you for what you do for a lot of the channels, and you enjoy your day. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
No,
you guys.
definitely. Thank you, man.
God bless. Stay hungry and humble.
There you go.
Later, Haas.
All right. Now, John, Fishing Frustrations, I thank you for coming up and being patient there. You showed us some great things right before we had Haz jump in. You said there was a question for you out there. Feel free, my friend. Go ahead and.
Yeah, it was Ernie was saying I could do this, that, and the other with that kite system. Well, I'm just giving you the idea. So if he wants to go and make his little kite system for his weights, and he wants to add to it, that's entirely up to him. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know, he's saying about beads and things. Well, you know, I'm just giving you the ideas. It's up to you if you want to try it and see if it works any better for you, and then add to it, if you know what I mean. So if you do it and it works a better way, that's not a problem. It's just a general idea.
Here in the States, we seem to be fascinated with beads and rattles and all kinds of things like that. So
that is true.
Yeah.
And I was going to say something about the kite. Also, I guess I would say it's quote unquote the poor man's kite, but we used to use little sticks and just do one knot over it. That way it would pull your bait up a little bit.
Yeah.
And it would break off when you got a bite. I mean, I guess same concept, different thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just something that I used, like, as I say, over 20 years ago. And then these new weight molds come out, but I use 4-ounce weights on my rods, and they don't come with the weightlifter, like the 6-ounce there. So them fins actually lift the lead as you're dragging it in. Because I use 4-ounce weights, which don't have a lifter on. That's why I'm making these ones. Yeah, this one's not perfect, but it's the first one in 20 years. So it's just getting the idea out there, and if people want to make it their way, that's up to them. You don't have to make it my way and rig it my way. You can play about with it as much as you want. That's all I wanted to say to them before I went off.
Yeah, and that's like I said, that's what I think is awesome. I love that the UK guys are here with us because there's so much that we can all learn. And like I said, you get a basic idea of a rig that somebody uses, and you're like, oh, you know what might work better in my waters if I add this or I take that off. I do a little, and you do a great job of bringing things up and support your show out in chat. So we want to thank you, John. And I know you've been mailing stuff over here to the States with.
Well, I was going to send you some extra stickers in the big ones, but I ran out. I can't reorder them till Tuesday. So you will be getting.
Hey, all right. And I never got a chance to thank you. You even did a special giveaway back a little bit ago for just us here in the U.S. So you don't see a lot of people doing that. So that was thank you.
The mugs I sent out have been received by Mike T and Hooks and Hammocks. They've verified they've received them, and Mike T says he's going to show it on his next live, and hopefully Has does the same. Not Has, Hooks and Hammocks, sorry. You now get a bit mixed up and confused. That's the way my mind works.
Hey, well, I'm right there with you, my brother. My mind gets all I get all mixed up myself.
I haven't picked my beer up while I've been on your live because I know you have certain rules, and I'm sticking to them rules.
Well, thank you. It's it's how I really appreciate how much respect that people have for one another, and they everybody's got their own things that they're kind of trying to do on their lives, and really means a lot to me. I thank you so much for that.
Yeah. No problem. Right, I'm going to stop, or I'm going to join in the chat again on the normal
Okay.
chat, and I'll be there because I'm a mod anyway, and that's why you see he's looking away all the time, because I'm still modding while I'm on the live. I'm looking at the chat. Right.
Well, I appreciate you coming up.
That's a true mod, man.
Actually,
Yep.
you're the first. I've had you out in the chat, and I've had people from other countries out in the chat, but you are the first one that has actually made it up on the panel. So congratulations for making history here with me today. Thank you. Thank you. It was
very much for
really up
having
to you.
it. Much appreciated. Right, I'm stopping now. I'll catch you back on the other chat just in case anybody else wants to come in.
All righty, my friend. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
What's it called? Dabs. See, dabs to me, the fish. That's a dab.
All right, my friend. You keep being you, John. We love Fishing Frustrations. Thank you so much for what you do.
Right. Catch everybody back on normal chat. Ta-da now.
Later, man.
You're officially international now, Stan.
Awesome. He does a lot out there. When he did that U.S. giveaway only, so many of us, even yesterday, I don't remember what prize it was, but somebody from UK won yesterday. One of the prizes, and ended up, the shipping cost. I think it was the rod holders, but to ship something with weight overseas, it's just
crazy.
It would have cost 3 times as more as the actual prize was. So they ended up giving it to somebody else. But just seeing that, for him to do an actual giveaway for the United States, that was really, really cool. Really cool. And he's a big pusher for getting us bringing the continents together, and it really means a lot. I really do think that there's a lot of things we can gain from watching all the techniques, and they've with especially with UK, they've got so many little different pieces of hardware that it's like, hey, that might work, like the method feeders where you put all that on there. That might work really well for catfish over here, where you're getting some, where you can get some, scented bait and stuff in there to get that scent trail going to attract catfish and stuff. I think that there's a lot of things that we can pick up and from what
Fish
they
is a
have.
fish.
That's right. All right, Austin, again, thank you so much. I appreciate all your help yesterday. That was really a big help, and that spot definitely looks good. We'll be going back there again sometime. So thank you much, Austin. Great having you out there. It was great fishing with you. So thank you.
If you got anybody else out there that wants to jump in, tell them feel free. I'll get my ugly mug off of here for you.
I'll put the link back out there again. Yeah, I didn't even think it was going to last this long, which is, that's kind of what happens with any of my lives from home. I'll say it's going to be a short live.
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna jump up here, and because we weren't on the water, we might go maybe a half hour, an hour.
Yeah.
It's been 3 hours already.
Us Smiths get when we get to quacking.
But it's what's funny is like and it's gonna happen. We'll get together one of these days and go fishing, and it's gonna feel like we are long lost brothers. We've known each other our whole lives.
Isn't that weird? Yep.
I've made better friends on here than in real life. It's just I don't know. And I was always we got Thomas Garrett that came in. We still got like 40 people watching the whole morning so far. Yeah, it's awesome. It really does a lot for me. I can't tell you how much that means to me, that every live that we do, just the support that's shown by people out there and how much they enjoy just hanging and talking.
Yep.
Time
Ernie,
flies.
Ernie
Go
just
ahead.
put up there. Ernie just put up there on Facebook. I don't know if he meant that for me or you, but I'm not real good with his Facebook, and absolutely, if I see you, Ernie, I'll hit you and send it to me if you know me. P City Smitty, I am on Facebook too. Yeah, I feel bad. You guys were doing a whole bunch of that glizzy talk, and I don't look at it that much. And I would go in there. There was like 100 messages on there. I'm like, oh man, I should have been part of this.
Well, I'm getting a little bit of a head start, and that's kind of what I was. Was talking about is, last year I got kind of I found YouTube. I've had YouTube. I've been subscribed. I mean, I've been on YouTube for years, but it was always like we were talking about before, how to fix this or whatever. And I'd watch videos here and there, but I wasn't subscribed to anybody or anything like that. And
me either.
I was the I fought technology. Like, it took me years to get a cell phone once I'm like, those damn cell phone.
Yeah.
I was a typical grumpy old man with and social media was the Facebook. I literally called it the Facebook.
Right.
And I didn't have one until I started doing this, and people were trying to talk to me and stuff, and for whatever reason, it's like you get weird about passing out your phone number. Like, I don't know what the difference is going to be, but us old school people were kind of funny about the we're kind of funny about the passing out information like that.
Yep.
So with Facebook, you got the Facebook Messenger. So I was able to text with people and stuff, and still kind of keep that I don't know,
a little bit, anonymity.
yes, thank you. Yeah. But now I've got so many people. You and I are on we have the phone numbers and stuff, and
yeah.
But it's just it's such a great way to share videos and let people know when somebody's alive. When somebody's live, not alive. Hopefully, we're all still alive.
Yeah, when you're reading about their obituary, it's too late.
I used to, I think a lot of people know, I used to manage restaurants, and I had this one older gentleman, and there's a huge population of our senior citizens that just have nobody in their life, and they go to the same restaurant every single day. But anyways, I had the one, he would come in every day. Hey, how you doing today? And jokes was, well, I woke up this morning, used the bathroom, had my coffee, and the first thing I did was look in the obituaries. My name wasn't there, so I drank the rest of my coffee and I came on down to the restaurant.
Yeah, good day.
That was his. He's having a good day as long as he didn't find his name in the obituaries. And
you know what? It was a while ago. I just crossed paths with an old guy coming out of a restaurant or something, and I said, "Hey, how you doing, buddy?" He says, "Well, I'm still looking down at the grass," and I use that all the time. Somebody said, that was just so funny to me. He said, "Yeah, I'm still looking down at the grass," and I thought that was the funniest thing I had heard in a long while. And I say it to people all the time now. Like, it takes you a minute, you got to think about it. And then, if you're looking up at the grass, that's a bad day.
yeah. I mean, it kind of makes you appreciate things.
Yeah. And this guy, he was 90. He was hobbling out of the restaurant, and he still had that wit about him. And I thought that was awesome.
Well, there's an awesome comment by Sharon Chavez, Mike Chavez's wife there. I think all of you men out there have been able to open up and enjoy fellowship, fishing, talking, and well, we love you too. Thank you so much. Mike Chavez, one of my favorite people, and
yes,
that's great. Him and Sharon had a great trip down by 1 ton down there in South Central Virginia to Lake Kerr down there, and they had a blast down there. I couldn't make it, but next time they're there, I'm definitely going. Wanted to try to make it to Mike's barbecue. Who wouldn't want to go to a barbecue put on by Mike Chavez? But
I'm in.
yep, STAN3 was out of town, and STAN3 was out of town, and that's the one thing. It's hard when one of the hardest things that I have right now is not driving. Had my accident in 2009. I was rear-ended by a drunk driver, and I haven't drove since. And it's really tough because I've always been that person that, even the little thing like yesterday, I slid down the hill, and I wouldn't let him help me up because I had to get up myself.
Yep.
So it's you got to count on other people when you don't drive unless you live on a lake, you can't get to one without having somebody else. So it's one of the toughest things to deal with, but
yeah, you do amazing. I don't know how I would deal with that, but yeah, you do amazing.
Well, thank you. I mean, that means a lot. I try.
Yeah. Well, hey, you got to make the best out of what you're dealt.
This is true.
Like Bob was talking about that Make-A-Wish. I mean, there are people that have got it a lot worse than us, a lot worse.
Yeah.
So
that is for sure, and their number one wish is to go fishing. It's just
something that seems so simple to us. It would be an earth-shattering day for somebody. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yesterday's tournament where we only caught a couple of fish, or the hot dog eating contest, and that would have made their life. That that kind of puts things in perspective sometimes.
Yeah. If you can put it in perspective, that's good. Hey, in typical P City Smitty fashion, my phone's about to die, Stan. So I'm gonna jump off, get on the charger. I'll get back in the chat when my phone gets a little life to it.
All right. Well, like I said, I planned on this being about a 45-minute show, but
well, if it's my fault, I apologize. But
no, I'm happy that it wasn't a 45-minute show. I'm thrilled with that.
In true P City Smitty fashion, I'm my electronically challenged is about to die on me. So.
Well, that's why we're brothers there, my friend. Because
that's right. All right, hey, take care, everybody, and I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you. All right, I dropped. Hey, Dynasty Dorks, Fantasy Football. That right there. That is my cousin David. Welcome. Great to have you in the chat. Still got 40 awesome people watching. So yes, I'm going to be talking with him soon. Y'all know that I stream through StreamYard, but definitely looking to grow into some other things. So he's going to help me with some of those technical part of that stuff. So even if it was. That is true. Well, here's a guest that I'm pretty sure we all know. Hey, good morning, Tim. How you doing?
There.
And as we find out, the central part of the United States cell phone service is not always great.
No, it is not. Let me go closer to the router. wife and I are working on a little bit of landscaping. Well, mostly she was.
You're 5x5 now, Tim. Loud and clear.
Okay, good. So Stan,
Yes, sir. What's up, my friend?
the glizzy eating contest and Peace City beat you.
Wow.
I would have never guessed that.
No, and I don't know, for anybody that was watching, I was under the bridge, and I know I got dark and stuff, but I was sitting there, I was taking my normal, I'd changed nothing from the way I would normally eat a hot dog, and I was watching, and you know, I'm keeping an eye, and I see that whole plate of buns. I never saw him eating the hot dogs by themselves. So I knew Darla was behind me, and he was. What's that?
For sure, he didn't just throw them over his shoulder into the water, right?
No, I went back and looked just to double check, and
That's fun.
but it you know, that's Tim. You know, you and I we have a lot of similar goals as far as like that. Your latest video, again, Epic Catfish. His link is out in the description. It's in every live or video that we have. His link is out in the description. So if you're not subbed to my good friend Tim here yet, I don't know what you're waiting for.
Thanks.
But the latest video you put out, you know, man, that I would just love it. That'd be epic. And it was catching channel catfish, and you had a blast, and it just that, you know, that would have been a great trip. But you know, sometimes in fishing you need those friendly little catching fish or trying to catch fish on a hot dog, or you know, who cares? It was, you know, it was more about the just showing that the catfish family is growing, and we're
yeah,
you know, a great community with each other, and you know, that's what it was more about. So you need those fun, just go out and have a good time kind of events, as well as that epic, I'm going to cross 3 inches of water in a boat at 50 miles an hour, because,
right.
you know, it's great for have both of them. So
it is. And, you know, I'm happy I can do something different than, you know, a lot of it. And I don't say mine is any more. Well, I do. I say mine is a little more exciting because that's what I really like to do. But
right.
I still enjoy all the, you know, just the regular flat water. I enjoy the bank fishing. You know, it doesn't always have to be. But there is, yeah, I know it's probably bad. I'm trying to get to my charger.
You're great here now.
I'm already down to 20%, so I'll go back out. But no, I mean, I enjoy Mike Chavez's cooking shows, and I don't normally watch cooking shows, but Mike is a cat fisherman and he's a great guy, so I really like watching his.
Yeah,
watching everybody's stuff. And sometimes, you know, I wish I was retired already and I could just watch YouTube all the time and make videos and do all that. But you know, that's not necessarily the case. So I don't get to watch everything, but I do like to watch quite a bit.
Well, and that is reciprocated. I love watching your stuff. You know, I watched that. You'd sent some footage, and I made that joke about a night at the catfish table, but really that's how I was feeling it. And it's awesome, but like I said, I appreciate both ends of the spectrum. I definitely enjoy that epic bust your ass, go hard as you can.
Yeah.
After that biggest fish you can, and I enjoy that thing I did yesterday where you're just having some fun with some friends, joking with them, and you know, I love it all. I love it all, and I can't thank everybody enough for you know, what they do for this catfish family. And I know you feel the same way about how important this fish has become to so many people.
Well, it's a bunch of like-minded people getting together, and I think everybody's really on their best behavior, which I love that that fact. I mean, everybody, you know, there's not a whole lot of grumping going on. There's not a whole lot of, you know, this or that going on. The drama's to a minimum, and everybody wants to learn, share, show their stuff, and be generally excited about what everybody else is doing. And I think it's great.
Yeah, it's you know, just here's proof and fact of that. Sunday morning, obviously people came on here because they know that we normally fish the James River every Sunday morning, and we've had 40 something people watching us talk about eating hot dogs yesterday. So
yeah, it's pretty darn great.
Because there's some catfish thrown in there in between, but
yeah. So you have any questions about that video? Because you know, there's, even though it was a long video and there was lots of stuff in it, there was lots of stuff I had to leave out. Believe that or not. I mean, an hour just gets, and unless it's like now I would put out an hour video if I was like on the Amazon River or something like that, or maybe we caught like a bunch of, you know, huge fish and there was some important information. But that river in particular, I felt it'd be important to introduce it. So that's kind of why the long running shots are there. You know, I kind of talked about how it is normally versus how it was then. And that river especially changes day to day and hour to hour. You can never really go in there with the idea of exactly what you're going to do without changing some things up to be more successful. And that's pretty much the epitome of all catfishing everywhere. You know, we all have a good idea of what we're going to do, but when we get there, the fish go, "Oh, no, you don't. That is not exactly how we want this stuff. The bait is not what we want. We want something different." And if you listen to the fish, you can generally be pretty darn successful no matter what. Except for if your fishing situation is like, you know, we talk about this a lot of times. If it's a slow water situation, if it's a big, you know, big piece of water and you're relegated to the bank, you got to hope there's some fish around you. I mean, that glizzy tournament was exactly the epitome of what was going on. There was guys that were on lakes all over the country, and some of them were on fish pretty much immediately, and a horde of them, and they were doing really well. And then everybody else was kind of struggling because they just didn't have a bunch of fish around them. Or the bite is sullied somehow or whatever. And, you know, and I saw people move in that tournament, which was very smart. I mean, you moved. There was a couple other people that moved. And yeah, when you're on the bank, you got to move. If those fish aren't there next to you or coming to you or already there, and usually it's already there. You guys ever notice when you're watching lives that a lot of times the first 30 minutes is the active fish situation? It's not because the fish are active in only that 30 minutes. It's the ones that are already there and located. You put baits among them. You have great action for the first 30 minutes, and then all of a sudden it dwindles. Well, I wanted to show that even on that river, because I could have stayed in those spots for, you know, periods of time and waited for fish that were moving to come to me. But I needed to go to them because they weren't really moving. They were just sort of located. So every time I move, I have a flurry of activity. The bite goes south, I move again, and here comes the activity again. And that wasn't even a great bite that day. That was a terrible bite. The next time we go is a pretty good bite. So I've got another video coming out, but I'm going to do a Flathead Strategies video first. And I'm going to put that out, hopefully, because I've already got that done, believe it or not. Woo! And then there'll be another, you know, half hour, 45-minute, probably faster action. There's actually some more epic river scenery because we were able to get to some of the deep water, even though by this time the water was up and the fish were not all that active in the deep water, but at least we could go through it. There's a giant rock pass where we couldn't go through the bottom of it because he didn't want to work on the boat if we crashed. And he says, what are the odds of? I said, no problem going up. I said, it's a hairpin turn. We got to get the boat up on its corner, and, you know, so we can get through that 7-foot pass with an 8-foot wide boat. But I said, it's coming down. It's coming back. That's the problem. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, because when you're going downstream and you're going 25 miles an hour and the current is 15 miles an hour through that rock pass, you only got so much with a jet. You've only got so much turning capability. And I have hit rocks. Matter of fact, a friend of mine that I sent a link to that video was in the boat with me 20 years ago, when we literally jumped one of those big boulders that were just underneath the water, and the whole boat come clean out of the water, and went out, and he texted me that. I thought about posting that, but I didn't.
And Country Boy, I just saw that you were back there. Click back up. Be glad to get you back up on here. I know you must have been waiting back there a little bit. Yeah, love talking with Country Boy.
Yeah, he's great.
You know, and I think one of the things we'd actually talked about it, and you had brought it up earlier, that with a lot of these live shows, what's great is that you can start to see patterns across the country.
Yes.
And you know, and I'm really enjoying that. And you know, one thing that was great about that is you were fishing the river and it was low, and we've noticed that there's you know, that's in a lot of different sections right now. Our waters are lower than normal, and the James is way down. We haven't had rain in a while.
Yeah.
And
you know, so it's tough on the bite.
Yeah.
There
And
it is. There's David right now. How you doing, David?
Can you hear us, Country Boy?
Yeah, I got you.
All right. Yeah, didn't mean to leave you hanging out there. Sorry about that.
That's all right. I'm not fishing yet, Tim, so I could be better.
Me too. Me too. It was cold, and the axle of the boat is actually going to get fixed tomorrow. Heroes is picking up the trailer. We suspended my big heavy boat from the rafters in my garage, so it's sitting there like a hovercraft, like a land speeder off Star Wars. It's a weird looking thing. I might have to take a picture. All right, Stan.
Epic. You scared the living tar out of me watching your stream the other day. I've been launched out of a boat by hitting objects that you can't see.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's called the Scary River, right?
That's right. That's right. And that's why I wouldn't let Heroes stand up on the boat when we were below that dam. He's like, yeah, can I stand here? I'm like, no, you're sitting down.
Yeah.
Sitting down. He's like, really? I mean, he made some sort of joke, but I'm like, yeah, I don't need him tumbling over the front of the boat into the water. No. I at least have a console that I can, you know, when you hit, you don't fly out of the boat. But it's been a while since I've crashed. It's been probably 20 years. So, but it could happen at any moment. I mean, all it takes is a little bit of misjudgment. Did anybody notice the gigantic rock right in the middle of the big rapid? It's right there. It causes like a little wake, but it's really hard to see. And that's why I have to stay over closer to those rocks to the right, because that one sticks up right in the middle. And that's not a shallow thing. It's just those boulders are so big, they're sticking up like really close to the surface. And yeah.
Is that the spot where you asked Heroes if he saw those rocks?
No, it's actually the spot just below that spot. But that spot's terrible too. I once got my boat pinned up there between that wall and, on a rock. I got my boat pinned. The motor was stuck to the wall. My boat was sideways. The water was about 45 degrees, and I literally had to jump out of the boat, even though it's 7 feet deep right there. There's a rock that's high enough underneath there that it was caught, and I had to stand on another rock and go completely underwater and get my shoulder underneath it and shove the boat off of that front rock to get it unpinned, jump in the boat, start it up, and then drive it around that thing. Luckily, I was only about 25 years old. I don't do that anymore.
Here's a question from Mike Chavez asking, how are the Asian carp affecting the shad population?
Yes.
Something you brought up in the video.
Yeah. There's so many Asian carp now in the main river that most of the spots that gather plankton are plumb full of Asian carp. And the Asian carp population is so heavy that even they are a little emaciated. They're not as big and robust. So you can tell that the plankton population cannot support the amount of poundage of Asian carp. So if the carp are out competing each other, they're also out competing shad for their own food source. So what shad do is they basically don't spawn as much, because all these fish subliminally know how many fish per body, per gallon of water they have through a pheromone that they secrete. So when there's too much competition, too many fish that are eating their food, they don't spawn as well. And so after 20 years of that, we're really seeing a decline in the shad population. And I say that because before the Asian carp, you could go almost anywhere in that main river, almost anywhere, and throw and get net fulls of shad. Anywhere that it was just a little slower water, anywhere plankton builds up, anywhere like off the backside of a jetty, or in a marina, or off a grain leg, or even in 2 to 3 foot of water where all that plankton builds up, there'd be tons of shad. I mean, tons. But now you barely see them. So just hope you don't get Asian carp in your water.
Trish says, I hope you include drawings too, Epic. They're so good and really help me learn.
Well, this next one, Trish, it's got some of the drawings that were from, I think it was the Catfish conference. So I kind of took, because barely anybody saw that. I mean, some people saw it, when they were in the chat, because it was that intro. So I kind of spiffed it up a little bit, included some more information, did some other voiceovers, and did some more drawings to demonstrate what's going on. So that's what's coming up next. And believe it or not, this one's it's actually a short video. It's only like 6 minutes. But I wanted to stay on point.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's about classic flathead pre-spawn location. So it's just one of those patterns that almost anybody can do, as long as they can understand what they're looking for.
Yes, and I really appreciate you. I know it's not easy, but you've kind of helped increase our catfish language.
Yeah, I like that too.
And there's some ideas, like if you came out at the level up here and everybody's still talking down here, well, it's not going to mean anything. But we're all, a huge number of us are kind of accepting concepts and understanding the ideas, and so it's constantly moving up, and that's we can't thank you enough for that. That's I know it's not an easy thing to do.
No,
and
it isn't an easy thing to do, but you've got a guy sitting right next to us right here that David is, I'd say he's got a very high fishing IQ. And I say that because, like he told, I recently got his phone number and we started talking about stuff on the phone. He says, Tim, I get all my information. He said, I never had the opportunity to, be with the DNR and do all that stuff. It's basically from, fishing and hard knocks and stuff like that. But his mind works in such a way. And that's why I like listening to him and you, guys that can figure out their, that what they're going to say, because of the behavior of the fish, and they leave out the fairy tales, the guesses it's natural for us to do it, to say, well, if I was a fish, I'd be doing this. But as long as you pay attention to the fish and you cancel all that stuff out, you're going to be way, way closer to the fish when you first start. And that's the name of the game. And people like David that talks, I mean, if you haven't subscribed to CBC and Stan, what are you waiting for? Because, I mean, these guys are spot on. Spot on.
Appreciate it, Tim.
So I'd listen to the guys that were teaching people stuff, and I'd be like, oh boy, that's they're trying hard, but that's not even close, or that doesn't work, or whatever. And I've never done that with either one of you two. I listen to your stuff. I'm like, man, these guys are, and you guys explain it differently than I do, which is good. Because sometimes I get a little technical. So
Still learning a lot of stuff from you, Tim.
well, you know, and I'm not going to take credit for that because you guys were well on your way. I'm just the dictionary.
Well, that's a heck of a dictionary because you have so much knowledge out there, and there's things that we're getting into that you've already experienced. And, you know, to us, we may know it's happening. A lot of time we don't know the exact science behind it, you know, what causes it. And you've got a lot of that information that you've been gracious enough. We've come to you and we ask questions, and you've always been more than happy to share that information with us. And it not just helps us, but we're allowed to share information to our viewers and stuff. So by us reaching out to you, we're reaching out to every one of our subscribers, and we're getting that knowledge and that information out there. This YouTube fishing community has basically become a catfish superhighway for information.
It has.
We've got to make sure.
And I'm very happy to be a part of it because, you know, I've always enjoyed, you know, like even when I take my guide trips and I don't even know the people, I constantly talk about the whys and hows and wheres, and I describe that spot. And in my video, you'll notice, and I also tell like Sean, I said, Sean, you've probably heard all this stuff before, but I can't help myself. I'm going to probably explain this situation 10 times. If you fish it with me 50, I'm going to explain it every time. Because, you know, sometimes there's a little bit something different, but there's a lot of, you know, lot of reruns when you get in my boat. Because I just, and I even tell my customers, I said, you know, I think you know a lot of the things that I'm going to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it, you know, them anyway. So don't be insulted if I'm explaining simple things that you already understand.
Well, and here's the thing, Tim, is when a lot of people can remember one specific thing, or you know, like I catch fish in this spot. What's important is you have the logical, just like P City said, Tim has given me logical explanations of things that I didn't understand. And when you can do that and you get that logical explanation, start to understand why that spot worked. And now you can go in your bodies of water and find 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 spots that work because you understand why that spot is working.
I used to coach tournament teams back when tournaments were first coming out, and you know there were several of them that asked me. They said, "Hey, if I'm in a tournament and I'm getting stumped, can I call you?" I'm like, "Yeah, you can," unless it's against the rules, you know. And some of these guys, they were excited and you know doing all this stuff, but they were fairly new, and you know I helped some of them go from basically dead last in every tournament for the first year or so to the top 5. And it wasn't just me, it was the information I've been able to glean through things like this, through, pro cats and all this stuff, and knowledgeable fishermen, and weighing, does this work or does that work, or what do you think the fishing's doing? Because, and trust me, I learn a lot from you guys just talking to you, because not everything is about just my water. It's about all water. And then you got to kind of throw out those, those extraneous, those events, those circumstances. And once you can throw out those circumstances, you get down to that root equation, it'll help anybody, anywhere, on any body of water that they fish, because catfish are all the same. Just like I said in my captain's log, catfish are all the same. They're the same no matter where they swim, but the situation is different. And they're always challenging. Always. They're almost never easy. If it was always easy, I probably wouldn't do it.
I think that's the biggest thing people run into. You've got to understand, every fishing day is like fingerprints. No two are the same. There are so many variables involved in where the fish are going to be, why they're going to be there. You have to pay attention and take notes, because just because you have 2 sunny days, that does not mean your pressure is the same, your water level is the same, your water temperature is the same, your water clarity is the same. A lot of variables can change, and that's why you have a day where you go out one day, the fish are there, and you're on them. You can go out the very next day, there may be one little puzzle piece moved, and then fish are in a different location. Pay attention when you're out there fishing, when you're successful and when you fail, because you can use that information from both of them trips. And it's not guaranteed 100%, but it will help you pattern them fish. And the more notes you take, it will make it to where when you go out, you're going to be saying, well, these are the conditions I got. This is my water level, my water temperature. Then fish are going to be here. It gives you a starting point.
Yeah. And Georgia Fisherman's got a good comment right up there. And yes, that is really good. There are some folks that have really, really been able to translate, the technical stuff that I've been talking about, because I talk about so much because I can't leave a bunch of it out, and then they can put it in their specific situations and then describe it really well. And I love it. I love every second of it. I think it's great. And knowledge can only go as far as your language. Just remember that one. If you do not have a common language, knowledge goes nowhere. If you don't have a common language that describes everything from simple all the way up to the most complex, your language can't go forward. Or your knowledge can't go forward. So, now, and I'm not saying it's just me. There's other people out there that really have some great, great information. But, I'm really thankful that I can be a part of it.
My deal, I'm not complicated. I am just a backward country boy. I'm still learning all this technology, but when it comes to fishing and you talk fishing, I will figure it out. I've got a high enough fishing vocabulary that I tune into that.
Yeah.
And we may say things a little different, but it basically means the exact same thing.
Yeah. And I am a lot more redneck than what I appear.
Yeah.
Yes,
I can imagine.
That's why
he'll tell you some of the stuff that he's done in the past. I could imagine being around him when he was younger. I guarantee you some of them boat trips, exciting to say the least.
Well, Tim, we've already talked about how much trouble we would have been in if we grew up as kids together. That would not have been. It would have been a great thing, but for our parents, that would have been good. It would have.
And I know, because I got a bunch of friends just like you, Stan. And we did it up. Trust me, we did it up. My brother and sister are very lucky that I came first, because their life was easy. Their life was completely easy. So, gosh, there was something I was going to say, and I think I forgot. But, I know what I was going to say. So back when, let's see, it was 1999. I went to Santee Cooper Reservoir with my wife on one part of our honeymoon, believe that or not. So we booked a guide trip with Joe Droz out on the big lake, and he ended up taking us to the diversion canal and tried to throw like cheese bait or whatever. And I said, Joe, we're not just some yuppies from some town that are going to be happy with 12-inch channel cats all day. I said, we came here for blues. He said, well, it's a little windy out there. I said, we're not scared of wind, we're not scared of cold. It was November. So we went back to the bait shop, and because he wasn't even prepared, he got some blueback herring to be prepared to go drift out there. And we got to talking with some locals, because they knew I was with Joe and all this stuff, and couple guys we were talking to about catfishing. One guy pipes up and he goes, so you must be one of them educated redneck Yankees. I said, well, I suppose. He said, you're all right. You're like a modified redneck. You look a little better and you talk a little bit better, but you're just as redneck as everybody else. I said, yeah, you got me in about 10 minutes.
But, it's really great that we have a platform like this. because most of us, when we started out fishing, there was nobody to help. There was no information out there. You did everything by trial and error. You were taught by fire. You know, you kind of jumped in there and you were either going to sink or swim. And now it makes it nice because we do have this channel, a way to put that information out there to help others so they don't have to go through the same situations that we did. They don't have to learn the exact same way that we did. Because
and David, I did a lot of sinking back in those days. I didn't do a whole lot of swimming. I did a bunch of sinking.
Yeah.
Because, there was just, and I've said it before, especially on Stan's chats and stuff. I said, there was a lot of things that looked great to me in my human mind that catfish just don't care about. I mean, if you don't have current, you're in a river situation and you go into a off-channel situation where there's trees sticking up out of the water like it's, Louisiana cypress swamps. And I thought, man, this is one of the best looking places I've ever been to. Well, I was hard-headed enough that I fished it and figured out it was gar and turtle water, bullhead water. And little did I know, just on the other side, near that main channel, there's where all the big channel cats were.
Yeah. Moving water seems to help with the catfish. Any form of current whatsoever.
Yeah.
The slower, calm water is more, I call it stagnant, because there is less fish activity in that water. Now, every once in a while, you may luck across the fish up in there and catch one, but it's not going to produce consistently. You know the saying, even a blind squirrel finds an acorn every once in a while. I noticed the moving water will be where the fish are if there's any type of current whatsoever.
Yes.
Well, Melissa, the reason I'm not on the water is I fished the Glizzy tournament yesterday and it was raining and cold, and I woke up this morning and my body was not willing to work with me today, so I did the next best thing. I came on here and talked with my friends, talked with all y'all about this wonderful life that we live with going out and chasing these catfish. So this is it. That's why I'm here. And we were just talking about how this platform that we have, the people that won the contest, that won the Glizzy Masters yesterday, they actually learned how to fish from YouTube. They learned how to cast the knot that they tied. A lot of us back in the day, we had to learn from our parents, our fathers, and whatnot. And they actually learned fishing by watching YouTube. How do I tie a knot? All the stuff that we learned as as kids through parents or other people's parents or things like that. They actually they were able to go on YouTube and pick that up. So that's why I think it's so important that if you're on YouTube and you're putting out this information, to try to keep it as accurate as possible, because there is a lot of people now that this is where they gain. This is how they get introduced to fishing, is from us going out there and trying to show just the little things with it.
I have something to share with you, Stan. And Stan just mentioned you learned how to fish through your parents. And a lot of people would guess once they meet me that my parents were good fishermen. They were not. They were terrible. But they loved fishing and they loved camping, and they took me. And I started picking that stuff apart when I was young. And, of course, I went through the whole thing of catching bluegills and then catching bass and then catching crappie, then transferring over to catfish. But once I saw my first flathead, that was all it wrote. That was it. I mean, I was done with all the other fish. And I think I was maybe 9 or 10, and I saw like a 40-pound flathead, and that thing was a big monster. And that was it for me. That's what I'm going after.
We've got another special guest ready to come up here. I think they're ready back there. Let's add them to the stream.
But they love it, and they love camping.
There we go. We've got
fishing dreams, awesome.
So we've got Uncle Lou and Mindy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You know, Lee, can't thank you enough for what you do for helping everybody out here and promoting a lot of different, getting us going. And, you know, you've helped a whole bunch of us out here with things. So thank you so much. Great to have you come up. How you doing today?
Oh, just fine. And you guys?
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
Uncle Lou has some great tackle.
Oh, yeah.
I got hooks and stuff from him, and man, for the big live baits, it's got the wider gap in the hook, and you can put larger baits on there, and it don't fill the gap of the hook up. And man, I absolutely love them. And you know, he's got so much stuff out there now. It's nice to have people like him that are in our catfish community that support everybody else, because it gives us a chance to support them back and just be there for them. And anybody in chat that has not tried the hooks or the peg floats and stuff like that from Uncle Lou's, you got to try it. The Demon Dragon style spook rigs he's got, they all work great, guys. So if you have not checked out Uncle Lou, please do so.
Well, thanks, Dave. That means a lot. We started this just to kind of, just a little hobby thing. And I can't believe the community, the support that we've received, So it's kind of nice to be able to give to people.
Hey, fellas.
Yeah, well,
Fellas, I know one thing. As soon as we get more than like 2 or 3 people in the chat, I start my signal starts throwing in a bunch of static, and I'd love to hear what Lou and Stan and David has to say. So I'm going to step out, get back in chat so I can listen. And thanks for having me on.
Tim, thank you anytime. And again, Uncle Lou's link is out in my description for everyone, and Epic Catfish, his link is out there. Y'all go check out. If you're not with Epic Catfish, I don't know what you're waiting for. Get his, you want to go out and see his latest video, but the whole selection of Epic Catfish videos are out there. You'll learn definitely a few things in every video. Tim, I appreciate what you do for us all. Thank you so much. And I know
thanks,
we'll talk.
Epic.
Oh, Tim,
I
you're more
appreciate what you all do for
knowledgeable.
me. All right. Later, people.
All right, we'll see you later.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah. You were mentioning that you started this out as a hobby, Uncle Lou, but in this group, you've got so many fishing fanatics in here. Fishing is our passion. It's what we live to do. And I know it kind of elevated. I remember the first time you ever come on a show and showed your planer boards. And look how many people have those planer boards now.
See, it's hard to keep up.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, the Uncle Lou planer boards, you have not heard one, not even you know what, you might try nothing. It's been positive, positive. So just it's awesome.
Well, I had a little on them boards. If anybody out there has any suggestions on them, don't be afraid to bring them to me, because I'm always willing to try to make a little bit better, on them or anything.
Well, they look great. They work great. And a big plus is they're not the plastic. They're not going to break as easy as the plastic planer boards. Everyone that's used them and I've talked to absolutely love the way they ride in the water. And they have just been, they've kind of come in like a storm. And I knew you probably weren't really prepared for it. You kind of showed the planer boards, and as soon as everyone seen them, everybody wanted to have them at the same time. So I imagine it kept you hopping there for a little bit.
Still hop. It's crazy. forget who's what, and I'm not the greatest at writing everything down.
Yeah.
Where I message I get and everything, but boy, there's times you'll fall behind fast.
Yeah.
And
see
by the
that-
way, the new clips, 100% better than the old ones that were on.
Yeah, that was my fault. I should have put them on there, you know, right away. Some people like the pins, some people don't. Some with pins are better than the others, and there's so many styles of clips out there that a guy can use that is just amazing.
Yeah, and it may be your experience level with it, because we haven't really used planer boards that much. So the one with the pin was a little more difficult for us to use. But the newer clip that you sent with Dan's Grn Mchns, you'd sent my clips in with his stuff, and we went, yeah, and it's a lot for us. It's a lot easier to use the newer clip that you had sent there.
Yeah,
and,
some of them pin styles you can put the line in front of the pin and they will release. Some of them they don't. It's my fault, and you know, but we got that squared away, and
yeah.
we're rolling.
And I don't know if you heard, but Grn Mchn and us, we actually have custom Uncle Lou's boards, because we switched 1 and 1. So we've got 2 stands and a Dan's a Grn Mchn Outdoors, and he's got 2 stands and a Grn Mchn. So this way we got the green different colors. So we already have it right and left for, you know, green is the one side. Our 2 stands is the other side. So
well, the planer boards are getting really big in catfishing now. You know, they use them a lot for the striper and the walleye, but a lot of people did not focus on them on catfish, but now they are, and you've got them in kayaks, you've got them in boats. People that are in the rivers with current, excuse me, are figuring out how to use them from the bank. And down here on these lakes and stuff, when spawn is on, those planer boards and dragging those baits are going to be about the only way you're going to get these spawning fish to hit. They drag it and put it right in front of their face. But planer boards have come a long way, and they're very, very popular. And even bank anglers on the rivers and stuff that have current, it is becoming a must-have tool to have in the tackle box. And, you know, they're basically a necessity now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in our boat, we've got 3 or 4 sets at all times, and you know, yeah, you definitely need them. I mean, but we're majority of channel cats up here in our lakes and stuff. Our blue population in the Missouri River this far up is pretty slim too. I mean, you will catch them, but they're not as popular up this far as they were, like, say, 90 miles south of us down at Council Bluffs, Iowa. And I don't know if it has to do with we're majority sand up here, and you get a little farther down, then it turns to the mud, more mud and stuff. But we do pop them here and there.
Epic Catfish said, I need 4 with Epic Catfish decals on them, or donkey boards.
Yeah.
Well, get with me, Epic.
The
If
boards.
you guys have not watched Epic's latest video that he just put out yesterday, y'all got to check that out. And I love the way he does his videos, and he sets them up. He's got the voiceover. He's explaining everything. And just the way he talks about things, even the boat trip after he was done and they were heading back down the river, and he's explaining, you know, his time on the water, what the fishing trip meant to him and stuff like that. It's just great. I love watching him and Sean go out there, and they have such a passion for the fish, and it makes it really enjoyable to watch.
Epic's very, very knowledgeable when it comes to catfish and stuff, and neither one of you two sell yourselves very short either.
That coming from you, Lee, that means a whole bunch. Thank you so much.
I'm still learning. I don't know how to edit the videos and stuff. And I'm learning that. I put my first video out the other day and kind of went over tackle because a lot of people have questions about tackle. And I was going to do a short video and it ended up being like 35, 36 minutes. But, you know, it's the only way you learn is you get out there, you do it. And, you know, if we get information out there and knowledge out there, and we help one person, if we help one person at a time, pretty soon they're going to start sharing that knowledge and that information with their friends, and their friends are going to share it with theirs. And I think that's what brings this community together is the willingness of everyone to help each other and get the knowledge out there to where it helps everyone, you know.
And your Wednesday night shows are doing that. They're great. I mean, you know,
I appreciate
everybody
that.
wants to try to help everybody, but your show on Wednesday nights really, 101 is the true thing for that.
I
You know,
appreciate that because
everybody's shows are great, you know, and everybody has a little different style on what they're doing and stuff, but you're really out there pushing, trying to help everybody on the whole deal with that, you know, and you get great people on there to help. So
I try and get that information out there because there's a lot of people that are new in catfishing and they're struggling, having a hard time. So I try and answer and ask questions that they would ask because it's one thing if you go up there and tell people, man, I caught 20 fish yesterday. Well, that still doesn't tell them nothing because they don't know what you were using, where you were at, why the fish were where they were when you caught them. If you explain it to them, you're gonna give them the tools that they need to where they're gonna be able to go out and say, man, we went out and we caught 20 fish, you know, and that's what it's about. It's helping others feel that excitement.
yeah, if everybody picks up one little thing from each one of these live shows, everybody does, then we're all going to be great.
Yep.
Let me catch up on a couple of things here. We had Catfish and Dreams come in. We still got 38, almost 40 people watching. We had Fishing with Paula Smith come in. Y'all check out Fishing with Paula Smith. You see some monster cats over there. Let's see. I hope I didn't miss anybody. I know that some people came in, and I try to keep up, and I miss it. We got a question coming up from Dan's that I'll get to in a second. Man, what did I miss there? But first of all, I want to say hello to Mindy. I know I see her sitting off on there with you.
I'm hiding.
I know that's what it seems that's what happens a lot of times. Well, my wife, even when I get her to go out with me, she'll try to hide off on the but I wanted to say hello to you. Thank you so much for all your support. I can't tell you how much that means to me. Really makes me smile and happy. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Stan.
And now we got a question from Dan's Creation and Adventures. Lee Reed, I'm curious why you go with Uncle Lou.
Well, Dan, the guy I worked with on the railroad, he now suffers cancer. Pretty bad deal. Back years ago, there was a singer called Lou Reed. So when I first started working with him on the railroad, he always come up with Lou. Well, I didn't know who in the heck, why he called me Lou forever. So I listened with him one day, and I finally asked him, and he told me, it kind of like I was a part or something, didn't know who Lou Reed was. So he called me Lou, and then, you know, training all these young guys on the railroad, I guess evidently I'd always treated them like an uncle, you know, their uncle and this and that. So it just kind of stuck. And when it's coming up with this, one of the guys from the railroad says, you know, you should just go with Uncle Lou. Two names everybody's always called you. So it just kind of stuck, and that's where we went with.
Awesome. Awesome. I love when there's a story behind the name. That works out pretty great.
Yeah.
Roger Brown says, "Morning, guys. Glad to see faces to names on the shows." Yes, I love that. It's always great to put a face to the name on who's chatting out there. That is awesome.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of years in law enforcement, and I've been called a lot of names. So Uncle Lee is probably the best one I've ever been called.
Yep.
He gets his share from me too. So
On Facebook, YouTube.
Yeah, any married man already understands what's going on. We know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, that's too funny.
This is one of the only days I'm not sporting a black eye from her.
It's still early. It's still early.
No.
Yeah, I don't mind. We'll be talking to people, and I'll tell them something, and she's like, "Man, I'm not violent." Reach over and hit me, and then people just look.
I'll make a joke like that about my wife, and I'll get off of here, and she'll say, "Now, why the hell did you say that about me? I'm not like that."
Yeah. See, if I'd have said it on my own,
I am.
She'd have been watching it, and she would have jumped me when I got off of there, you know. But now that she's on her and actually admitting to it.
You know, and while we're talking about that, guys, it's really great that there's so many women that are getting into this sport of fishing too, and the husband and wife teams that fish. As a man, from our perspective, a big shout out to all the ladies that support their men in this fishing and stands behind them. Ladies, you really can't understand what that means to us when you support us wholeheartedly and encourage us, because there are some people out there where it causes tension in a relationship. So it's a lot easier, and it removes that aspect from our life when we know that no matter what, you're going to be there, support us, and follow us. So a big shout out to all y'all ladies. I know it's not easy. There's a lot of late nights. You're at home while we're out fishing. We're gone a lot, stuff like that. It really does take a special woman to support men like this. And a big shout out to all you female anglers and all you women and wives out there that support your husbands and your boyfriends.
Exactly. And thank you to each and every one of them for letting us continue along with our passion.
Yeah.
Mindy's been my tournament partner and fishing partner for a lot of years now. And now that we got the grandkids, now we got the grandkids, she's kind of backing away a little bit, but you know, on the weekend she'll be out with me on the lake up here fishing and stuff. So
I knew there was going to be some comments out there about country boys, because there is some female anglers out there that they're going to push us right out the way. We got Miss Paula Smith out there, Melissa Kennedy. Stand behind you guys. Shoot, we will lead the way.
Yeah,
you guys are awesome.
It's great. It's great to have that. You know, even like the ladies not tying tournament, you've seen a lot of them in there. You see the wives go out and fish with their husbands, like Creole and Roger and them. And I'm telling you, Roger, if he's not on the ball, Janice will push him out of the way to get. And when you see stuff like that, I love watching it. And I mean, if that don't put a smile on your face, nothing will. I love how engaged the women are in the fishing. They're very into it. They're very competitive, and you know, you can still learn from them as well.
Oh, absolutely. All you got to do is watch about 10 minutes of one of Paula's videos, and you're going to pick something up.
Yeah,
she's a true ambassador to the sport of catfishing. She is all heart.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, when you're that size and you got that much heart, that takes up a whole bunch of your body. So it's not very many channels that you can watch somebody catch fish as big as they are. So
I love
that. or bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, I loved listening to her, and I think it was when she caught that 84-pound fish. She was, she's explaining the fight, and she's like, "Man, I stuck one foot on one side of the motor, and I stuck one foot on the other side of the motor, and I just held on. And he was going to have to pull me through that motor." And I love watching her and listening to her. Paula Smith would be such a blast to hang out with, not just to fish, but just the friendship and the camaraderie, and just to be around her, I think would be so much of a blast. It would want to be one of your lifelong experiences. It would be something you remembered.
Exactly. And she really won me over on her decision at that CR tournament there to take safety first and
yes,
swallow her pride and just go back home and not risk it. That won me over big time right there, because there's not many people that are gonna, take that and just say, the heck with it, I'm not doing it and I'm not risking it.
No.
It wasn't
especially for someone that has the passion to fish that much and has fished in situations that some people would be, but she was comfortable fishing in those. But to know the difference, when you really got to say, okay, nope, it's not worth it. And that kind of the reason why I'm sitting here today. Even from the bank, we all know that the boat is dangerous, but being on the bank when you're not stable and having issues walking and things like that is very dangerous too. So part of the reason that we're sitting here talking today.
you my stand of you being on them rocks.
Yeah. I kind of scare some people with that. So
yeah, you make things special. And I know what it's like being beat up. I've got a bad ankle and things like that. I can't, and I just cringe every time you get close to them rocks.
And that's why I was glad that Austin, a subscriber from here in the area, went fishing with me yesterday at the man, I've been in so many of them. The names are getting all mixed up. At the Glizzy Masters yesterday, he did a great job helping me out yesterday, getting up in between for all the little taps and rebaiting things, and that's a big, huge help when you can't move very well. It's a big help having somebody do a lot of the in between stuff. So that was awesome having him helping me yesterday.
You're too darn likable not to help.
Oh, well, thank you so much. It just comes natural, I guess. But I wanted to show you this. Stan 3, of course, has been waiting for it. And we've been joking, I was joking around with you about, make him wait. Well, he went out of town for the weekend, and look what came in right after he left.
Oh, yeah.
That's his prize package from the tournament that he was in from Uncle Lou there. So that was great. So he did have to wait a couple extra days, which and I'll wait and let him open it. I won't take that away from him.
Yeah, he'll like it. I finally brought one of them lights up to the camper this weekend myself.
Yeah, that light, I had that for the Iron Cat, and it was great. It lit up the whole bank area there. Stan 3 has been taken out on the boat and putting it in one of the rod holders in the boat and having it up above the boat, and it lights up the whole boat area. And for it being that lightweight and everything, it's an awesome light.
Yeah, they're really good light. They're a little pricey, but they're well worth it.
Yeah, well, especially when you go back to, like back in our day, if you wanted light at nighttime, you either got all those 52D batteries that you shoved into that like lantern thing, or you had the Coleman fuel that you had to spill into everything, and the mantles that broke if you touched the Coleman lantern, the mantle broke and you had to start over.
All them things were a pain in the butt.
Oh crap. Let me put this back out there. Hooks and hammocks. Hold on 1 second. I get so bad with some of this stuff. I am really, I love talking. I know y'all can't tell that.
It's the first thing when we get into a live, Mindy, first thing she says is Stan here.
Well, thank you. But you know, I love talking, and I get so tied up with talking to the people on screen. Sometimes the chat is super important to me, but sometimes I get so caught up with the talking. Hooks and Hammocks was backstage when Epic was still on here, and I was trying to wait to hit him in, and then I just got talking again, and there he goes. He came back. Thank you. So Hooks, I'm sorry about that.
That's
I
okay.
saw
I
you back there.
had to leave for a second anyway.
All right, good. That worked out good. I didn't mean to leave you hanging back there, but we were talking with Epic, and I was trying to get and then forgot about it, and but there we go. We got you back in. Now you were saying, there's the comment. Uncle Lou is awesome. He's making some boards for our new boat. Can't wait to try them.
Yes, and congratulations on the new boat, Chris. You guys will
Thank
love
you. We're excited about it. It's going to be a learning experience for us.
Yeah, it won't take you long.
I just finished the boater ed course. I went ahead and took it. It seemed pretty easy. I a lot of stuff that I already knew, but I thought, I'm going to go ahead and do it anyway.
Catfish and Dream says Hook was backstage eating all the food.
There wasn't a whole lot of food back there.
We got Uptown Chrissy Brown has made it in. Thank you. We had Hilljack is back in again. Hilljack Catfish said the lake that he fished, too treacherous to night fish. Snake River is in. And Brad says it's nice to see Uncle Lou in stream and break the video barrier. He's been on once or twice before, but it couldn't come soon enough. We all have a lot of love and respect for you, Lee. Huge. We can't thank you enough. Every contest, every whatever, there's something from Uncle Lou there, so that's awesome.
Oh, we love doing it. It's great. I mean, the community deserves it.
Yeah, now that we've got the boat and stuff, I'm gonna be ordering a lot of stuff from Uncle Lou. A lot of things we've never done. I've never dragged. I've never used boards. Want to get some rattles and some floats and start trying all this other stuff I see everybody doing that I've never been able to do before.
So once you start dragging boards, you're gonna love it, Chris.
I hope so.
You love it.
Yeah, that's
down on the Big River bumping. First time I took Mindy and showed her how to do it, she says, "Well, we ain't throwing that anchor again."
Not throwing that anchor.
95% of the fishing that we're going to be doing around here is on reservoirs, so I'm looking forward to making my own current. Doing that dragging and stuff like that.
That's what big part of ours. Every weekend we spend at the camper, so that's what we have, and it's Channel Cat City.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, I caught a channel cat yesterday on an ultralight pole. It's a pole that I made, from the blank and did the handles, put the reel seat together, et cetera. It's a little over 6.5 foot ultralight on some thin line, and that channel cat couldn't have only been. I didn't know what I had on. It was, ultralight pole, so it was only like I don't even think it hit 2 pounds, but man, it was one of the hardest fights I've had in a while. That thing was pulling drag, and I'm fighting the drag so it would make a run. Those channel cats will fight you.
Yes, they will.
With everything they have. You'll get them in the boat, they'll fight you more. And then you're trying to release them, and they're still fighting you to get out of the hand. So, people that just have channel cats, it's one of my favorite fish to fish for, because they are just tenacious. And if you match, now granted, unless you've got waters like Lake Mendota where you're catching 30-pound channel cats, if you're going after them with a heavy action rod and 50-pound test, well, of course it's not going to be fun. But if you bring that down to, medium heavy, and depending on the size of the channel cats that you can encounter, 20-pound test or in that, it's a lot of fun because they are fighting like that. So, I think different parts of the country, it's all about matching your tackle to the whatever species, to the size of what you're going after. And if you do that, you'll have a blast no matter what you're catching.
Oh, absolutely. That deal that finesse fishing deal is going to have here in July or whatever it is. It sounds really fun, but I don't know. These channel cats up here on this reservoir, they're mean.
Yep.
They're real mean.
I knew they were mean around here, but when we went to Mendota and I started catching those at Mendota, and I had that one, it pulled my kayak and anchor, and it was unbelievable.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun. I mean, we've had days up here where we go out there 4 or 5 hours and catch 500 pounds of channel cats, but the average up here, usually around 8 pounds. They run 8 to 15 pounds. So
I will take that all day, any day, every day. You catch an 8 to 10 pound channel cats, that is just that's just fun. I enjoy going out. Some of my favorite fishing is just going out and just banging out bluegill all day long on a little ultralight pole or a cane pole or one of those little telescopic cane poles. It's hard to beat that sometimes. It's just super fun. And, you do it with I like to use little flies when I'm little topwater dry flies for fishing for panfish. Get that on there and you're just tipping it right at the top of the water and those bluegills come up and you're on. That's to me, that's just some fun fishing.
Yeah, you were talking about your ultralight. I read Epic's comment there, and that's kind of what I was thinking I would do. I'm glad to see Epic say that's the right way to do it. But you were talking about your ultralight. Telly and I went out. It's been a week and a half or so now. We went out to catch some bait. And I've got my little ultralight, and I used the little 1/64 ounce jig heads and the little 1-inch Berkeley Gulp minnows.
Yep.
And we were trying to catch some creek chubs and stuff. And we was at this little local park, and there was a little tiny little low head dam on this little creek in there. And we were fishing that and catching some bluegill and stuff. And all of a sudden, something hit that little gulp minnow, and I've only got 2-pound test line on that. And the first thing that I brought up was about a 4-pound smallmouth. And then I put it back out there and did it again, and it was like a 6-pound carp. Now the carp, it just took off. There was no stopping it. But it's a lot of fun when you're on that light tackle.
And you've got to know what you're doing when you because there is that chance that you're hooking into whatever. And yeah, I've caught it was like around a 15-pound channel cat on ultralight tackle, little bobber and a little redworm fishing up in the cattails and stuff. And bam, 15-pound channel cat takes that little redworm and is gone. So if you're not quick on that drag and knowing how to get it turned and taking line in when it's coming at you and things like that, yeah, you've got no shot at it. But it's just I love doing the light tackle fishing.
I was lucky enough on that carp to get most of my line back, and then I was like, there's no way I'm getting this thing in, so I just tightened the drag up and let him break the line.
Yeah, I can't imagine trying to catch a carp on 4 or 6 pound line. Those things are phenomenal fighters.
Yeah,
carp, I want to be doing some lives up here if we can get service out on the lake. I don't know what the heck the deal is this weekend with our service. We got to drive clear back in town to get service even.
And it's funny because I'm noticing that with like we were talking with that, with the different parts of the country, how they got different things that you're dealing with. And that whole band strip right through the center of the country, it's the cell service is just very well, it's not good, to put it honestly. It's like a hit or miss, and luckily we have pretty good service here on the East Coast.
Yeah, we usually do, but I don't know what it is this weekend. I don't know if it's the busyness of it up here or what, but it's just unbelievable. I don't know how many times the phone's about went for a little fly.
Brandon said Catfish and Dreams. Loving it in Southwest Ohio. It's the perfect location to hit multiple monster channel cat lakes. Yeah, that's yeah, like I said, the channel cats are no joke. The big blues are no joke. It's people Sharon Chavez said, "Where are you, Lou?" and hooks and hammocks.
We're in Northwest Iowa.
And I'm in central Indiana.
We're right. You could about spit to Nebraska and South Dakota from where we're located at.
I'm in central Indiana, just about 30 miles south of Indianapolis.
So we got Haz back in the house. Epic Catfish says, my bait rods have no less than 8 pound. Never know what you're going to hook into.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just after that experience, I was thinking, I might take that 2 pound test line off there and go back to 4 or 6 or something.
Even when I'm jump fishing, I'm still running 10. Too many channel cats in the creeks around here.
Yeah.
It's we don't so much get any carp, but we get a lot of channel cats when we're out chub fishing.
And Dan's Creation had put up there before. He's making an award for the Glizzy Masters from yesterday. I saw the hot dog portion of it, and it's amazing how that he can make that look. It looks just like a hot dog. So Dan, if you want to put out there, you put something up there before about where they could see pictures of it. Feel free to drop that back out there again. Yeah, Haz did a great job. Haz did a great job with that tournament yesterday. Haz and Mark. I loved all the little. It was a Glizzy Master, so you got obviously extra points for using the glizzies or the hot dogs, but you could still use. I thank you very much, Michelob. Fish with Michelob. Appreciate that. You could still use cut bait or any of the other ones, but it just counted as less. So it really worked out great. No real loss. Ended up running away with that with Brian B. Catfish, and so they did a great job. Dan says go to his homepage and you can see what that trophy is looking like. There's my good friend JP3 has made it into chat. Dilljack Catfish and freaking hot dogs.
Yeah, Dan does some amazing work. That deal that he did for Chris and Telly is just amazing.
Yes.
Yeah,
and,
it's still sitting on our kitchen counter, which right there, the first thing you see when you walk in our door, usually.
And Hooks, y'all did a great job of with the video of unboxing that. That was awesome.
That was. I had a feeling. I didn't see it. I saw it just seconds before everybody else did. But I had a feeling that was going to be something special because I knew he put a lot of work into it, and I wanted to try to do it to where it would, do justice for him. And it didn't quite work out. I didn't get the location I wanted. We had some difficulties trying that, but I was glad we did get it done and was able to do it live.
Well, that is the true live right there, because I tell you, from someone that's been doing a live, at least one live, usually 2 lives or more every single week since last October, lives never, ever, ever, never go exactly as you plan. There is always, even as many times have I done it, something will mess up with the audio, or you'll click the wrong thing, or you'll have 2 spots that you had picked out to fish, and you've got to go down to the 8th spot because somebody's
Yeah.
there or something happened, and there is always something that goes on the live. So it's I guess that's part of why I like doing them. And the other part is getting to speak with all you awesome people. It's you know, go ahead.
That's my favorite part is you know, I mean, you get all these people that you've never really met, and they're sitting there watching you fish, you know, and all the great conversation that goes on, things like that. It's just it always amazes me.
Met a lot of good people through this.
Oh, yeah, that, you know, never would have came across before. Both y'all, I consider y'all great friends, and we've only chatted through, you know, on the shows or some messages back and forth now and then, and I consider both of you great friends. So it's you know, it's just crazy how this and that's coming from, like I said, me. I'm old school. That I fought Facebook forever. Didn't believe in the Facebook. You know, and all this how can you make friends online? But it's just amazing. You get in talking with some people, and it's just really, that's how I feel when I do the Friday night show, or we're doing right now, or go out. You're just you know, you're talking with your friends, and you know, I don't call we're at 800 and almost 850, and y'all are family members. That's how I really feel. It's not subs or this or that. It's all, you know, y'all are family members. So it's just you know, it has basically saved my life, really. So yeah, last year I'm sitting on the couch and can't get off the couch, and now look, I can click on anytime and have however many people that we're talking to, and we're all passing on information to each other, and just unbelievable.
Exactly. Now you back onto that about doing amazing work. Check out Brad Cadill on your sinkers, man. I poured I don't know how many thousands of pounds of sinkers through my life, and I have never been able to get sinkers, you know, especially when pouring 12, 14, 16 ounce weights without the heat wrinkle, you know, the cold, and you get these little pits and stuff in them. And he poured me some and sent them to me. Holy smokes. I can't say enough good about it. I'm sure they're true 16 ounce when I got them too.
Yeah, that was the first thing that when I opened up the box, he had sent us the box from the Iron Cat because STAN3 won the Brad's prize for the Iron Cat was whoever lost the most tackle to the river. Well, when STAN3's pole and rod went in, he kind of automatically won that. So we got that box of sinkers, and I opened it up, and it was like just to see these perfect. You could see where the you know, you get some of them where there's that slag or whatever on the outside of it, and where you got to clean off little sharp pieces, and that was all cleaned off. There was no pitting. It was just yeah, like you said, definitely knows how to do it. There was no cold pouring at all. It was just perfect work. So that's why I have out in the description of every video, every live that I do. First of all, there's Uncle Lou's Facebook page. His link is out there, but Brad Cuddle's link is out there. You just get in touch with him, and as far as the cost on the sinkers and whatnot, and getting that, you get a hold of him, and he'll work that out with you. And like I said, same thing with Uncle Lou's tackle Facebook page. That link is out in my description on all of them. So if you ever want to forget how to find either one of them, just go to any of my videos or any of my lives, and it's right out in the description.
I got to get going, Stan. I got grass waiting to be cut. So.
Ooh.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Hooks.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. You keep doing what you're doing. You put the time in out there. We appreciated throughout even the cold part of this year that you were out there. You're one of the ones of us that were out there trying to make it happen, and keep doing what you're doing. We love seeing you on all the trips that you've been going to, and
There's more coming.
I hope so. I hope so.
Can't
And,
wait for them. And I'll get your boards in the mail either Tuesday or Wednesday morning when
Hey,
we
no
get back
rush.
to do work.
I appreciate it.
Yep, not a problem.
Bye, everybody.
all right, see you later,
Thank you.
Hooks. Thanks for coming in. There we go. Okay,
You're a great guy.
yeah, Hooks is always
Big
trying to keep
support
that
of all you guys.
positive attitude and does a great job out there. Chris said he had the lawn to do, so Ernie Brown said, well, when you get that done, come on down. He's got some more that you can mow.
That too.
Yeah, he could be well seasoned up on doing it by the time he gets done with his, so he could probably come do ours too. He just hand pick up his boards.
Hilljack, I dropped the link out there, and I think someone else was asking for that. That is awesome. Yeah, I came on this morning. Like I said, got up. I wanted to go fishing. Stan 3's out of town, but my wife was gonna go out with me, and I got up, and the body was not working, so I did the next best thing. And I honestly thought this was going to be a quick little come on and chat for a few minutes, half hour maybe, and
Stan.
here we are 4.5 hours later. We got 2 people that just came in. There's my good friend JP3 and my other good friend Hilljack Catfishing.
I give the 2 stands.
There you go. You got it. What's up,
I wanted to
JP3?
come up and talk to Lou for a second. Man, I can't tell you how humbled I am for your generosity and everything. And bro, all the fish I've caught the last 3 days have come on only Uncle Lou's planer boards.
Nice.
So they work, y'all. If you ain't got them, get them.
Well, thanks, TJ. It's good to see you back out there.
Yeah, I did against medical advice, but you know what? My body told me it's time to go. I couldn't stand sitting on the bench on the sidelines watching all y'all out here fishing every week. It was driving me back crap crazy. So I had to get off the bench. I couldn't take it no more.
Well, take care of yourself, though.
I will. I overdid it a little bit there Friday. I shouldn't have stayed out as long as I did, but us hillbillies are hard headed, and
I understand about that.
Well, you know that old expression on how do you get a hillbilly to do something? Tell him not to do it. Yeah.
Tell him you can't.
And JP3, welcome. How you doing today, my friend? Oh, we got you.
Is he froze?
Riverbank.
He might be
Coming in now.
You came in for a second there, JP3, and you might have to jump out and jump back in. And I can't tell y'all how much the comments like that. Thank you.
But yeah, man, when fishing is your passion, it's hard to be held back. I mean, it's hard to have somebody pull back the reins on you and say, hey, no, you know what I mean? You know what I mean, Stan. If anybody knows what I mean, you do.
Yes, sir. It's amazing what that'll once you get back out there again and get it. It's a world of difference. That's the best medicine anybody could ever get.
Absolutely. Getting out there, enjoying what you love. And I said it on my live the other day. If that's where I end up meeting my maker, I'm doing something I love. You know what I mean? So
That's right. But
that's not
you know,
going to
like
happen anytime soon.
what was that?
So that's not going to happen anytime soon, buddy.
Nah,
there you
no.
go.
Yeah,
But
but
but like
I just wanted to come on and tell Lou how much and how grateful I am and appreciative of those planer boards, man. And when nothing else worked, but 3 days in a row, I'm telling you, nothing else worked. I tried anchoring, I tried dragging, and then when I started dragging with the planer boards, boom, I started popping fish. And
yeah.
if you ain't got them, guys, go get Uncle Lou's planer boards. And if you're not dragging, you're making a mistake.
And I'll tell you what I've heard from people. Like I said, I'm new with the whole planer board thing, and my big thing that I got them is I wanted to try them from the bank. And with shad season and stuff here, there's so many boats, it was impossible for me to even try it yet. But getting now where I'm going to give that a shot coming up. But we used them in the boat, and the big comment that I hear from everybody, the issue that a lot of people have with planer boards is they can't get them to pull unless there's so much current, or they're dragging, or you know, they got to go so fast. But literally, you could be anchored in a river with Uncle Lou's boards, and they plane right on out. They do exactly what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have a problem with it because the last 3 days I've had very rough water down here. I'm talking, I really shouldn't have been out there, but I started dragging in that rough water, and I had no problem, man. They planed right out. They were 30, 40 foot either side of the boat. And with that current and the waves that I had, like I said, I had 2-3 footers for 3 days straight. And but they did an amazing job, and they caught fish when my other lines that were dragging behind the boat wouldn't. And yesterday in that tournament I was in, I'd done everything. I'd anchored up, and then I drug a few without the planer boards. As soon as I put the planer boards on, it wasn't 15 minutes, bang, I had fish on.
You know, and people with more experience than me may be able to expand on this, but I believe that with the planer boards, when fish are finicky biting like that, there's a reason that they're biting light. And so when you can put that bait out away from your boat where they don't hear that boat noise, or they don't get that, I think that's why that works better even than like dragging behind your boat, because they don't have that interference and noise. They're already skittish for some reason, and that's why they're not feeding strong to begin with.
Well,
so
you know, down here, it's that dreaded S word is in play now. So
yeah. Well, that'll get in. That dreaded S word will get any of us in you know, kind of out of our game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're finicky already, and like you said, Stan, I do think that has something to do with it, getting the stuff out of the way from you, because they're already skittish and they're not really on a aggressive bite. So I don't know. I'm sold. I swear by them. I'm gonna have to get another set so I can run double set of planer boards. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Well, Hill Jack, thanks for the great words. I appreciate it. And like I said, if anybody has any suggestions on how I can make them just a little better, or if you know you have some certain way that you want yours or whatever, bring it to my attention, and I'll work with anybody. You know, I want them to be the best as possible. You know, I'm working with Whiskers and Stripes right now because he pulls for stripers too at a lot higher pace, and he says they'll porpoise a little bit at a real high pace, you know. So we're trying to do rod lengths and back and forth, trying to get something for that too.
I've noticed that. I noticed that when the wind really, really, really picked up, and I dropped it in the chat earlier. I ain't got a drift stock yet. When the wind really picked up, and I was going at like 1.6, they would porpoise a little bit at 1.6 miles an hour. But anything up to like anything, you know, 0.3 to up to 1 mile an hour, they walked the dog, Bo. They did the job.
Yeah, when I first started doing them, I ran them up like 1.4, you know, out on our small lake just to see, because most people don't drag any faster for catfish than that. To me, if you get above that, you're walleye fishing. and not even putting in for the guys striper fishing and catfishing together. So I don't know if I got my foam too wide, but I wanted them to carry a lot of weight. I don't know
Well,
if
they
I could
definitely do that. I had huge pieces of gizzard shad on yesterday, dragging them, and they walked the dog, Bo. Like I said, anybody out there that drags and ain't got Uncle Lou's planter boards, Bo, you got to get them, man, because they definitely do the work. They definitely do the work. And when you ain't catching fish and you're dragging, you need to get that bait away from the boat. Boat, you got to get them.
And for those of us with channels and stuff, that is so cool having your name personalized on that board too. So that's pretty awesome.
I'm glad to sport the Uncle Lou logo on them, Bo.
That's for sure.
But I'll jump out of here, guys. I just wanted to come and say hey to Stan and tell Uncle Lou how grateful I was. And like I said, I got that message, Uncle Lou. So it'll be coming out as soon as I get the next order in. It'll be out to you, bro.
Well, I'll even buy it, buddy. You don't just have to send me one.
Nah. No, not for all you do for the catfish community, Bo. No.
Yeah, well, that's just me though. I'm that type of guy. I may sound like the big burly bad butt, but I do have
big old teddy bear.
I am anymore. After I got out of law enforcement, boy, then I had some issues with some blood clots, and it taught me real quick that don't take life so serious.
Exactly.
Relax and have some fun.
Exactly. Well, guys,
that's what we're doing.
Thank you for bringing me up, Stan. I appreciate it. And Uncle Lou, love you, brother. Love you, Stan. Thank you, brother.
You two take care of your pill, Jack.
You keep doing what you're doing, brother. You're doing a great job out there on your lives. Really much love and respect for you. Glad to see that you're doing well, and I hope that keeps continuing. You're still in the prayers every day. So and especially being a vet out there. I'm trying to get everybody tomorrow.
It's for our fallen brothers and sisters tomorrow. That's what a lot of people don't understand. Tomorrow is for those that didn't come back.
That gave all.
Thank you for your service, TJ.
Brothers and sisters that never made it home. But just remember that's what tomorrow's about.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. Before I break up, I got to jump off.
I know. I hear you. But thank you for coming in, TJ. Keep getting better, my friend.
All right, bro. I'll catch you later.
Take you later. Yeah, that's good to see that he's getting back out there and stuff again. Justin Fish and Fetish says Hill Jack is a good dude. Got to meet him at Patriots tournament. Yeah, that was a bunch of people got to meet everybody there. I wish I would have made it down to there, but fortunately couldn't get there.
Yeah, all these great things have to be 14, 15, 16 hours from us.
Yeah, and it was only I think 4 hours for me, 5 hours, but it just wasn't going to work out. But next year, I don't care if I crawl down there. I'm making it down to Patriots tournament.
That is the one I do want to make it to. It's for such a great thing.
For such a great cause, and then all the great people you'll meet there. That's definitely going to be the way to do it. And I'd love to make it down to the Cat Con next year. That would be great also.
Well, Stan, I think we're going to hop off here too ourselves. We got to make a Walmart run and get back.
Well, I thank you for everything you do out there, Uncle Lee Reed, my good friend. And Mindy, thank you so much for sharing so much of Lee with us. We really appreciate it. And thank you so much for all your support. It really does mean a lot.
Exactly. It wouldn't happen without her support. So, all righty, brother.
All right. Keep being y'all. Thank you so much. I can't tell you, like I said, I can't tell you what it means. Y'all get to that. I know that trip into Walmart ain't gonna be easy, but you never know what's gonna happen there.
We got to run back and put our pajamas on and stuff. So.
All right, my friends. We'll see you soon.
See you later. Brother.
Bye, guys. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's try it again here. How we doing now, JP3?
Oh, STANday.
What's up?
I was hoping to get a little nibble here. Got one here.
There you go.
Got 3 more over that way.
Damn, they look familiar. Is that the ones that oh, now I can't think of the giveaway. That's them, right?
I've got those out here. I got blue cat rod, flathead rod out here. Then I've got fever and fish monster rod.
But I saw the. Are you there?
JP. Hey, Stan, how you doing?
It's breaking
up.
up.
It breaks up again.
Yep.
Getting any better?
Yeah, the voice got clear. The picture still froze.
Just couples tournament. I don't know why.
It has been an issue. It has been an issue for everybody lately. Dan's creation.
I don't know.
I know. I saw that you got your first flathead at the camp.
For this year, hopefully I'd like to get a couple more.
And
I didn't fish a whole lot yesterday. It was raining off and on so much.
Yeah. Yep. Now you're.
Of course, the good thing, it doesn't bother the fish; they're already wet.
Yeah. The good thing with a little bit of rain when you're bank fishing, especially, is it keeps everybody off the water.
Yeah, I've got one starting to hit my rod there on the end now. I've seen it dip down a little bit.
Uh-oh.
Hopefully it'll take off with it.
That'd be awesome to have a fish up on a STANday.
I had the wife, she went to Walmart down the road, and I said, they've got these little tripods, like little stacked up balls.
Uh-huh.
It's a little cheap tripod. I said, well, pick me one up. I'd like to have one just to make it easier for doing this.
Yep.
It's a little tough trying to hold it by myself. And
yes, that it does help out.
And I'm still trying to figure all this out and learn. And I enjoy getting on here and talking to everybody.
Yeah, it's awesome. You get to talk to people across the country, across the world, even over in Europe, UK, and that's just to me. That's just awesome. Oh, you're.
Just trying to see what was. It didn't take off with it yet, but I'm just wanting to
be ready. That's right. Well, thank you for making it back in, Mindy.
Well, that's like that little. I didn't put it on the scale. Probably maybe what, 6 pounds, 7 pounds most. It didn't take the rod, but that far. I mean, it just little nibbles. Well, I try to reel down on it just to see if it didn't have it, at least move it and get interested more. It was on there. I mean, it just didn't sink the rod like you thought it would.
Yeah, that's
And it was on lemon chicken just to settle the score. Just putting it there.
There you go. That lemon chicken, you can't count it out. Justin, I got Uncle Lou's Facebook link is out in the description of the live. But somebody could feel free to drop that in there. That'd be awesome. Yes, Mindy, you did a great job. Both you and Lee, Uncle Lou. Glad that y'all came up in. That was great. We definitely looking forward to him being y'all to be able to do some lives. That would be awesome.
Yeah, it was. I was glad to get the weekend off, and I have all next week off. And we're going to try to stay down here till Wednesday. So I'm hoping to get. Weather's supposed to clear up this afternoon, and try to get into. Until I leave, I'm going to try to fish as much as I can.
Well, there you go. That's what's great about having the camp and stuff out there. Get out to do that. I tell you, I used to live right on a lake in upstate New York, up in the mountains, and that was awesome. You know, if you had an hour, you could still go out and go fishing. So it was. Oh, it doesn't do Facebook. Was trying to get the YouTube link.
And then it's kind of nice, as much barge traffic as there is right here, because right down over in that way, when you bend around the river, you'll go back in around, and there's where Racine Dam is.
Okay.
So it's nice that you've constantly got the barge traffic, but it's not on our side of the island.
Right.
Just had a hit. This one's on strawberry chicken.
Yeah, the chicken, I tell you what, it's that is definitely a good all around kind of bait. You will catch fish on it. You know, for the biggest fish, and you can still catch big fish on it. The biggest fish in the water, chances are good that it'll come on whatever food they're normally eating out in the water. But if you ain't got the other bait, you can't catch shad and this and that. There's nothing wrong with throwing some chicken out there.
Got to keep the options open. I mean, you never know where they're going to go to. I mean, that's why I like trying different rods, different distance out in the water, different depths. You never know where they're going to be. Once you see what's working, you need to adjust from there.
Well, here the show is turning to West Virginia. JP3, we got a fellow West Virginian here, gonna jump up with us. Hello, Missy. How are you today?
I'm good, Stan. I don't have a whole lot to say about fishing today, but I would like to pay my respects to the ones that served our country. And actually, you know, there's a lot of lives that were lost during the battles and whatever, and so on and so on. But you know, the real battle was the ones that lost their life dealing with either suicidal post war syndrome and stuff like that, or even a cancer or whatever. We have all kinds of heroes out there, all kinds. And my dad was served in the Navy for four years, I think it was, and I hear a lot of things said about him serving. He lost his battle to cancer, but his cancer was caused by serving on the ship that had asbestos. And, you know, I lost my dad at 73, and I was blessed. He never gave up. That's one thing that service time taught him, was never to give up on his people, and never to give up in life. Keep fighting till you have no more. And I want to thank everybody that has served our country in one way, shape, form, or fashion, whether it be a police officer, an EMT. They put their lives on the line. They went beyond all matters for us. And because they did, that gives us the freedom to fish, to hunt, to get out and enjoy life. And I want just a moment of silence. However you want to do it. If you want to lead us in prayer, that's fine. But I have to give God glory for what he's done, and he's helping us to deal with the loss of Daddy. It's been rough. 6 months yesterday, and then I'm going to pay my respects to my daddy, as I do every other 2 weeks. But I seen TJ. He was a server. You're a server. You guys that are out there, and women, thank you for stepping out.
Yes, God bless our veterans. We've got American flags.
Well, if you
We've
want
got
to
our
do
American
that,
flags flying on the boat, on the boats,
there
up
you
there on the campers, up there on the flagpole. We've got them everywhere. God bless our veterans.
Exactly.
well, if you'd like to do that right now, maybe we'll do.
It's okay, Stan. I mean, I've been through that for last week, and you know, like I told him on Facebook. I told my dad a lot of times. Every Memorial Day or every Veterans Day, I'd always thank him for his service. But you know what? So many days that I didn't thank him for just being here with me. And now he's gone. If I could change it, I would. But y'all let's just take a moment of silence for everybody. The ones that are suffering still yet, but they're still hanging on.
All right, so we'll do that now. We'll just do a brief moment of silence for a thank you and remembrance.
I'm not one to show my emotions.
Well, I appreciate you coming on and doing that. Thank you so much, Missy.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to back out of here, and I'm going to go put some flowers on my dad's stuff and spend a little time with him today.
Well, God bless you, Missy. God bless your father, and like I said, thank you for bringing that up again. And that's right. You were talking about the veterans committing suicide. There's average of 22 a day.
Yeah. And we can only pray that God will help them to overcome that.
All right.
Alrighty, I see y'all. I appreciate you, Stan. I see you later. And
all right, thanks for coming in.
A lot of these channels, and I'm catching on to this stuff. So just hang in there. I'm coming at you hard and fast.
Well, you know you're gonna have to we're gonna get together and fish sometime, and you can show me a few tricks there, okay?
There's no tricks I can teach you.
Thank you, Missy. Glad you came in. That was awesome that we did that right there, and I want everybody to do that again tomorrow, because that is what tomorrow is all about. Get to have the extra days off and things like that, and be with our family, and it's because of the sacrifices made. So try to remember that tomorrow. Take that brief and honor those that did give everything and are still, because like you said, there's people that made it through the war and are still suffering and dying from things that had happened during their service time. So
they need our words of encouragement and our prayers.
And so, Miss, thank you much. Say a prayer for me, your father there today. I didn't know him, but it means a lot to me, so thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Yeah, I get emotional with that stuff. We tend to forget about those things, and that is how we're able to be here and enjoy this great country that we live in.
Yeah, I've had both of my grandfathers are still alive. One was in Korea, and one was in World War II. And then my brother-in-law was over in Iraq. And those guys don't ask for any special treatment. They went and did what they had to do so that everybody could be free.
That's right. That's right. All right. I think I can talk now. Woo.
Stan, one of these days we have got to get together and actually fish together.
Oh, definitely. That'll happen. It's like we said, West Virginia is not that far from Virginia. It's we'll get Stand 3 and make the trip out there.
I think I'm trying to think. When we worked down around Virginia Beach, it took us Norfolk Naval Station. It took us about 6.5 hours.
Yep, and they are that's further east than we are. I know it takes us to get to Charlottesville, which is out towards West Virginia. That's only less than 2 hours away. And
I think it takes us from where we're at down to everything. It takes about 45 minutes to get across. So it's not too bad.
Yep, and we have we're talking about Memorial Day here tomorrow in America. We've got our allies out there in the UK. They're in here also, and great to have them in. There, I dropped the link again. Dan's Creation says his grandpa was one that secretly enlisted at 15. I graduated high school at 17, so I went in right after I was 17 when I went in. But yeah, that would be that'd be awesome to come to spend a couple days at the camp.
It's a good time down here, and we're not that far from 20 minutes maybe from Walmart. We're not very far from just a lot of different things to get food or get whatever we need.
Yep, that was I had a great time last weekend. I got LG Bass came up and I say kidnapped me, but he came up here and kidnapped me at last Thursday night, and I stayed at his house till Sunday afternoon after STANday, and he lives about 300 yards from the lake, and the dock is right there. So we did a lot of fishing. It's awesome. And he's same thing. He's kind of out in the country, but still it's like there's a store up the road, little stores up the road, and about 20 minutes or so to like a bigger shopping center. And it was awesome just getting away from things for a few days. That was definitely awesome.
And that's with working 6 days a week. It's nice just to get a weekend off, come down and relax. That's the biggest thing, is just relax.
Yeah, and what a lot of people don't realize, you do a great service for the country too, working in the coal mines there. A lot of people don't realize what that's like, and
it can be something else. It's like being a light turn off. And I have been covered up before underground. It's not fun.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Austin. Sharon Chavez says, we live really close to Virginia Beach, surrounded by Army, Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard. Thank God daily for our services. Love life, and we have it because of the services. So true, so true.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the more. It's a great holiday. I love the holiday, but it's one of the more sad holidays for me, just personally.
Yeah, I see that you said you're
my pappy. Pretty much my whole family was in the military except for me. I'll put it that way. I couldn't go because of this tattoo. It's the only tattoo I had at the time, and the sleeve came a quarter of an inch before it.
Oh, yeah.
I tried, but then again, I was 17 and a half and didn't have the money really to go get a tattoo removed, and didn't want to get my son's name removed anyway, So I guess I didn't put all the effort I wanted to into it, but I definitely wish I did, because I'd have a better outcome now,
Yep, I did the Air Force there for my term, and then I had got out. Almost wish I'd stayed in, but things happened, and now we get to fish and talk about catfishing. And
most definitely.
Yesterday, we were at Austin's spot there, and we started to get a good bite going, and that cold front came through, and it just shut the fish down.
I was having a technical difficulty. I'm sorry.
In the last couple of years, I really got back into the catfishing, because we switched over. Being in West Virginia, we was trout fishing a good bit, and getting back into catfishing, finding this community And there has been so much help from so many people, and it's hard to actually sit down and try to individually list names to thank because there's just so many people, and everybody is so willing to help, and it's great. It's a great community. You couldn't ask for a better group of people. We've got a great group.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Mr. JP3, if you would like, I'll cast out a ride over to West Virginia and I'll reel you over here. And me and you and Stan3 will all go out together and catch some big catfish, brother.
Oh, I'd love to get into big ones. I caught decent flathead or decent fish, but I'd like to get into some of the bigger ones.
Man, actually, the spot where me and Stan fished yesterday for the Glizzy Masters, I've seen some monsters come out of there. When I say monsters, I'm talking like, I think it was 103.1 pounder.
Yeah, they are there.
Yeah, I'd just like to just get out and fish with everybody. I mean, I think it'd be just, even if we'd never caught a fish, it'd be fun just to get together and have fun.
Oh, most definitely, man. That's the whole thing about fishing. That's why it became one of my favorite hobbies, because my mom always told me I talk too much. You can't talk too much while you're fishing. That's what fishing's all about. You know what I mean?
Willie, nope, this is not fishing. I got up this morning. We were going to go out for Stan3 is out of town. My wife was going to bring me, and my body was just not letting me walk. So I did the next best thing and thought I was going to come on here and just talk for a little short live, and that was 5 hours ago. So
5 hours. Jeez. And you were just talking about yesterday on about the StreamYard, 23 hours. Yeah, I don't think you'd be any good for that.
no, that would have been just between yesterday and today was well, I wasn't on, but yeah, 20 hours goes. I go through way more than that in a month. That's for sure.
I'd say a week, and you're done with it.
Some weeks, definitely. All right, thank you very much there, John. Thank you. Yeah, it turned into a great live. We had a bunch of different people come up, which is always great. I love getting so that people can have kind of a face to the names that are out there in chat, and it's still a short live. Zachary Washington, new name is California Angling and Outdoors. All right. Thank you. Glad you made it in again. Yes, Uncle Lou said Kelly's another one doing great things in the community with his show and bringing different people in and letting them tell of their ways of fishing and what they're using, and that's great. Hilljack Catfishing is gonna go relax for a little bit. All right.
I do have a question for you, Stan. Speaking of catfishing, because I noticed yesterday you had a couple different rigs, and I don't know if you already talked about this. I haven't been present in a couple hours, but what's your favorite catfishing rig, man? As of like fishing the James.
Mine is I'm old school. My favorite one is just a regular high-low rig. People call it a double Kentucky rig. People call it a dropper rig, whatever. My favorite one is the sinker on the bottom, and then you go up. It's a real easy rig to tie, but you got a sinker on the bottom. You go up, depending on the time of year, like in the wintertime when it's really cold water. You want that bottom hook to be right there on the level of just right at the mud level, because them catfish are down hugging that bottom with the colder water. So you got a better chance of that bait right in front of them. The warmer water, when they get up off the bottom a little bit and they're moving around, I like to have that bottom one up at least a foot, sometimes 18 inches or more, because that's where the catfish are out and about. They're up off the bottom a little bit. And then, you got the other one up, however far up from there. But yeah, that's my favorite one.
Go ahead.
Of course, you got the Carolina rig, which that's another good one, where it's got a sinker slides up and down the line.
Oh yeah, that's my favorite. I was about to go into that. I usually get about maybe a 1.5 2 foot leader of either fluorocarbon or the strongest mono I can find. And above that, you put your weight, you put your bead, you tie that, and then you tie your leader line. And that way, I call it a slip rig, Carolina rig, slip rig. I mean, I've had the same rig on my rod literally for almost a year. I just haven't lost it yet. You know, I love that. You know, it comes out of most rocks because your bait will be all the way down here while your weight is still sitting, 20 yards this way.
Yep.
Well, guys, I'm gonna get ready to hop out.
All right. JP3, I appreciate you coming in. Hoping we could have, you had the couple of hits there. That would have been nice to get that, that would have been nice to get the fish on the live, but hope you enjoy your time out there. Yeah,
I'll
send me the
pictures of what I get.
I know you will, brother. I appreciate that. Enjoy your time out there at the camp while you can get a little bit of rest and relaxation anyhow. And appreciate you being out there.
Stan, thank you for your services to this country. You're not forgotten.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys on it later.
All right, my friend. Have a good one.
All right, see you later.
You too, buddy.
Right.
So I have a little idea, Stan. You let me know what you think about this. And it's actually came from Sunfish Assassin.
Mm-hmm.
One of his videos I was watching. And so I did a little exploring yesterday and noticed that we have 3 creeks in these woods here. And they all come to this one pond down here, and the rest of it goes down to the James. So I think I'm going to do a little micro fishing. Try that out anyway.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, yeah, I catch brim all the time, but that's like at a river or a pond or a lake. I never fished a creek,
Creeks can be a lot of fun.
I mean, but yeah, these creeks are like literally 4 foot wide. I mean, there's a couple little holes. I can see a couple brim swimming around, so let's see what happens.
All right. Well, I dropped the link out there. If anybody else wants to come up, we still got 24 people watching. I don't know if anybody has gone out. I don't know if anybody's gone out live fishing or not. I didn't get any notifications that anybody went live.
I didn't get any either. But yeah, somebody hop in, man. Even if you've never been in before, why not? Because today was my first day, I believe. And just have some combos.
If nobody jumps up in, we're probably going to be cutting it out soon. We've been 5 hours and 7 minutes.
At 39 seconds. But yeah, also I'm going to have to, I'm going to send you a couple more locations, pictures here soon.
All right. Yeah, that was definitely. Okay, that's great, John. We'll see you up in a few minutes. Fishing Frustration said he'll come up again with an idea of a carp rig idea he has for catfish. So.
See, and this is another reason why I love this channel, man. I love it. Every time you go live, I at least stop in.
There you go. I know.
Are awesome.
Hey. There we go. John Fishing Frustrations back in. JV, how you doing? All right, so you said you have an idea for a carp rig for catfish.
Yeah. This is my carp rig. That might help.
Okay, there we go.
My bait feeder. Out. We have my hook, which has still got the old bait on, but it only runs so long.
I see.
When the fish takes the bait, blah 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 blah. Yeah, the leader's a bit long. Then it stops. Yeah. Which actually helps me hook the fish.
Yeah, now
the fish can only run so far before it hits the weight. I don't see much of that on your American style catfish rigs. But
yeah, and also, can you try to explain that a little bit?
Okay, so that's my feeder for my ground bait or pack bait.
Now, John, with that feeder, what you do is you take the pack bait or the whatever you want to call it, and you kind of smush it on there, right? You kind of like ball it up around that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then you put your hook bait, you squish it into there. I know this is a carp situation. It's not quite a catfish situation, but the principle.
Yes, yes.
Is the fish pulls on the line after it's stuck your bait. And what happens is the line, I know my video's not clear. The line pulls tight to the weight while the fish is running away. The fish is running away and the hook sets in the fish's mouth. It's sort of like 9 times out of 10. But I'm sure you guys can devise a way of doing that in the USA for your catfishing.
Man, I'll tell you what. That actually looks pretty good for Lake Chesden carp. Like completely looks good. And if I knew any more about carp fishing other than snagging them by accident, I'd definitely do it. Or if I had that, I'd definitely use it. I'd try it.
Yeah, John, what's good about that is like most of our catfish rigs, with most of our catfish rigs, you have the sinker is above the swivel. So like you said, it'll just keep going. There's nothing up ahead of it to stop it.
Is what I was looking at. And
yeah.
If you've got a 4-ounce weight on and you've got a 20-pound fish, before that 20-pound fish hooks up, it's pulling hundreds of yards of line out. If you've got,
yeah.
If you've got a simple design like that, which so your fish is running, your hook's in its mouth with the bait, but not hooked up, but it has that drag off your weight. If you understand what I'm saying, hopefully that will help you catch that fish. It'll help you.
That completely makes sense because a lot of fish are finicky right now, being that here it's spawn, and with that weight behind it, they'll drop it sometimes, especially if you're striper fishing. If you don't get that rod right away, they'll spit it right back out. Some catfish will do that too. Boop, don't want it. You know, they feel that weight behind it. And I completely get what you're saying with that. You know, don't have that huge weight.
Hey, JV.
What's up, frustrations?
Jump in here. JV, how you doing today?
Pretty good. I just wanted to jump up and wish everybody a happy Memorial Weekend. And
happy Memorial Weekend, man.
Stan, awesome showing yesterday at the I thought you were going to beat P City for a second until he poured that tea all over his hot dogs. Then he caught you.
Man, What it was, he was eating those hot dogs by themselves first, and I didn't see that. I just kept looking up and seeing he had a plate full of, it was turned out to be just the buns, but I thought he still had that many, all those hot dog and buns left. So I'm like, oh, I got that one. I'm eating them normal, taking my time.
I tell you what, that was absolutely hilarious for the people, because I watched the numbers drop. It went down below 100 at the hot dog. For everybody who missed the end of that hot dog eating contest, you missed out. I was cracking up so hard watching that.
I was cracking up because I lost. So.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm always on 3 or 4 lives. On a bunch of lives, but I'm always here, there, and everywhere. But I don't cancel the lives. I let them play so the views get up.
Oh yes, since you brought that up, did Snatcher hit it yet or no?
I'm actually talking to him right now because we're about to do our Bible study in about 40 minutes. I'll ask him.
I know that a bunch of people are out there are sub to Fish Snatcher. We could drop his link in there. He's over the subs. I think he's got 1250 or 13 somewhere in there.
He hit the subs like 4 months ago. He was just needing the watch hours.
And all he needs is the watch hours. So if anybody can jump on that and even just
if you drop the link, I'll jump on.
Hit the playlist and let it keep playing. And
yeah,
he does a great job with helping people trying to get their smaller channels and passing out information like that also.
Oh yeah, Brian B, you were there last night when I went for the swim. No, he doesn't. He just said he hasn't gotten his hours yet. So yes, everybody, if you could play Snatcher, go to his playlist and run him.
All right, I'll do that before I go to sleep.
So if somebody could put
as long as YouTube will let it run.
Brian B just did it.
Brian B, bam, thank you, my friend. Brian B
was the biggest winner yesterday. Getting his rod back at the end of that, I couldn't believe it.
Getting the rod back was one thing, but to get the rod back and catch the fish,
that was one of the most brilliant things I've ever seen.
Let's just put it this way: somebody was watching out for him yesterday, and I think we all know who that was. But
yes.
To have that happen was just that's just unheard of.
Oh, you're talking about Charlie? He's only here because I'm eating bacon. I'm literally just got out of the shower, made breakfast, got my socks still sitting here, got 2 Bibles open in my notes, getting ready for the Bible study. Because after this, I'm taking off and I'm hanging out with Mike Turner for the day. Because I forgot it was actually Memorial Weekend, so I made no plans. Somebody mentioned it to me yesterday, so I text Mike. I'm like, "Do you have anything going on?" He's like, "No." And I was like, "You want to go fishing?"
There you go. What better way to spend it?
Hey, JB, one awesome thing, man. That is a sweet shirt. I think I have 2 of the same shirts.
I'm always
Beast mode.
All right, but I just wanted to jump up and say Happy Memorial Day and all that. God bless.
What is the what's the verse for the Bible study today?
We're doing Hebrews chapter 4, 5, and 6.
Awesome. And that starts at 2:00 on whose channel?
It's on my channel this week.
It's on your channel this week.
Okay, hey, can somebody drop that? Because I'll be there for that.
And that usually you and Eric Burnside.
And Fish Snatcher. It's me, Eric Burnside, and Fish Snatcher.
There you go. Awesome. Well, glad to be able to get that out. So yeah, if we could drop JV Outdoors, that would be great. Because JV, you do a great service too with the wheel and having people's. Once I get my computer up and going, I'm gonna have to get with you on a little bit of that technical part on how to do that kind of stuff, because y'all do a great live with that, and I know people love seeing their channels and actually watching some of their stuff on somebody else's channel. It's awesome.
I think that's actually the funnest part about it. Yeah, you pick up a few new subscribers and stuff like that, but just being able to show your content to other people that may not ever see it, I think people really get a kick out of that.
Mm-hmm. That's
Thank
kind
you,
of
Brian
what,
B.
it's kind of what we were doing here today. I couldn't go fishing. The body wasn't letting me go, so came up and let whoever wanted to come up and talk, and that doesn't normally get a chance to be on a live and just to come up. So it's good to get that face to a name. You know what I mean? So. But I appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much. Tell Fish Snatcher we're going to do what we can to help him finish that out. Brian B said
he
it's
told me
only
he had like 400 hours to go, so it shouldn't take much. If we can get 20, 30 people run his playlist for, while they're out doing something, he'd get there pretty quick.
Brian B says it's also important to like and comment if you can, and he only needs about 300 hours now.
Yeah, always do my
Sweet.
best to like and comment.
All right. Thanks for having me on. God bless. I'll see you later.
All right. God bless.
God
We'll
bless.
see you in a little bit.
Yeah, Stans, this principle, what I've just showed you, will also work with the weightlifter or a lead lifter. You just make it different with the swivel dropping down for your weight to go on with your lifter and your rotten bottom if the areas are bad. So instead of having that, you'd actually have a weight hanging like that.
Yep.
And then your main line or your hook line coming off. Yeah,
Yep.
for sure.
I appreciate you showing that.
And then the fish pulls, it's still going to snag itself up. I'm trying to do it a bit closer. So as you swivel, kind of thing. That's weird. So the fish runs, and what happens? Oh, there you go. And the hook pulls and virtually automatically snags itself, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's awesome because then they get that little bit of free run. They get that little bit of free run until the sinker or whatever hits the swivel, hits the stop, and then boom.
Yeah,
exactly. That's awesome.
And you're hooked up for a good fish.
That would definitely work for catfish. It just take a little bit of modification, like you said, but that rig that's definitely a good idea.
Exactly. But that's how I catch my carp, and I do catch silverfish on that as well. When I do a bit of carp fishing, I always use my feeder because I'm always on my little pond where I'm only allowed one rod. I do have a pack bait, which we call ground bait, that I put in.
Hey, frustrations. I have one question. I know you're showing these rigs and whatnot. What are the most common fish over there? Like what do you fish for? What do you usually catch?
Well, I'm actually a sea and a carp fisherman. So I catch flatties at sea.
Okay.
It's not flatheads. That is the big misconception between the UK and the USA because you call flathead catfish flatties.
Flatties, yeah.
Flatfish like flounder and plaice and dabs. That's why I said earlier about this. You go dab, dab, dab.
You're right. I'm definitely gonna have to look into that, man, because that's something I want to do is like travel the world and fish different species that I've never heard of. You know what I mean? Like and having you here actually helps me out a little bit. That way I can get like the gist of how to do things just in case I do end up over there one day and I'm like, what's going on? You know what I mean? I know what's going on.
That's good.
But yeah, John, that's what I love about the like I said, the UK channels, and I was watching fishing UK Glasgow the other day, and he caught that nice pike, and I love seeing, just like what you did with that. I love seeing and taking rigs or ideas from that we don't necessarily use over here and adapt it a little bit, and vice versa. There's some things that we do here that would probably help out over there, and I think that's awesome.
There's always a different adaptation.
Yes.
For fishing in different areas. If you know what I mean.
Yep.
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm gonna end my time. I'm gonna give Mastermind and Mr. John, Mr. Fishing Frustrations, the show. Mr. Stan.
All right, Austin.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Again, thank you for all your help yesterday. Really appreciate it.
Later, Austin. Thank you.
Oh, no problem, man. And it will happen again. I promise, man. This is not the end of it. Later, guys.
Peace, buddy.
In the crowd.
Mastermind, how you doing today?
Hey, man. It's been a while.
That's right. How you been doing? Okay?
Yeah, I've been doing good. Just my computer's been crashing and having trouble, so it's been hard for me to do videos and everything else, you know?
Yeah, now, John, Mastermind is, he doesn't do a lot of actual fishing. He does a lot of virtual fishing. He does the fishing on the computer.
Yeah, I've seen him.
You've seen him. All right, all right.
Okay.
So I call him
videos. Not many, but I'm more an actual fisherman. But I do watch people that do them kind of videos. I watch Foreman. Yeah, I mean, I've got supporters from Foreman. I've got supporters from virtual fishing and stuff like that.
That's what I call Mastermind the best virtual fisherman I know.
Yeah, man, I like when you do that.
He supports a lot of the fishing channels, and so that's always great.
Yeah, man, I'm always here to help everybody, you know. Big channel, little channel, medium channel. Just like pizza, you know, medium, large.
Still got 19 people watching. That's awesome.
Stan, I'm going to disappear. I just thought I'd come up and show you that idea.
Yeah, I'm glad you did that. That's got me thinking of a couple things already.
Hey, Sharon, what's that? Chavez. I'm just not looking at the chat. My eyes are getting worse on me.
Hey,
all right.
Listen, I have seen your channel. I do watch it now and again. I do like it, and I do share it now and again. I'm just not a big fan of
Skins and Scales, Mastermind, you're awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
But I'm still there now and again. Anyway, Stan, I'll disappear. In case you want to come on. And you know I'm always there with a little bit of something. Every times in your life, but it takes my brain to take over and think this might help, this might help, this might help. You know,
well, I'm glad that you did. Thank you so much.
No problem. Right, I'll go back to normal chat.
All right, my friend. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care, buddy.
Yeah. Give you Mastermind.
All right, man.
Let's see. Yeah, you're I don't normally do the talk show on Sunday. It's normally out fishing on the waters, but
yeah,
didn't work out today, so here I am. And
you got a little green screen for real, man. Just green screen, you know.
Yeah, I got the screen ready, so now I'm trying to get the computer and figure out how to do it. And
yeah, I need to move mine back into my room, you know, because I got all these lights and stuff in the background blinding people.
Yep. So,
let's see.
I popped the link out there again. If anybody else wants to come up, probably gonna be calling at the end here soon. But if anybody else wants to come up and talk with everybody, be more than willing to. Feel free.
Yep.
Let's see, did I miss anybody out here? Fins and Fines. Bob is listening while driving. Well, thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. He did. I don't know if you got a chance to watch it, Mastermind, but yesterday was the Glizzy Masters.
No, I didn't. I don't think I watched that.
That was on Haslife's channel. It was.
Oh yeah, I did watch that.
We had to use. We could use whatever bait you wanted, but you got double points for using hot dogs or the glizzies, and you got half points for using actual like cut bait we would normally use. So it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. It was something different, you know, and it was they had part of the contest was who caught the most fish wearing a hot dog costume. So that's always that's not something you see every day.
Oscar Mayer Wiener.
That's right.
Did anybody fish with chicken?
Yes, there was some fish caught with chicken. Now the chicken counted as just even points. So hot dog, any glizzies was double the points. The chicken and things like that were just even points. So if it was a 2-pound fish, it counted as one fish at 2 pounds. If you used the hot dog or the glizzy, you caught that 1 2-pound fish, it actually counted for 2 fish and 4 pounds. So
nice.
It was a lot of fun. No real loss. Ended up running away with that. And Brian B. Catfishing was next. Then there was the hot dog eating contest at the end, which P City Smitty had the right. He had a strategy for it. He ate all the hot dogs first, and then the buns after that. I saw all the buns thinking that he still had a lot of hot dogs to eat, so I just took my time. And next thing I know, I was at 5, finished my 5th one, and I thought he had a bunch left, and it turned out that was just the buns. So he ended up winning that one. He did a great job with that.
What would be a cool idea is like a hot dog eating contest while fishing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You had to have something to do while you're waiting for the fish to get on the hook.
That's right. That's right.
Might as well stuff a whole bunch of hot dogs now.
Yeah, we did that, and we passed by a Sonic on the way home, and I'm like, "Hey, you want to stop in for a footlong?"
Yeah.
I was still. I ended up eating the hot dogs later on once I got home.
Yeah.
I reheated them, and because 5 is just a normal eating for me.
If the fish won't eat the bait, you might as well eat it yourself, unless it's a worm, you know? You don't want to eat that.
No, don't want to do that. Yeah, that's one of the big jokes about the chicken.
Yeah.
If the fish ain't going to eat it, I'll put it on the grill and cook it.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good time to grill and cook and all that, but we have to keep our soldiers and everything in memorial, you know. Like I was real touched by what I heard earlier, man. That really touched my heart.
Yeah,
I haven't served, but my family has, and I felt like the other guy that said that his family went in, but he didn't. You know, I couldn't go in for several reasons, but one thing, I got in a car wreck when I was 19.
Yeah.
Broke 110 bones, you know.
That's not a good thing. Car wreck was what happened to me in 2009, and I haven't recovered from it yet. And
I still suffer from it with my brain. You know, I got a 2-second delay, and in video games, you can tell like I'm not all there. Sometimes I'm playing them shooting games. I fail, man. I get shot down. My teammates cuss me out and everything else, and I'm like, man, come on, you know.
Give me a break.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't understand that, man. You have to walk in their shoes. You know what I mean?
That is so true. It's hard to, you know, and I'm even guilty of that, and have been guilty of that. It's hard to, you know, I used to think because I had I've had broken ankles and pretty much broken all kinds of different parts of my body, but I never really hurt my back before.
Yeah.
So I used to think, I did this and that with a broken leg, and I did this. But until you actually hurt your back and you can't breathe, you can't sit up, you can't stand, the back is just horrible.
Yeah.
But you can't understand it until you've been in that spot.
I pulled a muscle in my back by lifting up my my desktop tower.
Uh-huh.
It was a little bit too heavy for me at that time, or I must have, jerked it, like put it up wrong, but I pulled a big muscle in my back, and I felt like I paralyzed myself. I couldn't move, man. I had to sit back in the chair, and that really stink.
Yeah, that's part of the issues that I still have. I get really bad back spasms.
Yeah, back spasms, man. I was just about to say that.
And man, when that hits it, you're just like, it takes your breath away. You can't do
Yeah,
it.
I still have them too. The doctor gave me this little pamphlet of papers of all these exercises I'm supposed to be doing every day, which I haven't been doing for a while. And because when you get down there on the floor, that junk hurts the way they want you to twist around, man.
Yes. I know exactly what you're saying. And then you got to do different things, and then you got to get back up from the ground. And
yep. And drinking all these sodas, I heard they don't help your back at all either. The Mountain Dews, the Pepsis.
no, I try to, I do diet, but what I try to do is for every diet, every soda that I drink, there you go. For every soda that I drink, I try to also drink a bottle of water, kind of even it out a little bit.
My water's in a Coca-Cola bottle.
Hey, we got Mark from Catfish and Crappie is joined the chat. No, Mark, I did that tournament yesterday, and it was cold and raining all day, and got up this morning, and my body just wasn't working with my will to go fishing. So I did the next best thing. I came on here, and we kind of just did an open chat day. Whoever wanted to come up came up, and we talked about whatever. So it worked out to be pretty good. We had a bunch of different people come up, and we talked about a lot of everything from fishing to Memorial Day. So that's always a great day. Got to talk with a bunch of people. I like it because people that you got to put some faces to some of the names that are out in chat, Always like seeing that. Oh, Mark slept in, plan on fishing all night. Yeah, I got to do that last weekend with Aaron, Catfish Regulators, and LG, and that was a lot of fun. We fished from Friday morning all the way till Saturday morning at about 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. So that was a lot of fun. We caught fish throughout the night. So you're gonna go for the going for flatheads, Mark?
You ever had one of these? You recognize this cup, Stan?
Let me see. Now, what one is that?
Baja Mountain Dew from Taco Bell.
Oh, Taco Bell. Yes, there it is. Yep.
I used to didn't like the Bajas because they're real strong, man, but I'm starting to like them a little bit. I mean, it's a Mountain Dew,
Yep.
They used to have Code Red and some kind of light something, but I don't think they sell them anymore. Oh, fishing frustration.
Anything that'll bite tonight. There you go.
Hello, chat.
And Apache Adventures has been in. So I just popped the link up there again if anybody else wants to come in. If nobody else wants to come up in a little bit. We'll probably be shutting it down soon. Sharon's been out there with us all day. Thank you so much. I just love the support from everybody. It's just unbelievable. It means so much to me. Couldn't go fishing, but I still jumped on here, and we had 40-something people watching all day. So. No weekend boat traffic. All right. 83 likes. Okay, only 17 away from 100.
84 now.
All right.
I forgot to like it when I came in.
I do the same thing. I try to hit the like before I come in.
Yeah.
And I've had times before where I try to remind about the like, and then when I went to do that, I saw that I hadn't liked it yet myself.
Yeah.
But I try
to
do
like them all, you know.
Try to do it when I first come in. Well, that's awesome. She does a great job of it, Mike. Hey, there's Fishing with Sabrina. Hello, Sabrina. Welcome.
Hey, Sabrina. Yeah, I believe we can get to 100 likes.
Mike Chavez join us. Have us all hungry cooking something up. Taste. Yes. Yeah, Fishing Cooking with Mike Chavez. If you have not seen that, watched his channel, he does a great job with breaking down a food and kind of showing you how he does it. And you can really follow along, even if you don't have a lot of cooking skills. You can kind of follow it and kind of almost recreate it. But he makes the food look so good. What is it that Creole says all the time? He had to go out and buy another phone case because he chewed through the phone because it looked so good on the screen. But I'd be nervous, shaking like a leaf in the wind. You know what, Apache? That's probably the people that haven't done it before. That's probably the number one thing. And then after a while, they just once you do it one time, then it's like, all right, well, I want to go up on live again. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Once people get over that initial first part, the rest is cake. Then it's just like talking with your friends. It's the same thing as out in chat, except it's all you got to do is talk instead of typing all that in. Burnt ends. Oh. Boy, if that doesn't sound good. Burnt ends, tater salad, corn on the cob.
What's burnt ends? What is that?
The burnt ends are the tips off of the meat when you cook it, when you smoke it. You got the burnt end. You know how you ever have it where it's got the meat's got a little darkened, but it's got the sweetened, like the seasoned on it and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely delicious. One of the most flavorful things, but it's the end pieces.
Burnt a little bit.
Yeah, it's just delicious. Randall is in the house. Welcome, Randall. Randall's Rhinos.
Yeah, I still get nervous every now and then.
beef smoked and cooked well with barbecue sauce is
Beef smoked and cooked well with barbecue sauce. Nice.
and because of that, it's hard to describe it unless you've had it and eat. It's delicious though. He's making them from chuck roast. I think chuck, in my opinion, chuck roast, the chuck meat. That's what they make. A lot of the ground meat is ground chuck. I love a chuck steak and things if you cook them right. It's got so much flavor. It has so much flavor. I really like the chuck. We got Big Hook is in. Hello from Big Hook Catfishing, Clear Lake, California. Glad to see you in.
Hey, Big Hook. Hey, Becca.
Becca is back.
I missed church today. I woke up at 11. Went at 10.
Oh, there is the link again if anybody else wants to jump up. Like I said, we'll I know JV Outdoors is having they do the Bible study on Sunday afternoons at 2:00. It goes back and forth between JV Outdoors, Eric Burnside, and Fish Snatcher. So today it's on JV's channel. But yes, there's usually always somebody live in the catfish community. Like I said, I was supposed to do my normal STANday fishing out live, and when I woke up this morning, the body just wasn't working. So did the next best thing and came here. Yeah, so Miss Sharon's been out there. She's awesome in chat. She does a great job with talking with everybody. She's out there supporting in a bunch of the channels.
Hey, Mike Turner, bro.
Oh, Mike Turner, what's up, Mike Turner? Glad to have you in. So yeah, as of course as things happen, whenever I start out alive and saying well, it's just going to be a short one. It never stays at the short one. I came on thinking, all right, well, I can't go fishing today if I don't go on at all. People will be wondering what happened. There was no STANday this morning. So I came on thinking, all right, I'll talk for an hour and we'll see what happens. And that was 5 hours and almost 6 hours ago. But yeah, we're probably only going to be live till a few more minutes here. Like I said, I'll cut out.
Buddy.
I'll cut out right before because said on JV Outdoors they're doing their Bible study, so I'll get off here before they start. Yeah, that's all. I love the live shows. Get to even if you're not fishing, you're talking about fish and talking about other things. It really I don't know. It's a way to get to the interaction between chat and it's just awesome. The subjects that come up. Hey, there's Mr. Duggar fishing. How are you doing today?
I like that on live shows or live recordings, it automatically puts it on YouTube. But if you go to editing your own video, it takes hours and hours, man, for it to process.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love doing it that way too, but you know.
That's the next thing for our channel is we only have like 3 or 4 videos, maybe.
Yeah.
Most of it is, we have 3 or 4 videos, maybe, and we have put a live out every Sunday. We do the STANday morning live every Sunday since last October. And then usually another night during the week, I do a live talk show. Now I do them on Friday nights at 8 o'clock. But so yeah, the lives, we do at least 2 a week since like last October.
Cool, man.
But the learning to do the editing and that stuff, it took me the one day I worked on just like a 5 or 10 minute video for like 9 hours.
Yeah.
Hey, we had some more, back up to 29 people watching now. Country Boy's back. Randall came in, avid fisherman, Uncle Jeep, Superman, STANday, what's up? Hey, Uncle Jeep. Well, I wasn't Superman yesterday, but it was a lot of fun.
Hey, Avid.
Who's your guest tonight, Avid? Yeah, Mike Turner. JV said he was going to be fishing with you later on. VBC. Hey, Elston, Chunky Cat Fishing is back in. Yeah, well, we are just about at the end. All right. Well, I appreciate that, Uncle Deep. I appreciate the support from everybody. I can't tell you how much it means to me. Everybody's just awesome. You know, I get to come on here and talk with all the wonderful people. It just, it really means a lot to me. Thank you. Oh, there's Fishing Chick. Just got back from golf and you're still alive. I'm an animal. That's why they call me STANimal. I hope you hit par there, Fishing Chick. Oh, thank you, Sharon. That means a lot. I'm just doing what I enjoy doing, and I'm glad that some people like it. Okay. Well, 157. Oh, we made it up to 91 likes.
Cool.
Hey,
Cool deal.
Yeah, not bad for just sitting here and talking. So, we're gonna go ahead and jump on out. I appreciate everybody. Of course, now we're back up to 32 people. We're gonna jump on out of here. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me today. JV Outdoors is doing the Bible study with Eric Burnside coming up here in a couple minutes. 93 likes now. That's awesome. But
7 more.
I know. I know maybe if I keep talking long enough, those last few will come in, right?
Yeah. I guess that's how it works.
We're gonna jump on out of here. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate all the love and support. Like I said, can't tell you what it means. We'll see y'all later. Remember to take that tomorrow on Memorial Day. Take that moment of silence in remembrance and a thank you for all the sacrifices that were made to keep this country the way it is. And appreciate each and every one of you. Much love and respect. I'll see y'all later. Thanks for watching Two Stands Fishing, and thanks for being part of the family.
See you later, Stan.